Audio test, one for the meeting stream. Audio test two for the meeting stream. Audio test.
Folks, we're going to get underway. I'd ask the gallery to take their seats, wrap up their conversations. We do want to get the meeting underway. The city staff are looking at how to accommodate those of you who haven't got a seat in an overflow room. But in the meantime, we'll get that discussion going. When I have any news to pass on, I will. I'm sorry, there are a couple of conversations still going on. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 68th meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. May I ask for a roll call, please?
Councillor Brockington? Councillor Curry?
Here.
Councillor Dudas? Councillor Johnson?
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh? Councillor Kelly?
Here, sorry.
Councillor Kitts? Councillor Lowe?
Present.
Councillor Tierney?
Present.
Councillor Troster?
Here.
The Vice Chair Gower?
Here.
Chair Leeper?
Good morning. Thank you very much. We do have a quorum. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 5.1 to 5.5 and 5.7 listed on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who are specifically identified in the Planning Act who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if Council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on July 15th, 2026, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. I hadn't received any declarations of interest. Are there any? Are minutes of the meeting of June 17th, 2026 confirmed? Thank you. So we'll go through the agenda. We're going to be holding, I think, a lot of these items. The rental renovation license bylaw review will be first up. We'll have a presentation on that. And of course, there are lots of delegations to speak to it. The Item 5.1 is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 287, 299 Loretta and 153, 157 Hickory Street. There is a delegation on that. We'll receive a brief presentation here from the delegations or delegation. And I would also point members of the committee to the written correspondence that was received on that item. At 267 O'Connor, we don't have a presentation. We do have a number of delegations, so we'll hold that item going directly to the public delegations. For the official plan amendment in Stittsville, there are 4 public delegations on that item. We'll receive a brief presentation on it, so we'll hold that. For the Barrhaven South future neighborhood, we hadn't anticipated a presentation. There was no correspondence. There are no delegations for that item. Did any members wish to have that held? No. And I do not have the applicants. Are the applicants here? No, they're not registered to speak. Members, is this item carried? Thank you. There is a zoning bylaw amendment at 444 Citygate Drive. They hadn't anticipated the presentation. We don't have any delegations. We hadn't received any correspondence on the item. The applicants have not registered to speak. Members, did anyone wish to have this one held? Is that item carried? Thank you. The secondary plan update item. I know a couple of members have suggested that they'd like to ask questions and make comments on that. I hadn't anticipated a we do have a presentation. We're going to receive a presentation on that and then go to the questions from members. So we'll hold that item. We don't have any delegations on the item as far as I know. For the omnibus zoning bylaw amendments and updates on motions and directions concerning the new zoning bylaw, I did have an understanding that there might be a motion on this one. And there is a delegation, so we'll go. We'll hold that item for that motion and for that delegation. The urban design guidelines for buildings. We have a presentation to receive on that item. We don't have any delegations, and there is no correspondence. I just wonder, members, did people want to receive that presentation and ask questions? Okay, you know what? Just given the length of our agenda today, is that item carried? Thank you. Let staff go on that one a little sooner. There is an area-specific development charge for Millennium Park. No presentation, no delegations, no correspondence. Did members wish to have that one held? Yes. We'll hold that item. The area-specific stormwater development charges amendment for Monaghan. No presentation, no delegations, no correspondence. Did any members wish to have that one held? Nope. Is that item carried? Thank you. We don't have any in-camera items. There was an IPD. Had anyone anticipated lifting the information previously distributed for discussion? No. Okay. There's going to be a notice of motion, and then Vice Chair Gower had alerted committee to a motion on other business. Do I need a motion to put that on the agenda? Is the other business, the signage with message center at 1 Mulkin Street added to the agenda?
Yes.
Yes. Did any members wish to have that one held or have any questions? Can we just carry that item? Yep. Is that item carried?
Yes.
Amazing. All right, we're going to go back to the start of the agenda. So this is the rental renovation license bylaw review. We're going to receive a presentation from staff on this item, at which time we'll move into the delegations. There are at this point 26 delegations speaking to the item. So, and then we'll move into questions from members, motions, etc. I don't know, Councillor Trosser, did you have any motions that you wanted to introduce at the outset before delegations begin?
None of them impact the bylaw we're deciding today. They refer to the review in 2027, so I can introduce them now or later. They're not relevant to the actual vote.
Okay, we'll go after delegation.
Maybe do it after delegation.
Amazing. All right, let's get underway. We're in your hands.
Thank you, Chair. and members of committee. Public Policy Development Services is here today to present the results of the rental renovation license bylaw review. This review responds to Council's direction to present a bylaw to deter bad faith evictions for renovations or repairs, known as renovictions. Renovictions are instances where landlords use a renovation or repair as a pretense to evict the tenant and replace them with someone who would pay higher rent. We are bringing forward a balanced bylaw approach that seeks to deter these bad faith evictions while also minimizing the impact on landlords who are seeking these evictions lawfully and in good faith, as is permitted under provincial law. Nous proposons une approche équilibrée pour dissuader les locataires de recourir à cette pratique, tout en réduisant autant que possible les effets de cette réglementation sur ceux qui demandent une expulsion légitime et de bonne foi, comme la loi provinciale les y autorise. We have received a lot of feedback on this issue and want to take a moment to thank everyone who consulted with us throughout this process. The bylaw we will present today is the result of extensive consultations and research, including ongoing meetings with cities that have bylaws adopted or in force. I would like to thank Matthew Suatak and the rest of the project team for their excellent work on this file, and I'll ask Matthew to walk us through the proposed bylaw. Next slide, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. All evictions are provincial jurisdiction. The Residential Tenancies Act regulates evictions for renovations or repairs specifically, including when and how they can proceed lawfully. And it is the Landlord and Tenant Board that hears and rules on disputes between landlords and tenants. No municipal bylaw can ban evictions. No municipal bylaw can determine when and how an eviction takes place. Rather, what bylaws can do is support the provincial process to stop bad actors from evicting tenants without following the proper process. Aucun règlement municipal ne peut interdire les expulsions ni déterminer quand et comment celles-ci peuvent avoir lieu. As members heard last month, the province recently announced for later this year several changes that have a direct impact on the provincial evictions process. While these changes do not conflict with the bylaw, they do share the same goal of strengthening tenant protections, and we will highlight these changes in a few slides. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of communications to the province throughout the review process. Last March, the city clerk wrote to the Premier and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing at Council's direction. Staff also wrote to counterparts at the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing several times last February and March to ask when the amendments to the Residential Tenancies Act would be proclaimed, and also highlighting the need for stronger tenant protections. As staff did not receive an update on timelines, this bylaw review began last April. En l'absence de réponse quant à la date de promulgation des modifications, le personnel a commencé son examen réglementaire l'avril passé. Once the review began, we continued to monitor developments with the province and with other municipalities who were developing their own bylaws at the same time. And finally, as we know, a few months ago, the province did proclaim many of these changes to the Residential Tenancies Act into force for later this year. Next slide, please. Here's some context around the Ottawa rental market. 36% of Ottawa households are rentals. 36% des ménages d'Ottawa vivent en location. That's around 147,000 households, and that share is projected to climb to 43% of all households in the next decade. The average and median rents in Ottawa have increased by 60% between 2014 and 2024, and that's about double the rate of inflation over the same period of time. And finally, vacancy rates for lower rents between $1,250 and $1,500 a month. That sits at 1.2% as of 2025. In terms of evictions for renovations or repairs in Ottawa, there are an annual average of 31 of these eviction notices filed with the Landlord and Tenant Board. Une moyenne de 31 avis d'expulsion pour ce motif sont déposés chaque année à la Commission de la location immobilière. Through consultations and a media scan, we've also been made aware of another 230 potential eviction notices since 2020 that were not filed with the board. These, what we're calling undocumented notices, have been challenging for us to quantify and validate throughout our review because there is typically little to no paper trail. The average rent of rentals receiving these notices is 42% lower than the market average rent in Ottawa. This is based on an analysis of around 30 of the eviction applications filed at the board that we obtained copies of. Given renovations or repairs are more likely to be necessary the longer a tenant has occupied a rental, this statistic is not necessarily surprising, but it does illustrate that these evictions generally affect rentals significantly below market average rent. And finally, the median age of buildings subject to these applications is 66. So we are generally talking about older buildings where renovations or repairs, again, may be more likely. Next slide, please.
As an important part of our bylaw review, we conducted extensive consultations. Un élément important de notre examen consistait à mener de vastes consultations. We consulted the general public through an Engage Ottawa questionnaire and open houses as part of the Housing and Homelessness Plan refresh. We consulted the Accessibility Advisory Committee and conducted initial consultations with tenant, landlord, and other interest holder groups in November 2025, and then met with many of the same groups again in February and March 2026 to consult on more specific policy directions. Next slide, please. Feedback has been mixed. Many landlords and landlord groups have indicated that they generally oppose any bylaw, stating that this is provincial jurisdiction, that there isn't a widespread issue, and that added regulation can lead them to not renovating or repairing even when it is necessary, exiting the space altogether, or recovering costs through increasing rents and through applying for above guideline rent increases, which would impact the quality and even the quantity of rental housing in Ottawa. Tenants and other interest groups support a strong bylaw stating that there are gaps with the existing provincial process, that bad faith evictions impact vulnerable people disproportionately, that it eliminates affordable rental housing, and that bad faith landlords can be persistent and even aggressive in trying to get tenants to leave, even when the tenants know their rights. It was also highlighted that tenants who receive these notices are often overwhelmed and find it challenging to navigate the process, choosing instead to leave. Next slide, please. During consultations, many interest holders discussed cash for keys agreements, where tenants agreed to end their tenancy in exchange for compensation. These agreements are permitted under the Residential Tenancies Act and may be offered before or alongside an N13 notice. They are generally not subject to oversight, are rarely filed with the landlord and tenant board, and often include non-disclosure clauses, making it difficult to assess their terms. While the compensation offered may appear substantial, it typically covers the gap between the tenant's current rent and market rent for only a limited time. And by signing these agreements, tenants typically give up their right to return to their unit at the same rent after renovations are completed. Although separate from the N13 process, we heard that some landlords use these agreements alongside the N13 notices to encourage tenants to leave sooner than the 120-day notice period. In consultations, many tenants reported being offered around $5,000 if they agreed to terminate their tenancy by a specified date, and many accepted. While these agreements are legal, they can reduce the supply of affordable housing because tenants permanently surrender their right to return at their previous rent. Bien que ces ententes soient légales, elles peuvent réduire l'offre de logements abordables car les locataires renoncent définitivement à leur droit de réintégrer leur logement au loyer qui payait avant les travaux. Next slide, please.
Evictions for renovation or repair are unique in the sense that a tenant has the right to return to the unit at the same rent once the work is complete. To do this, the tenant must advise the landlord in writing beforehand. In our consultations, we heard that it is rare for tenants to exercise the right of return, even when they wish to do so. Lors de nos consultations, nous avons constaté qu'il est rare que les locataires exercent leur droit de retour, même lorsqu'ils le souhaitent. Tenants may struggle to pay the difference between what they normally pay in rent and the cost of short-term rental or hotel. It can also be a challenge to find accommodations where they are able to enter into a lease for an unknown duration. Some tenants noted that landlords don't always update them on the status of the work and don't always know when they are able to come back. These challenges are particularly stressful in situations where the landlord seems to be acting in bad faith, and it seems like the landlord is trying to replace the current tenant with a new tenant who would pay higher rent. It is also important to note that if the landlord rents the unit to a new tenant anyway, despite the requested right of return, there is no remedy under the Residential Tenancies Act that will restore that former tenant to their unit. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the recent changes the province has proclaimed into force for later this year that do have an impact on this process. So under the Helping Homebuyers Protecting Tenants Act, the rules around notifying tenants who are returning to the unit, they've been strengthened. They require now estimated completion dates, notification to the tenant when work is done, and at least 60 days for the tenant to return to the unit. Landlords who don't follow this will be automatically deemed to have failed to afford the tenant their right to return. Fines are doubling, up to $100,000 for individuals and up to $500,000 for corporations. To clarify, these are fines that the Rental Housing Enforcement Unit now has the authority to levy, whereas the Landlord and Tenant Board is still limited to a maximum fine of $50,000. And finally, the province has not yet proclaimed into force the rules around requiring a qualified person to attest that the unit needs to be vacant for the work to happen, and there's no timeline on when that will occur. The intent behind this act is to strengthen tenant protections and in particular strengthen the ability for tenants to have the opportunity to return to their unit after the work is complete. L'objectif est de mieux protéger les locataires et notamment de leur garantir la possibilité de retourner dans leur logement une fois les travaux terminés. There are also changes made under the Fighting Delays Building Faster Act that have an impact on evictions. A full summary can be found in document 2 of the staff report, but here are some highlights. As of September, it eliminates the requirement for landlords to compensate tenants for personal use evictions, provided they meet certain criteria. And as of last week, it also limits requests to review Landlord and Tenant Board orders or decisions to within 15 days. Next slide, please.
In response to Council's direction, staff is proposing the following as part of the rental renovation license bylaw. Conformément aux instructions du Conseil, voici le règlement municipal sur le permis de rénovation des logements locatifs recommandés. Landlords seeking to evict a tenant for renovation or repair work must apply to the city for a rental renovation license within 1 week of serving their tenant the eviction notice. To obtain the license, landlords must obtain a building permit prior to issuing an N13, provide their tenant with a city-produced eviction education guide that will explain the process and obligations for evictions under the Residential Tenancies Act and this bylaw at the same time as they provide the N13 notice. And they must provide the city with details of the rental and scope of work, a copy of the eviction notice provided to the tenant, and the building permit they've obtained for the work. We are recommending 2 exemptions to the requirement to obtain a building permit as part of the license application. The first is when there has been an order issued due to immediate health or safety concerns, such as under the fire code or building code. And the second is for when vacant possession may be required, but where a building permit typically is not, which can include, for example, mold or asbestos remediation. In those scenarios, if the chief building official confirms that a building permit is not needed, then the chief license inspector can waive that requirement as part of the license process, provided that the landlord produces a report or other documentation that demonstrates the issue. Regardless of these exemptions, landlords seeking an eviction would still need to obtain the license and would still need to pursue their eviction through the provincial eviction process, where they will be required to demonstrate the need for the eviction. Next slide, please. Landlords will also be required to keep tenants informed as to when they first applied for the license, and again, once they have obtained the license. They will also be required to inform the city when tenants have exercised their right to return to the unit after the renovations or repairs are completed. Le nouveau règlement obligera le locataire à informer le locataire de la date à laquelle il a déposé sa demande de permis, puis de la délivrance du permis par la municipalité. Il sera aussi tenu d'informer la ville si le locataire exerce son droit de retour après les travaux. We are recommending exemptions to the bylaw altogether for accommodations that are not subject to the Residential Tenancies Act, which includes, for example, emergency shelters and certain on-campus student dormitories. not-for-profit housing providers, and where tenants voluntarily agree to leave the rental unit upon proof provided in writing to the chief license inspector of such agreement. Principal offenses under the bylaw include failure to apply for a license within 7 days of issuing the eviction notice, failure to obtain the license prior to conducting the renovation or repair work, failure to provide the tenant with the eviction guide when providing the eviction notice, failure to obtain the building permit prior to issuing the eviction notice, and failure to permit the tenant to return to the rental unit when that tenant has indicated they wish to exercise their right to return. Next slide, please.
We wanted to highlight how the provincial framework compares to the draft bylaw. So the bylaw does introduce a license requirement that is not part of the provincial process. The bylaw requires the landlord to provide a copy of the eviction notice required to be served under the provincial process. The bylaw does not include a qualified persons report, which remains that pending piece of legislation under the Helping Home Buyers Protecting Tenants Act. The bylaw does require the landlord to obtain the building permit before they issue the eviction notice, whereas it's only required before the hearing at the landlord and tenant board under the provincial process. The education guide is part of the bylaw as well, which is not part of the provincial process. The bylaw does not recommend compensation above what the provincial framework already requires, which is between 1 and 3 months rent, depending on certain factors. And the updates in 60 days to return changes that are coming in September are similar to sections of the bylaw that require landlords to keep tenants informed, and the offense under the bylaw in failing to permit a tenant to return. And finally, maximum fines or penalties under both are up to $100,000. Next slide, please.
Staff are not recommending any FTEs to begin based on the low number of applications in other cities. If adopted, staff would assess resourcing requirements post-implementation and return to council should new resources be required. One-time costs of approximately $55,000 are anticipated to implement the new program and will be covered by existing budgets. We do want to highlight that this is a new area of regulation and that the long-term impacts of this type of bylaw on the quality and quantity of rental housing supply is unknown. There is also a potential for these bylaws to drive landlords to seek evictions through other processes where tenants do not have a right to return. To mitigate these risks, we have sought to introduce municipal oversight through a process that ensures existing requirements are met rather than impose a system that would disincentivize the eviction for renovation or repair process in favor of other, less regulated eviction processes where the tenant does not have a right to return. A bylaw would create municipal oversight and enforcement mechanisms in the case of noncompliance. It aims to deter bad faith evictions to help retain the existing affordable rental housing supply in Ottawa. The eviction education guide will help landlords and tenants by providing them with information about the process and their respective rights and responsibilities. Based on our consultations, we heard that this would also benefit tenants by providing them with relevant information at a time when stress can be overwhelming. We also heard that making the guide available in multiple languages would be of assistance to many tenants facing language barriers. There's also no fee to apply for the license and fewer administrative requirements than we've seen in other municipalities in an effort to lower costs and administrative burden on landlords acting in good faith. Next slide, please.
Should this bylaw be adopted, staff recommend an in-force date of January 1st, 2027. This will provide time to develop the new licensing program, develop the education guide, and make necessary application software changes. It also provides time to ensure that landlords and tenants are aware of the new rules and requirements. Enforcement will be conducted on a complaint basis, and staff will be establishing a dedicated email address to intake service requests. Les mesures d'application seront prises à la suite des plaintes et une adresse courriel spéciale sera créée pour ces demandes. If a bylaw is adopted by council, staff will monitor its implementation, including the number of N13s filed with the board and the number of complaints, investigations, and enforcement actions. If no bylaw is adopted, staff will still work with colleagues in the Community and Social Services Department to monitor the number of N13s and any complaints received regarding potential renovictions. In preparing the next bylaw review work plan, staff will also reach out to interest holders for their feedback on any persisting legislative gaps, and if any are identified, include a bylaw review to address those gaps in the bylaw review work plan for consideration of the next term of council. This concludes staff's presentation, Mr. Chair, and we're pleased to answer any questions. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive overview. And I know that you've been busy briefing councillors and members as well. So thank you for the extensive efforts you've taken on this file.
Chair, can I read in my motion and direction now, actually, because I think it'll just help folks understand what's coming.
Please do.
Okay, could we have that up on the screen? Thank you. Whereas the draft bylaw proposes an important step toward protecting tenants in Ontario and joining other municipalities across tenants in Ottawa and joining other municipalities across Ontario, and if approved, the City of Ottawa has the opportunity to create strong legislation that supports tenants. And whereas sections within Bills 60 and 97 providing additional protection for tenants, for example, a qualified person's report, landlord compliance with personal use claim, have not been enacted and have no timeline for implementation. And whereas if approved, the draft bylaw would be implemented January 1, 2027. And whereas in its direction dated June 10, 2026, Council directed staff to include a review of the rental renovation license bylaw on the proposed work plan for the next term of council, where a review work plan approved for next term of council, the results of the review of the rental renovation license bylaw are to be brought back to committee in Q4 2027. Therefore, be it resolved that the Policy Development Department include a review of the rental renovation license bylaw on the proposed bylaw review work plan for the next term of council, and if approved, as part of that work plan, that staff bring the results of the review forward in Q4 2027. And therefore, be it further resolved that the addition of the following elements to the rental renovation bylaw be considered as part of that review. Requiring a qualified person's report confirming that vacant possession is required to complete the renovation, requiring landlords to provide temporary accommodation to tenants either in the form of an alternate unit or financial compensation for the duration of the renovation in the case that tenants are displaced to achieve vacant possession, data trends relating to N5 and N12 notices. Thank you. So those are none of this would be implemented now. It's further review in 2027. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. My understanding is that Councillor Menard, on whose behalf you're going to bring a direction or ask staff to take direction, has suggested this would be a good time as well.
Okay, thank you. As part of the next steps in the council-directed review of the rental renovation license bylaw and additional demolition control protections for tenants, planning and housing staff explore our legal authority and implementation path to better protect residents in affordable rental units that could be demolished. This could include rehousing, significant financial incentives for compensation, rent top-ups, right of first refusal to return at the same or similar rent, and strict enforcement of negotiated settlements. Thank you. Again, that direction is also for the review in 2027.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. For the benefit of the gallery, the motion will be voted on toward the end of this item. And then at some point during our discussions with staff and members, we will ask them to undertake that direction. We'll now move into the public delegations. There are 26 of you. It's great to see you out today. Just for those who may not have delegated, there is a 5-minute time limit on speaking. I'll try to tee up the speakers so you know approximately when you're going to be speaking. So the first 3 public delegations will be Karen Andrews, Catherine Wautier, and then Rob McDonald. Karen, you are here today, I think. Good morning.
Speak into the mic. Mi dispiace, non parlo francese. I am learning Italian. My brain is small. I have only mastered one language, and that would be English. So I'm sorry about that. I know I'm in Ottawa. I've been a housing lawyer since 1992. I've seen a lot of changes. No fault evictions, landlord's own use, rent evictions lead the list. I read a chilling article. The fastest growing homeless population in British Columbia are seniors. 21% of the homeless in BC are over 55, more than double from 2008. And they are experiencing homelessness for the first time. Why? Stagnant incomes, bad social assistance rates, rising housing costs, lack of affordable housing. And this issue is about maintaining their housing in Ottawa, I would put to you, and others like them. One housing expert calls this America's hidden retirement home. Now, I meet a lot of folks who are being rent-evicted, and anecdotally, they are older, and they are disabled, and they are low income. And now this issue is about protecting that very constituency who has lived a long time in affordable housing, and there is mischief to get them out. Now, it's not a problem that I see with the big players. Now, I'm being taped and I'm on record, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I would say the big players follow the rules. This issue is about the small-time financialized lawyers, new to the industry, looking to make a quick buck, get rid of the old rent, increase the rent, the vulnerable tenant, the perfect storm. I wanted to focus my remarks on what the concerns I heard last time. We don't want to make onerous things for good landlords. How important the small private housing market is in Ottawa. We don't want to stifle repair initiatives or discourage investment. And I particularly liked Councillor Johnson's remark about homeowners go to tremendous lengths to stay in their homes over those renovations. Didn't we all have the fridge in the basement and no countertop and no heat and no air conditioning? And where is the water tap anyway? But we stay there. So what is going on with this renovation of one little apartment unit? If you're following the rules, I don't think these renovation bylaw requirements are onerous. And ask yourself why these units have allegedly fallen into such disrepair when landlords have ongoing repair obligations to keep the unit habitable. The building permit requirement, some evidence that vacant possession might be necessary. This is important. The new kitchen cabinets and a new countertop, if I were a tenant, I'm staying. I am staying through this. Sorry, did you? Oh, yes, I'm looking. The fine structure is impressive. Incentive for the city to get on these cases. Build up your own revenue, fine these guys that are doing it. Now, evicting what I would say the squatter or the trespasser, the second tenant, that still remains a legal issue. You've got a very fine legal clinic here. We will work on it. We will try and get that original tenant back in as the landlord is being fined a lot of money. Now, I am in Ottawa, and I'm always sentimental about coming here because we always came here on our class trips. And I came here with the safety patrol. And I had such a great time. And those statues of Laurier and Borden and Saint Laurent. And in my work, I often quote the prime minister that had the shortest tenure, and that would be John Turner. John Turner said this in the 70s. Substantive and procedural law benefits and protects landlords over tenants, creditors over debtors, lenders over borrowers, and the poor are seldom among the favored parties. And nothing has changed. In fact, with income inequality, it is worse. So law exists in Canada to level the playing field, to make things better for the poor, the marginalized, the elderly, and the disabled, the young. And this is what your efforts are about today, and I applaud you for getting to first base on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Karen. So in this room, we neither applaud nor boo presentations, but I can certainly understand the enthusiasm. But I would ask folks to refrain from doing so. We'll move on. I don't see any questions for Karen. So Catherine Wautier, and then Rob McDonald, and then Robin Brown. Catherine, are you in the room or? Catherine, if you're, are you online or are you in the room? Okay, we're going to move on.
Oh, no,
Uh,
sorry, I am
oh.
here. Sorry.
There you go. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. On behalf of Landlord Self-Help Center, I would like to start by saying thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts and feedback regarding Ottawa's proposed renoviction bylaw. My name is Catherine Wathier, and I'm a licensed paralegal and community legal worker with the Landlord Self-Help Center. For those of you who are not familiar, the Landlord Self-Help Center is the only specialty clinic funded by Legal Aid Ontario that operates with a mandate to provide support and education to the small landlord community in landlord and tenant relations. The client community served by Landlord Self-Help Center is comprised of the secondary rental market, which includes houses, duplexes, triplexes, and landlords who rent a portion of their home to generate the income needed to supplement the cost of ownership. Many of our clients are retired seniors, newcomers, and people with disabilities. These small landlords, homeowners are vital to Ontario's housing landscape and make significant contributions to the affordable housing sector. In addition to providing summary legal advice to our landlord community, Landlord Self-Help Center engages in law reform activities and have been advocating for small landlords against these renovation bylaws, as in our view, they add more pressure and financial constraints to small-scale landlords. We recognize that the provincial law, the Residential Tenancies Act, already protects tenants from bad faith renovictions, and in many cases, these bylaws overburden landlords with additional paperwork and requirements. For a city like Ottawa, where landlords issued 230 N13 applications since 2020, and cities of Toronto seen about 5 times that amount, Landlord Self-Help Center feels that Ottawa does not require a bylaw at all, unlike other municipalities. The proposed bylaw, however, has taken a different approach and does not impose the same financial burdens on small-scale landlords. I would like to highlight things that I believe Ottawa has done correctly or is proposing correctly. The first being the licensing fee or the lack thereof. Renovations, as one can imagine, are costly undertakings. Adding a licensing fee not only discourages compliance, but passes on additional costs to landlords who may already be financially burdened by the cost of the repairs themselves. It was understood in other municipalities that by charging a licensing fee would offset the cost of implementing and enforcing these bylaws. However, Hamilton, London, and Toronto, as of December 2025, have not even entered into the double digits of people applying for these licensings, resulting in less than $5,000 in fees paid to the city, leaving the city renovation bylaw programs in high deficits. I believe Ottawa's approach by not charging a licensing fee will result in higher compliance with the bylaw, especially among our small landlords, and given the conservative budget for the bylaw, no real financial loss to the city. The next thing I agree with is that not requiring a qualified person's report. Like charging a licensing fee, requiring a qualified person's report, which costs around $1,500, is an unnecessary financial burden and creates a barrier for compliance. This in particular hurts our small landlords who don't have additional resources of income to cover these extra expenses. Should be noted that under the provincial legislation, the Residential Tenancies Act, eviction is only granted when vacant possession is required to undergo the repairs. By not requiring a qualified person's report at city level, it does not prevent the landlord from ultimately having to prove in front of an LTB adjudicator that the scope of the work warrants an eviction. I believe Ottawa's choice to not require a special report keeps the decision-making in the correct jurisdiction, which is the province. The next thing that the Landlord Self-Help Center likes about the Ottawa renovation bylaw proposal is that it does not require any additional compensation. Given that compensation is required under provincial law, we are of the view that any municipal renovation bylaw is found to be in conflict and overreach of the current provincial legislation. Other cities have implemented compensation components like rent top-ups and moving expenses, which is the largest deterrent and financial burden to small landlords. Small landlords are already required to pay compensation under the N13 process at the Landlord-Tenant Board. It has been assumed by other municipalities that these additional measures are preventing landlords from attempting N13 evictions, but they're also discouraging landlords from undergoing necessary renovations or repairs, or even worse, encouraging the use of other eviction options that are allowed under the Residential Tenancies Act. I believe that by not including additional compensation, Ottawa will receive significant higher percentage of compliance than other municipalities. For the items that Ottawa does,
If I could just ask you to wrap up, that's your 5 minutes.
oh, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to say for the other items that we would like to comment on, just the education piece is really important because we feel like in other municipal bylaws, the landlords have not been educated properly, and there's a lot of confusion, which, you know, in turn does not help with compliance. So I'll just end it there. Thank you so much.
Catherine, thank you very much for the presentation. It is helpful. I don't see that members have any questions for you at this point. So we'll move on to our next speaker. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Rob McDonald, who will be followed by Robin Brown and then Tammy Eades. Good morning, Rob. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
I hate speaking in public. Thank you. My name's Rob. I began work as an advocate for tenants 40 years ago during a school placement at a nonprofit agency that helped low-income people with their housing problems. I loved the work and dedicated the remainder of my life to the cause before retiring as a paralegal several years ago. I just wanted to share my experiences and some of my thoughts about this bylaw today. First, I wanted to connect the need for education in the bylaw to the number of N13 notices identified in the Landlord and Tenant Board system. In my work, it was common that by the time a tenant had contacted me for help concerning renovictions, up to half the tenants would have already vacated the premises before I even had a chance to meet with them, while others were finalizing a move. I'd find tenants who were coerced into signing agreements which gave them less compensation and less time to move than they would have had if they had exercised their legal rights. I'd advise those tenants they were not required to vacate and force the landlord to apply for an ex-parte order to evict, at which point we would file the motion to set aside their ex-parte order, which eventually led to a hearing at the board. Often it would be accompanied by applications against the landlord for harassment, threats, and coercion to vacate the unit. All of this is to say that for every N13 notice identified at the LTB, there are multiple other applications, motions, appeals, and orders related to renovictions, but they don't show up as N13s in the system. When tenants are displaced in today's housing market, it is traumatic and impossible to find housing that is affordable, temporary, and adequate. I was therefore disappointed that the city is not recommending compensation for tenants. Tenants with renoviction notices face significant barriers such as discrimination against low-income people and finding landlords who will accept short-term leases. Long-term tenants in a rent-controlled apartment could pay an additional $600 to $900 per month. Tenants of moderate incomes must bear the costs of multiple moves and incur additional costs such as utilities or transit if they are displaced from their communities. And also, I just wanted to point out that if a tenant does return to a renovated unit, yes, they return at the same rent, but landlords can apply for an above guideline increase afterwards and pass on renovation costs to tenants even after they've moved back in. I wanted to talk about the number of T5 applications in bad faith notices as well. In my experiences, most tenants did not bring T5 application against landlords for renovictions. And that's hardly surprising considering the evidentiary burden that is placed on the tenant, the lengthy delays in tenant applications, which can take up to 2 years for a hearing, minuscule financial compensation for the personal and financial economic costs suffered, and the fact that the LTB does not reinstate them into the unit after it's been re-rented. Bill 97 does nothing to address any of those problems. It's reactive, remedial legislation that won't prevent renovictions. Doubling the fines for bad faith evictions is actually a slap in the face to tenants. In cases where I ask for fines to be applied against landlords for illegal lockouts, harassment, and bad faith notices, the board regularly declined to issue the fine, or they were in the lower range of about $500. A landlord can simply decide to absorb these costs since the financial compensation remains so low to tenants. Fines are not a deterrent, and the burden is all on the tenant to initiate and endure lengthy hearing proceedings. And while Bill 97 allows tenants 60 days' notice to exercise their right of first refusal, they can still be held responsible for costs of breaking a lease if they are unable to assign the unit they occupied during displacement. The critics of a renoviction bylaw claim, without evidence, that it will discourage investment and construction of new rental housing. Well, let's look at that. In Ontario, between November 2022 and November 2023, 10.8% of all rental units were turned over. This resulted in an average rent increase of 35.6%. A report by the Canadian Evident Housing Collaborative shows that rents are rising 3 times higher in older buildings than newer buildings, despite general statistics showing rents are remaining steady or dropping. Currently, Ontario's 10-year overall housing starts remain at historic lows. This is due to high interest rates, high construction costs, development charges, cost of land, and taxes. Tenants needing protection from renovictions should not be used as scapegoats by landlord lobbyists and investors seeking to maximize their profits. And the community would benefit from a bylaw by saving tenancies that are affordable and keep people housed. Thank you.
Rob, right on time. Thank you very much. Please, I'm going to ask that there not be any applause. I don't see any questions for you from members, so thank you very much for your presentation today. We're going to move on to Robin Brown, who will be followed by Tammy Eades, who will be followed by Amy Zhu.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Robin. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, members. I'm here today in support of the proposed rental renoviction license bylaw. And I want to start off by congratulating the activists of Acorn for all their hard work that led to this where we are now. So when we talk about affordable housing, the conversation almost always focuses on building new homes, and that's important. However, there's ample evidence showing that preserving existing affordable housing is even more important. A 2023 affordable housing study done by Carleton University professor Steve Pomeroy found that for every new unit of affordable housing built in Ottawa, 31 were lost due to rising rents, renovations, or demolition. Pomeroy said that the rhetoric we hear about high home prices and rents is that there's a lack of supply and that the solution is to build more houses. But he compared the housing market to a bucket, with everyone saying, we just need to fill the bucket by building more houses. But he says there's a big hole in the bottom of the bucket, and if we don't plug that hole, then no matter how much money we spend building affordable housing, we will always be falling behind. Now, some folks in Ottawa already recognize this reality. The Ottawa Coalition Starts With Home identifies preserving affordable housing as one of its 3 core pillars, and they call it Stop the Loss. We're also seeing practical examples of this approach. The Ottawa Community Land Trust's recent acquisition of the apartment building at 700 Coronation Avenue is a perfect example of affordable housing preservation in action. Rather than allowing an existing affordable rental building to be lost to speculation or redevelopment, that acquisition helps ensure that affordable housing homes remain affordable for current and future residents. That is exactly the kind of thinking we need more of. And the proposed rental renovation license bylaw fits squarely within that preservation strategy and does so by taking a balanced approach. It doesn't prohibit legitimate renovations. It doesn't prevent responsible landlords from maintaining or improving their properties. Instead, it creates accountability, transparency, and protections that help ensure renovations are used as aren't used as a mechanism to permanently displace tenants from affordable homes. It helps preserve affordability where it exists. Recent federal housing announcements have understandably placed an enormous emphasis on building more homes, and that investment is welcome. However, the Build Canada Homes program, as the name suggests, ignores the issue of preserving existing affordable housing. If we spend billions creating new affordable housing while allowing existing affordable housing to continue disappearing, we're simply running on a treadmill. We need to build more housing, but we also need to stop the loss. Preservation and construction are complementary strategies, not competing ones. This proposed bylaw, which would require landlords to obtain a license from the City of Ottawa when renovations or repairs are for a rental where an eviction is being sought, recognizes that reality. Protecting tenants from unnecessary displacement helps maintain neighborhood stability, reduces pressure on emergency housing services, and preserves homes that are already affordable to people living in Ottawa today. Every affordable unit we preserve is one less affordable unit we have to replace later at far greater public expense. Housing policy should not measure success solely by how many units are built. It should also measure success by how many affordable homes remain affordable. This is especially true since renovations disproportionately impact low-income, racialized people, like in Ottawa's Herringate neighborhood, as Andrew Crosby detailed in his 2023 book, Resisting Eviction. This bylaw is an important step toward achieving that goal. And as staff said, it would bring Ottawa in line with Hamilton, London, Toronto, Waterloo, Mississauga, and Kitchener, which already require landlords to obtain licenses. So I encourage the committee to support the proposed rental renovation license bylaw as part of a broader strategy that recognizes that preserving existing affordable housing is one of the smartest, most cost-effective, and most compassionate investments that we can make. Thank you.
Robin, thank you very much. I personally found that all extremely well said. I don't see any questions for you from members, so appreciate your presentation today, and we'll move on to the next speaker. So we'll hear from Tammy Eades, then Amy Zhu, then Katie Burkholder-Harris. Good morning, both. Welcome to committee. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee, city staff, and fellow stakeholders. My name is Tammy Eades, and I am the president of the Ottawa Real Estate Board, representing more than 4,000 realtors who work with both tenants and with landlords across Ottawa. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. At the outset, I want to be clear. ORAB supports strong tenant protections. Bad faith renovictions can have serious consequences for tenants. Tenants deserve strong protections, clear information about their rights, effective remedies, and meaningful enforcement. The question before the committee is not whether tenants should be protected. It is whether this proposed municipal licensing framework represents the most effective, proportionate, and evidence-based way to achieve that goal. ORAB believes that rental housing must strike a careful balance by protecting tenants while also supporting continued investment in safe, well-maintained, and attainable rental housing. Our concern is that this proposed bylaw, while very well-intentioned, could add cost, complexity, and delay in a way that could negatively affect the quality, safety, and long-term affordability of Ottawa's rental housing stock. Since this issue first came before committee, the province has strengthened the Residential Tenancy Act through Bills 97 and 60. Together, these reforms strengthen the N13 process, reinforce tenants' rights of first refusal following the renovations, increase transparency requirements, and impose tougher penalties for landlords who engage in bad faith conduct. Introducing a municipal licensing system alongside the now strengthened provincial regime risks overlapping requirements, unnecessary administrative complexity, and an uncertainty about enforcement responsibilities. This matters because Ottawa continues to face a housing affordability challenge, and many of our older rental buildings provide some of the city's most attainable rental housing. ORAB recently released Towards Balance, a report examining how to prevent bad faith renovictions while preserving investment in rental housing. And I would like to identify 3 considerations that remain highly relevant to this committee. First, municipalities should be cautious about introducing additional regulation where provincial legislation already governs the same activities. Second, Ottawa averaged about 28 and 13 notices per year between 2017 and August of 2023. This represents less than 1% of Ottawa's rental housing dwellings annually. And while every case of bad faith rent eviction is concerning and should be addressed, the available evidence suggests that these situations remain relatively uncommon. Third, Ottawa's aging rental housing stock does require ongoing reinvestment. Property owners have ongoing obligations to maintain safe and well-functioning rental housing. And if legitimate renovations become increasingly difficult or more expensive to undertake, the long-term quality of Ottawa's rental housing may ultimately suffer, as may the quality of life for the tenants who actually live there. For these reasons, ORAB recommends that the committee not proceed with the municipal rental renovation license bylaw at this time. Instead, we encourage the city to rely on the strengthened provincial framework, improve tenant and landlord education, navigation supports, and continue using existing municipal tools. Now, if the committee does decide to proceed, we respectfully recommend narrowing the bylaw to reduce unintended consequences. First, it should apply only to major renovations that genuinely require the vacant possession and exclude the minor repairs, the emergency work, the projects that can proceed while the tenants are actually still in place. Second, require only practical evidence such as permits where applicable and proof that tenants have received information of their rights. Thirdly, that tenants should be provided with our plain language information explaining their rights under an N13 notice and at the point of notice. Lastly, the city should ensure that enforcement, fees, reporting, and review are transparent and proportionate, with a sunset or a mandatory review now that the provincial framework is in force. In closing, ORAB continues to believe the strengthened provincial framework provides the appropriate foundation for addressing bad faith rent evictions. If the committee chooses to proceed with a municipal licensing regime, we encourage you to ensure that it is targeted, that it is balanced, that it is evidence-driven, it protects the tenants, avoids duplication with provincial authority, and also supports the long-term health of Ottawa's rental housing system. Thank you for your time.
Hi, thanks so much for being here. Apologies for my voice. I caught my daughter's cold. Are you aware of the fact that this license would have no fee attached to it for landlords? So can you explain to me your concern that this bylaw would involve incurring more fees where there's no fee involved?
Yes, and thank you very much, Councillor, for the question. Yes, we are very pleased that the bylaw will not have a fee. What we are referring to, and Tammy referred to in her remarks, is really about the duplication. So there already exists a provincial bylaw or provincial legislation surrounding tenant and landlord rights. And so what we were proposing is that there not be a municipal layer that's doing the exact same thing as the province is already doing.
Okay. Are you aware of the decision that was released by the city solicitor indicating that a bylaw of this nature would not duplicate provincial law? I'm not sure if you saw a copy of that, but it was released yesterday. My other question to you is, look, I appreciate all of your asks. If anything, this bylaw, I read your submission where you said if you do proceed, it should contain the following elements. And frankly, it contains all the elements you identified. It would not, are you aware of the fact that it would not apply to minor renovations? If in your experience as a real estate agent, if somebody is doing a renovation that requires vacant possession, that kind of work would require permits anyway, correct? So my question to you is, what is the problem with having them show their permit and obtain a license before they issue an eviction notice if they're doing it anyway and there's no cost associated with it?
I think Ontario already has a comprehensive RTA LTB framework governing renovation-related evictions, and recent provincial amendments through, of course, you are aware, Bills 97 and Bill 60 are already in force or scheduled to take effect. We also cited that in Ottawa, right, because I know other municipalities may be doing in renovation license bylaws, but specifically for Ottawa, the average was, the staff report talked about 31. Our towards balance report was similar in terms of 28 and 13 notices per year between 2017 and August 2023, representing less than 1% of dwellings annually.
Correct, but you're also aware of the element of the staff report are you aware of the element of the staff report where it mentioned the hundreds of renovictions that occur without an N13?
Yes.
That's also what this is trying to target.
Correct. And the staff report actually also stated that landlord and tenant relations are an area of provincial jurisdiction. Disputes regarding evictions and rents are the sole jurisdiction of the landlord and tenant board, and municipalities do not have the authority to stop evictions from happening. What we do like about the current plan is the education piece. So in our towards balance report, we found that a large proportion of Ottawa residents, both tenants and landlords, don't have the necessary education surrounding their rights. And I think that's an important piece to make sure that included.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for your delegation. During the staff presentation, they had noted that a lot of these situations happen in our older stock, right? Happen in our older rental stock. So I'm curious about your views on how this bylaw can impact, I guess, the ability to upkeep that older stock, ability and maybe even willingness to upkeep that older stock on the landlord's part.
Sorry, so I just wanted to go back to the rental stock that we currently have. It's a little bit older. And when you were talking about legitimate renovations that are needing to be made, if you increasingly increase the cost of those renovations and create them so that become increasingly difficult or expensive to undertake, then the long-term quality of the housing stock does suffer. And noting that, it also may affect the actual living and quality of life for the tenants who actually are living in place. So that's why we're looking forward to allowing this to continue so that they don't have to update, that they will continue to update without the added expense, the stresses, the administrative burdens that come with it.
So I guess then the follow-up to that would be if there is let's say this passes and then there is actually, let's not say, whatever. The follow-up to that question is, do you foresee this then causing a backlog, I guess, of necessary work, like work that needs to be done, and which leads to some sort of a correction, and then we see a deluge of either applications or things that are done that can happen outside of the proposed purview of this bylaw?
Yeah, absolutely. And what will end up happening is some of the smaller landlords, especially who do not have the means to continue, they'll ultimately sell the stock. And then we're in a spot where we have even less available for people to move into. And especially noting that most of the older stock is generally what is providing the ability for some of the attainable housing that we see.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Hill, welcome to committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the delegation for this presentation. Several of my questions have been addressed. You spoke, Tammy, to the potential impacts on renovations. You spoke to the potential for especially smaller landlords or property managers selling off stock as a potential result to additional regulations such as this. But could you speak to, because it's been mentioned before, the issue of supply, the issue of supply growth, supply management, and also the issue of preserving existing stock. But could you speak to how regulation like this type of a bylaw could impact on the desired growth of rental units in the market?
Thank you, Mr. Hill. ORIP supports protecting tenants from bad faith rent evictions, and our concern actually is that the proposed bylaw, while it's well intended, it could add the complexity, the costs, and the delay in a way that affects the quality and the safety and the long-term affordability of the Ottawa rental housing stock. And it may ultimately affect the living quality of the tenants who are actually living in those units as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your presentation today. We'll move on to our next speakers, who are Amy Zhu first, followed by Katie Burkholder-Harris, and then James Adair. And I've just noted to one of the gallery who is waiting for a subsequent item, we're probably a good 90 minutes, 2 hours from finishing up on this item. We'll give the number of folks speaking. Just hit the button, Amy.
Okay, good morning all, councillors, staff, and delegates. My name is Amy Zoe, and I'm currently a resident of Ward 4, Canada North, and I used to be a council staffer for the same ward. And over the past 2 years, I've worked as a senior planner at a nonprofit affordable housing organization in San Francisco, Chinatown, and I'm about to start my PhD in urban planning in community land trust in the fall. I just moved back to Ottawa early this year, so I'm still getting reacquainted with the facts and figures and policies, and we'll leave that to the experts in the room. And instead, I want to implore you, all the councillors here in this committee, in support of my neighbors and community members, to support the rent eviction bylaw. When I first went to the rent eviction bylaw rally on April 22nd, I heard on the radio a report on CBC about the 76% increase in families who are homeless and sleeping in motels since 2023. And we've heard from folks here today and in the report, it's clear that there is an acute affordability and housing crisis taking place in our city. The rent eviction bylaw is meant to prevent the bad faith evictions that only exacerbate the crisis, and it's clear that it works. In Hamilton, where this was implemented, the total number of N13 eviction notices dropped from 119 to 23 between 2024 and 2025. Ensuring these units are not lost is crucial. As the ACORN report, which I have here and is available online, lays out, affordable units are simply not being created at the rate by which they're being lost. There's apparently an argument that it'll make the rental market worse, but I ask, worse for whom? Like Robin said a little earlier, there's already 31 units of affordable housing being lost for every single one being built. It's clearly already not working for working class folks, folks with disabilities, immigrants, families, and seniors. And there's a maxim that I've heard, which is that you cannot build your way out of a housing crisis. In addition, more additional protections are needed in this bylaw. The old employer that I worked for in San Francisco, Chinatown, was a non-for-profit affordable developer that served working class seniors, adults, children, and families in a neighborhood with a history of marginalization. And even when this mission-oriented organization needed to temporarily move residents to renovate units with the explicit intention of having them return, moving and relocating can still be a deeply traumatic experience. Seniors, individuals with disabilities, being forced to move can be a life-ending experience. And that's why I also support ACORN here in strengthening the bylaw and adding more around temporary accommodations and moving costs, as well as the qualified persons report confirming that the unit is vacant for work to be done, as well as rent gap payments. So in closing, councillors, I really implore you to please vote yes on this important bylaw and support your neighbors and community members, and please to continue to work on strengthening this. Thank you.
Amy, thank you very much for the presentation. It's good to see you again. I don't see any questions from members, so we'll move on to our next speaker. Katie Burkholder-Harris, who will be followed by James Adair, and then Sienna Kansi. I'm sorry about the pronunciation on that name. Good morning, Katie, whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Good to see everyone. Thank you for having the opportunity to speak to this. Not a surprise, the Alliance strongly supports the city's proposed rental renovation license bylaw. We commend council and staff for taking action to address bad faith renovictions and strengthen protection for tenants. This bylaw recognizes something fundamental. Housing stability is one of the strongest protections against homelessness. When people lose affordable housing, they don't simply lose an apartment, they lose community, stability, access to employment, and often any realistic opportunity to secure another affordable home in this housing market. Displaced tenants are forced into a rental market where affordable housing is simply out of reach. You've heard the Ottawa numbers. We lose 31 existing affordable homes through rising rents, redevelopment conversion, and the loss of naturally occurring affordable housing. That stat should fundamentally shape how we think about housing policy in our community. Building affordable housing remains essential, but preserving affordable housing is equally important. Strong tenant protections are not separate from housing policy. They're an essential part of a balanced housing strategy. A healthy housing system requires both new housing supply and policies that prevent the unnecessary loss. This bylaw is an important piece of that balance. We believe, however, it can be strengthened in 3 important ways. First, including mandatory tenant protection and compensation. Municipalities like Toronto have recognized that legitimate renovations shouldn't result in financial hardship for tenants. Requiring landlords to cover reasonable moving expenses and compensate tenants for rent increases ensures that the costs of renovation are not downloaded onto renters. Importantly, tenant compensation also creates the right incentives. When landlords are responsible for these costs, they have every reason to complete renovations efficiently and return tenants to their homes as quickly as possible. It protects tenants while supporting timely renovations, a benefit for everyone. Second, remove the exemption contained in Section 7.3. As currently drafted, the bylaw exempts certain renovations that result from maintenance or repair orders. This creates a significant loophole. A tenant could spend months pursuing basic repairs through the LTB, successfully obtain an order requiring the landlord to complete the work, and then receive an N13, requiring them to vacate because those repairs must now be undertaken. In that circumstance, the tenant would lose many of the protections this bylaw is intended to provide, simply because they exercise their legal rights. This exemption risks undermining the purpose of the bylaw. Finally, adopt the remaining technical recommendations put forward by ACTO, the Advocacy Centre of Tenants Ontario. These include closing additional loopholes that could unintentionally encourage cash for keys agreements and making several technical amendments that would improve clarity, implementation, and enforcement. Taken together, these recommendations would make what is already a thoughtful bylaw stronger. Rather than only assessing if a renovation is legitimate, these changes better address the fundamental problem we're trying to solve. How do we ensure tenants are not financially harmed if a renovation is legitimate? In the context of this council's commitment to reducing homelessness and assuring affordable housing for all, that's the question we need to answer, and these amendments would do just that. Protecting existing affordable housing is one of the most cost-effective homelessness prevention strategies. Every household that remains safely housed reduces pressure on emergency shelters, healthcare, and the broader homelessness response system. The most affordable home is often the one someone is already in. Every time we prevent the unnecessary loss of an affordable home, we reduce pressure on our housing system and move one step closer to ending homelessness. We encourage you to seize this opportunity. Thank you.
Hi, Katie. I just wanted to thank you for being here and just note that the direction I put forward on in support of Councillor Menard is asking staff to look at a package of recommendations when it comes to compensation, because some of them, including ones associated with eviction, could be attached to planning law as opposed to a bylaw of this nature. So that will definitely be coming back should my motion pass and should the direction be accepted. But thank you very much for your advocacy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Katie, for the delegation. On your question, how do we ensure tenants are not financially harmed? Is it fair to say that through the city's work to ensure that rental housing is available at the lowest possible price point for the longest sustainable time, is the focus that we should be having as a city when we look at our housing policies? Is it not rental price point that is the core issue that we should be looking to address?
So I'm not going to lie, within the private sector, I don't know how much you can control rental price point unless the province steps in. And I think they've already created a really negative series of incentives, both vacancy decontrol and the total removal of rent control after 2018 buildings is extremely problematic. The incentives are to raise the rents. And if housing is a vehicle of an asset, that's what's going to continue to happen. And so I think in light of that reality, we need to actually look at what's going to help tenants, because I don't know, without the provinces stepping in properly with rental protections like that, the cost of housing specifically and getting a landlord to charge cheap rent is not going to happen. And moreover, it doesn't make any business sense. The math doesn't math. Like really, when you look at building housing nowadays, it is simply not cost effective to be able to add an affordable rent on top. My nonprofit members experience this. And if they are experiencing this and their goal is not to make money, if you need any kind of return on investment, you're just not going to be able to build affordable housing.
Right. Thank you for that, Katie. So your suggestion then is that essentially that the private sector is not going to be able to help establish additional supply, which can stabilize rent prices in the long term. The solution to the rent price issue is going to be through government and subsidized housing.
I think that oddly in this case, government subsidized housing would actually create balance in the housing market because there would be legitimate competition. You know, we have a private sector, and I'm not against private sector housing at all. It's part of a healthy ecosystem for housing, but we have so little affordable units. What is the incentive to create affordable supply when holding land or holding an asset, even an empty asset, creates more money? But when you actually have enough stock that is non-market, you actually create some competition in the market. And right now that balance is really off. And so I just, you know, the private sector has a lane, absolutely. And when I talk to developers, a room of developers on a panel, and say, who can afford to build a $1,700 unit, which is what 40% of Canadians can afford, not a single hand goes up. And they come up to me after and say, yeah, that's absolutely true. So that's okay, but we just need to name that that's what's actually happening, and be able to invest our thoughtfulness and our money most efficiently. That is both non-market housing, but then how can we protect better tenants in the private market?
Yeah, thank you for that perspective, Katie. Appreciate it very much. My concern would be if we're not addressing short term over the next several years, the private sector housing market, that we could in fact find that we are in a worse situation with an acceleration of rent inflation. So thanks for your time.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. I don't see any further questions for you, so thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to James Adair, who will be followed by Sienna Kansi, who will be followed by Eileen Leo.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Hi, James. We can hear you whenever you're ready to proceed. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, councillors and staff. My name is James Adair. For the past 5 years, I was a proud resident of Centretown until a couple of months ago when I was rent-evicted from the home I had lived in for many years. Like countless buildings downtown and across Ottawa, my building was the site of a mass rent-eviction. Almost 2 years ago, the ownership of the building changed. It was purchased by a corporate landlord. Within months, there were already noticeable changes. Repairs stopped happening. Lights in the hallways would burn out and not be replaced. Building maintenance and cleaning stopped, and then, without warning, our laundry machines were removed. Tenants would move out, and during the midst of a housing crisis, units would sit empty for months. While the conditions of the building deteriorated, we were told, finally, that we would have to move for quote-unquote substantial renovations. We could leave early and take a small amount of cash that would maybe pay for first and last month's rent. A cash for keys offer has been addressed in this meeting. Or stay until their deadline and receive only what we were legally entitled to under the threat of an N13. The story of my building is not unique. It's a story that repeats across Ottawa constantly. People are forced out of their communities that they live in and out of their homes, forcing people to scramble to find a place to live, to make their new budgets work with higher rents, and unfortunately sometimes forcing people to couch surf, use our shelter system, or onto the streets. One of the last days I was in the apartment, the door to the unit next to mine, which had been left empty for almost a year after our neighbors had moved out, had been left open by the construction crews. They'd already begun the renovations that we were told were supposed to be substantial. And they looked largely complete. The renovations consisted of a fresh coat of paint on the walls, some new flooring, and some new appliances. The unit had been empty for almost a year. No one had had the chance to live there, and the building had been evicted so that they could paint the walls and fix the appliances. I was lucky to find a new place to live, but renovictions are destroying our communities, families, and people. A renoviction bylaw is long overdue, and I'm glad that council is pursuing this initiative. And I urge all of you to vote in favor of the new bylaw. It's part of a wide plethora of strategies that we can use to address the housing crisis.
Thank you very much, James. Not seeing any questions for you. Thank you very much for your delegation today. Our next delegation is Sienna Cansey. And Sienna is here in the room.
Good morning. My name is Chiana Cansey. I'm a small housing provider in the city, and I'm also a qualified person, so I do have my BCIN. Every purpose-built apartment building that we own and manage has been built by us. So it's purpose-built by us. We've always owned the asset. Our oldest property is 30 years old this year and will be due for necessary repairs in the future that might require vacant possession. The average tenancy length is about 5 years in this building, but I have some residents that have been there for as long as 15 years. Before this proposed bylaw, I would have done as much work as possible upon unit turnover. So a tenant leaving on their own accord, just change of life circumstances, which is normal. And only employed an N13 if absolutely necessary. My goal as a housing provider is to keep people housed and avoid disruptions in their homes. This proposed bylaw complicates a job that's already inherently technical by involving yet another piece of legislation. My mission as a housing provider is to ensure that residents have a healthy, safe, and well-maintained place to call home. What is being proposed today is an additional barrier to serving the residents of today and those of tomorrow. Municipal taxpayers expect their municipal councilors to address municipal issues that they're responsible for. This bylaw seeks to intervene in matters of provincial jurisdiction. As staff correctly pointed out in their report and their presentation, evictions for renovations or repairs are provincial jurisdiction and are governed under the Residential Tenancies Act of 2006. The ultimate authority on if vacant possession is granted is a landlord and tenant board who oversees the legislation. Involving city staff who can't actually determine whether vacant possession is required is simply a waste of limited municipal tax dollars and human resources. Provincial and federal governments have both directed municipalities to reduce bureaucratic red tape, but this law goes counter to that directive. Adding delays, costs, and complexities to an already slow and costly process only makes housing more expensive for tomorrow's renters. I think it's important to point out that this proposed bylaw exempts housing providers that are predominantly serving the most vulnerable renters this bylaw seeks to protect, such as non-for-profit, cooperative, municipal, provincial, and federally owned housing. The renters of today are already protected by provincial legislation. The mechanism is already in place and has recently been strengthened to address the few bad actors. Tenants already have recourse if they feel that their rights to return to their unit post-renovation has been infringed upon. They can file a T5 application. The only housing we can count on is the housing that already exists today. Housing providers want to ensure that this continues to exist and wants to invest in these older buildings so that they can continue to be places where people can call home. The councillors at the table can help us do that by saying no to the proposed bylaw and focusing its attention on items of municipal jurisdiction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You have a couple of questions. First from Councillor Johnson.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for being here today. I guess I was just hoping you could offer some comment on my perception of what's being presented on the municipal layer of bureaucracy is actually just a change in the order of operations so that you have to have a building permit in order to get your N13. Other than that, the cost is not there for a landlord. So I'm really struggling to understand what is the difference for you when it comes to just switching an order of operations to prove your work?
So it's not just a switch in so yes, you're saying it's a switch in the order of things, but the reason, from what I understand, the provincial legislation has that flexibility where you can get your building permit after you've already started the N13 process is because of the delays at the at the municipal level in actually getting that permit. So if you have to wait an additional month to get your permit from the city so that you can actually go in and apply to the N13 to do your renovation, that's a month lost. Time is money, unfortunately. It's just a reality of the world that we live in. So if you're going to create an additional delay, that's an additional cost that the tenant returning will not bear, but the tenant of tomorrow that goes into that unit in the future, once that tenant decides to leave that unit and vacate it, it'll increase. It's just a reality of the situation.
I really appreciate that response because I think what we're seeing, what I hear then is it's a question of what's happening in our permits department. You know, do you have a capital asset plan that can predict what kind of renovations you need over your portfolio over a number of years? That sounds like something, you know, that you would be able to manage. One of the reasons why the larger groups are accepted is because they have that. So I think that I will absolutely direct those questions to staff, but I would still maintain that I think it's reasonable given, you know, the real human cost, that a predictable renovation would benefit everybody, both the landlord and the tenant. So thank you for your response today.
Can I counter or maybe add to that?
Quickly.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just think it's important to recognize that, yes, you can plan ahead for renovations, but sometimes you have things that just break, like a plumbing stock explodes and you're like, okay, there's actually feces like everywhere and we got to deal with this. And then sometimes there's even situations where you may not have to issue 4 N13s to repair a plumbing stock because you've got 2 units that just happen to be vacated because people's life situations have changed. So you can't necessarily plan for you can plan to a certain extent. So having that flexibility under the provincial framework just helps execute that project more easily, and it allows providers to be more flexible in how they execute that.
Thank you for that. And we will be sure to ask staff for those exemptions for emergencies because I think they've been covered. Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
I just want to thank you for coming out and speaking today. And I will have questions to staff in regards to what takes precedence, the provincial, which I think that's pretty clearly laid out, but I do have questions in regards to the permitting. It's something I've been very vocal about. I think our permitting department has challenges and I want to see that resolved, especially after this flood. You see how many permits are going to have to be issued. I know we're not charging fees, but they still got to be stamped, which creates a new challenge as well. So I want to thank you for your delegation today.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions for you from members, so we're going to move on to Eileen Leo, who will be followed by Sarah Spruill, who will be followed by Andre Robert. Good morning, Eileen. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, members of the committee. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today to discuss this important issue. The Ottawa Mission is grateful to Councillor Troster for championing this renovation bylaw as an essential tool to support housing loss prevention in our community. In preparation for today, I watched the video of this committee's June 3rd session. It was frankly heartbreaking to watch vulnerable people recount what happened to them after they had received eviction notices and the profoundly negative impacts this had on them. Watching their testimonies, I reflected on what I said before this committee in April 2024, over 2 years ago, when a possible bylaw was being debated then, and I quote, "It's incredibly frustrating and dispiriting to see our clients who have gone through Ottawa Mission programs and find themselves back at our shelter, which is not where they want to be. It's also distressing in terms of the potential impacts on their health, well-being, and sense of self-worth." So sadly, in the past 2 years, plus nothing has changed. Our housing case managers routinely support clients for whom we've found housing previously only to have them to return to our shelter because their building has been sold and they've received an N13 notice. City staff noticed in their June 3rd presentation that recent changes to Bill 97 may prevent bad faith renovictions and therefore a municipal bylaw was not needed. And I should say for context, this presentation was written in advance of seeing this presentation this morning. So we concur with Sarah Spruill of Community Legal Services of Ottawa that said these changes do not provide a deterrent since they do not include one, necessity of landlords obtaining a license prior to issuing an N13 form to a tenant. So I'm happy to see that's now included within the draft bylaw. Number two, tracking the number of N13 forms issued to tenants. Number three, the requirements that tenants' rights be provided when an N13 is issued to a tenant. So again, that's a positive development under this new proposed bylaw. Number four, proof that vacant possession is required to issuing an N13 notice. And number five, supports for tenants to temporarily relocate. So that is a gap in the current bylaw that's being proposed here this morning. Hamilton, Toronto, and other municipalities have existing anti-renoviction bylaws, none of which has been retired since the changes to Bill 97, nor ruled unconstitutional. In fact, Hamilton's bylaw has reduced N13 applications by 80%. This is what an effective municipal bylaw can do, address the gaps remaining in Bill 97 and dramatically reduce bad faith renovictions. The staff presentation on June 3rd stated that the number of renovictions in Ottawa was difficult to quantify and only a small number of these applications made it to the Landlord and Tenant Board. However, as was noted earlier this morning by staff and also by ACORN in its April 26th report on renovictions, some landlords use cash for keys and in some cases harassment to circumvent protections for tenants. So using applications to the Landlord Tenant Board is not a reliable metric of the actual number of renovictions that take place in our community. The staff presentation made at committee on June 3rd also outlined the cost of enacting a renoviction bylaw. However, it did not provide a comparison of the cost under a proposed bylaw versus the cost of people who have been renovicted returning to emergency shelters such as ours at the Ottawa Mission. Costs that are borne by the City of Ottawa and Ottawa taxpayers. And as we all know, emergency shelter beds in Ottawa are full and have been for some time. In 2020, Ottawa City Council unanimously passed former Councillor McKinney's motion to declare a homelessness emergency in Ottawa. Unfortunately, in 2024, the point in time count for that year showed that almost 3,000 people in Ottawa were homeless, over 500 of whom lived on the street. Given these developments, it beggars belief that Ottawa would reject an option to address remaining gaps in Bill 97 and not adopt a renovation bylaw that addresses those gaps, as the experience of Hamilton shows. No one should experience the trauma of losing their home. On behalf of our clients and other vulnerable community members, the Ottawa Mission urges this committee and in turn City Council to adopt a robust anti-renovation bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eileen. Councillor Troster.
Yeah, thank you for being here, Aileen. Apologize again for my nasal voice today. I just wanted to pick up on one thing you talked about. So just to clarify, I do remember when Peter Tilley came in 2024. So is it still happening that people who have been to shelter, been housed through your housing program are then getting renovicted and are ending up back in shelter? You're still seeing that?
Yes, we are, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, and just when you mentioned the cost for folks, if you saw the inquiry that came back that I put forward about the cost of an individual person in shelter per year, because I know I asked Peter about that when he was here in 2024 and he didn't have the number. The city's figure is $26,000 per person per year is what it costs us to have someone in shelter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eileen. I don't see any further questions for you. We're going to move on to Sarah Sproul, followed by Andre Robert, followed by Erica Chardlow.
Hello,
Good morning. Whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. So thank you for your audience today. My name is Sarah Sproul and I work at the local legal clinic. And I was before this committee on June 3rd, and I'm very, very pleased to be back to discuss the specific bylaw that's now been put forward by city staff. Given the number of delegations you've patiently heard on this issue, I've crossed off just a lot. I don't think I need to spend too much time explaining why renovictions are a problem for our city and why something needs to be done. But I do want to address the question of how frequent this is. I've heard from some of the other delegates that there are very few of these happening. And respectfully, I have not imagined all the evenings and weekends that I have been devoting to these cases. The landlord and tenant board numbers simply are not the full picture, not even close. We cannot know the number of N13 notices that are simply printed off the internet and handed out to tenants in our city, but we do know that the number is far greater than those that reach the landlord and tenant board to be recorded. At my office alone, we advised close to 200 tenants on these issues last year. And just yesterday, I signed a retainer with a 77-year-old who received an N13 after the sale of his rental complex, and he's now facing eviction from his affordable home of 12 years. But the good news is that our city has the ability to do something about it. We can pass this bylaw just as Toronto, Hamilton, Waterloo, Kitchener, London, Mississauga have done, and Guelph, Whitby, Aurora, St. Catharines, Chatham, Kent, Sarnia, and Smith Falls are all considering. The bylaw proposed by city staff is more restrained than those in some cities. However, it is a very, very good start. This proposed bylaw does what our city routinely does in other ways. It regulates extensive construction work and its impact on our communities. The province governs the eviction side of things, but our city has the jurisdiction and responsibility to regulate what processes and limits are in place for major building work and how these things affect housing. This bylaw complements the residential tenancies law and its recent changes with Bill 97 by filling in the gaps that have allowed bad faith evictions to flourish. It tracks the N13s that are handed out in our city. It requires that tenant rights information be provided with an N13 notice. It requires that a very straightforward and primary step in any major renovation project, a permit application, is done at the outset of the process to provide clarity. And it allows our city to fine bad actor landlords who refuse to do a bit of paperwork and follow the rules during their major repair projects. This bylaw is not a concern for the largest landlords in our city. None of them are here delegating. The Mintos, the Paramounts, the Taggarts. On this issue, they're not here delegating. I think they might be here. Nor is it a concern for homeowners who rent out their basement suites. They are not the ones undertaking bad faith N13 evictions. It's investor landlords who buy buildings full of low-paying tenants for the purpose of driving them out and driving up profits. This bylaw will not prevent good landlords from keeping their properties up in a timely way. It will not prevent developers from building new housing. And it will not even interfere with the rights of landlords to undertake major renovation projects when it's truly necessary. Major renovation projects and N13 evictions already require paperwork, time, and financial investment. A licensing requirement does not change that. What it will do is deter investor landlords, like that of my client Andre, who was here on June 3rd and is back here again today, from driving vulnerable tenants out of their homes and into the arms of our social safety nets, like the Mission, at our expense. And before I wrap up, I would like to briefly touch on two things that are not in the bylaw and why I think it's a mistake. Requiring a qualified persons report to be included would ensure that an individual tenant could better understand what's planned and challenge it when it isn't in good faith. And 3 years ago, the province recognized that this is an important piece of information, but it has not yet been proclaimed into law. And even if they did proclaim it into law, it would be at the LTB phase of this problem, not at the early N13 stage of the process, which is critical. A requirement for a landlord to provide provide financial support for a tenant to temporarily move would ensure that a tenant could relocate without ending up on the street, and it would also deter landlords from dragging out repairs to dissuade tenants from returning. These two pieces would make this bylaw stronger, and it would not be too burdensome to add to an already big renovation project that would have construction plans that could address vacant possession and budgets that could support some relocation. So in closing, we'd encourage this committee to affirm its support for this bylaw and to consider further ways to ensure that vulnerable tenants and our affordable housing stock is protected. Thank you.
Sure.
Skin in my teeth.
Sarah, thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you from members, so thank you very much for the presentation. We'll move on to our next speaker, who will be Andre Robert, followed by Erica Shardlow, and then John Dickey.
Thank you. I'm just starting to. Thank you for the committee for letting me come here to speak to you again today. You may remember me that I was here on June 3rd. I'm not here to repeat my story, but I do want to share my thoughts on the bylaw that you are considering. Before I do that, I'll just remind you briefly of who I am. I'm on ODSP. I live off of about $1,400 a month. I rent a small apartment that I can currently afford. And I take good care of my animals in there. My brother also lives in the same building. He provides me with some mental health support. My building was sold to a new owner in 2024, and right away, within 3 days, all 5 tenants were given N13 notices. The landlord claimed that he planned to do renovations and that everyone needed to move out. 3 of the tenants left before any judge at the landlord-tenant board had a chance to decide whether anyone should be evicted. After my neighbors left, the landlord did minor upgrades to their units, replacing flooring, light fixtures, and putting in new shower stalls. After a couple of months, rents were increased and new tenants were moved in. So my brother and I fought to keep our homes with the help of the CLSO and Sarah. I took 18 months before my landlord stopped trying to evict us. No repairs were ever done to our houses. I was hospitalized for a suicide attempt brought on by the stress, and I visited my family doctor frequently to tell her how the eviction was impacting my sleep and causing me thoughts of self-harm. I still live in fear that my landlord can still try to rent-evict me again. My lawyer and I have talked about the rent-eviction bylaws that you guys are considering today, and it gives me a lot of hope that I might be protected from a bad faith eviction in the future. In fact, if this bylaw was passed 2 years ago, I don't think I would have ever gotten an N13 to begin with. If there had been a rent-eviction bylaw that made my landlord apply for a license, he would have had to tell someone other than his vulnerable tenants what he was about to do. In my case, all he had to do was print off an N13 form, fill it in, and just hand it to us. I do not think he would have been willing to put his community reputation at risk by letting everyone know what he was doing to low income and disabled people. I think having to apply for a permit would have deterred him from trying for the evictions. If there had been a rent-eviction bylaw that required tenant rights information to be given to tenants, I do not think my landlord would have been able to get rid of 3 of the 4 tenants in my building. I think they would have challenged him and they would have stopped, and he would have stopped what he was trying to do like he did to us. If there had been a rent-eviction bylaw that required my landlord to show a permit within a week of giving an N13, my landlord would not have been able to get that license because the N13 work did not need a permit. So it turned out he didn't need a permit to begin with. So he was not building additions or taking out walls or changing plumbing or anything like that. He did not have a permit when he gave me the N13 and he never needed one. So a license would not have been issued. Consulting also, on a side note, consulting a qualified person beforehand or like during that process would have informed me of that like a lot earlier and saved me a lot of time and stress because I mean, I would have known that it wasn't necessary. A rent-eviction bylaw would have also prevented a lot of wasted resources. My lawyer had to devote weeks of her time to my case. The city's permit department had to respond to her freedom of information requests. The landlord-tenant board had to process the eviction applications and schedule 2 hearings, which never went ahead. We had to get reports from contractors who were very busy doing real repair work to fight the eviction. My doctor had to spend more time with me, and the hospital had to keep me for 6 days after my suicide attempt. I do not know where the other 3 tenants in my building went, but I believe that at least 2 of them were on social assistance, and I worry that they would have ended up in a homeless shelter or on the streets. He re-rented their apartments for double what he charges me, which is an unaffordable on social assistance. A bylaw will make this, a bylaw like this would have protected me from the harm he put me through, would have prevented my neighbors from losing their home, and would have saved our city staff, legal clinics, hospitals, and countless other resources from being wasted. After my last time coming here, I spoke to my landlord just casually about some unrelated stuff, and he told me that if I should move out if I think he's such a bad landlord. But that's the point. I don't want to move out. Even if I did, I'd have nowhere to go. Having a bylaw will make sure that he does not have a way to force me out for no reason. And having a bylaw will ensure that I can keep my home and that others, low-paying tenants, won't be scared out of theirs. Thank you.
Andre, thank you very much. I see that Councillor Plant has a question for you.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm literally waiting for dental surgery, so I do apologize. I just wanted to thank you for being here. I do remember you from the last round, and I wanted to acknowledge how stressful it can be to just tell your story over and over and over again in hopes that someone will listen and take action. But I found it so compelling, and I just wanted to tell you that I'm really grateful that you're here, and I'm really grateful you're here to tell your story. So thank you so much. And yeah, thanks so much for being here, and please reach out anytime. You're very brave. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time, so.
Thank you very much, Councillor Plant. Andre, thank you very much. I don't have a question for you, but I keep thinking about your story as we heard it months ago and hearing it again today. We hear over and over again from the industry that, you know, it's a small number of these, as if it is insignificant. And what your story makes clear is that it's a very significant issue for those who are experiencing this. So thank you very much for coming out again today.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to move on to Erica Shardlow, who will be followed by John Dickey, then followed by Jeremy Newman. Hi, Erica. My understanding is we've brought you into the room. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Perfect. Thank you so much. My name is Erica, and I'm here to talk about why retrofit shouldn't cost tenants their homes. Next slide, please. So I am the Trees and Green Space Coordinator at Cafes. We are an environmental nonprofit in Ottawa. Next slide. Cafes supports a rental renovation license bylaw. We call on the city to make sure that climate retrofit funding can't be used to fund displacement. Equitable climate action means a strong bylaw and tenant safeguards built into climate retrofit and disaster relief programs. Our rationale is that climate action and housing justice have to go together. Tenants shouldn't pay for decarbonizing Ottawa's buildings. Extreme weather is already forcing repairs on rental buildings, and bylaws in other cities, as we've heard today, have strong tenant protections in place that are already seeing positive results, so we can too. Next slide. So next I'll just talk about the context, our concerns, and recommendations. So next slide, please. Perfect. So for context, buildings are a major source of Ottawa's emissions, accounting for about 50%. Hitting the city's climate targets means retrofitting nearly all existing rental housing. climate retrofit incentives do exist. For example, there's the city's Better Homes Ottawa loan program. And on July 1st, on Canada Day, as many of us know, thousands of basements flooded from the record rainfall that fell during the heat wave. We just wanted to highlight one example of a property at 61 McEwen, where tenants will be out of power for weeks, and we're told to seek other accommodations due to major building repairs, and it is unclear if or how much financial support they will receive for their displacement. Next slide, please. So there are two gaps that we have identified in the city's draft bylaw that we think can make it stronger. So first, an engineer's report is currently not required to confirm the vacancy is needed. I know we've talked about this, or we've heard about this already in other delegations, but essentially this can allow landlords to evict their tenants unnecessarily, which has been leading to some doing so in bad faith and then skyrocketing the rent. The draft also does not require compensation for temporary accommodation for the tenant beyond the provincial minimum, which again, as we've heard, is often not enough to pay for market rent prices, moving expenses, as well as the many other inconveniences and stresses of having to move and be evicted. So this practice has been increasing homelessness. It's been disproportionately affecting seniors, women, low-income earners, and people with disabilities. Next slide. Sorry, could we go to the next slide, please? Perfect, thank you. So our second main concern is that there are two ways that tenants end up paying for a landlord's climate upgrade, and both are happening in Ottawa right now. So first, the landlord may evict the tenant and do the retrofit and then re-rent to someone else at market rate. Research shows that only about 5% of rent-evicted tenants ever go back to their unit. So clearly this is happening. Landlords are finding a way to make this happen. Or what can happen is that the landlord can keep the tenant, but then apply to the board for an above guideline rent increase. And 88% of these applications are approved. So either way, the landlord can get a greener building, a subsidy for the retrofits, and profits from higher rent. And climate disasters can trigger the same dynamic where repair for a flood or mold can require renovation. So the cost of both retrofits and disaster repair can fall disproportionately on tenants. Next slide. Okay, so given these concerns, Cafes is asking the committee to strengthen the bylaw by requiring a qualified engineer's report confirming that vacancy is necessary and require compensation or temporary accommodation for the full reno period. We are asking the committee to attach affordability and anti-eviction covenants to the Better Homes Ottawa program and explore expanding it beyond low-rise buildings. For example, a landlord who takes the public retrofit money may have to forfeit the right to evict or apply for an AGI. And then lastly, we ask the committee to direct staff to report back on how tenant protections apply when a repair is triggered by a climate disaster event. For example, could the city look at a structural fund or assistance stream for tenants displaced by climate events separate from the renovation process so that recovery isn't left entirely to the landlord's discretion? And I'll just finish by saying climate action and housing justice aren't in tension. We need to retrofit the buildings and we need to protect the tenants. Anything less isn't actually climate action, it's just cost shifting onto the people who can least afford it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Erica. I don't see any questions for you from members, so we'll move on to our next delegation. John Dickey, who will be followed by Jeremy Newman, followed by Christian Spifogel.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. So usually you hear me as the chair of YOLO, and I am still the chair of YOLO, but I'm trying, as I said to you at an earlier occasion, to retire. And part of that is that the new executive director of YOLO is Jeremy Newman. So he's going to step up behind me and speak for Eolo. I'm here speaking as John Dickey. I'm a landlord and tenant lawyer in the city. I represent only landlords. I've done that now for over 30 years, although in the 8 years before that, I did act for tenants and tenant associations. I'm also the co-author of Working with the Residential Tenancies Act. It's now in the 5th edition, and I'm told it's actually one of the best-selling legal books in Ontario, in part because paralegals have to take the course and they use this book. So hence, a tip to authors, if you can get the community colleges to require your book to be used, it's a good plan. So the issues I want to address here in my personal capacity are, and understand over the years I've been involved in this issue, or at least renovations and N13s and all of that stuff a lot. And I'll tell you as well, I have had landlords come into me saying, I want to get rid of my tenants. Can I give them an N13? Can I give them an N12 for personal use? And I explain to them what can happen to them if they do that, if they don't go through with the action, if they don't move in for 12 months, if they don't actually do the renovations. And when they hear all that can happen to them, they invariably walk out of the office without proceeding. So to me, that is an indication that people who actually take the trouble to find out what the law is are already deterred by what the law is. So that's one point. A second point that I think is relevant here that you should know, which the staff sort of didn't focus on much, is that all this question of the information report that's to be or given to the tenants with the N13 notice, well, the N13 notice already has the key information on the provincial form. It says right under the reason that I require the unit to do repairs or renovations so extensive that I'm required to get a building permit and the rental unit must be vacant. It says, note, you have the right to move back into the rental unit once I've completed the repairs. So, I mean, it's right there. And then it goes on the next page to talk about the tenant's rights in terms of giving a notice to come back. It talks about the tenant's entitlement to the provincial compensation. It basically gives the information that I think any neutral tenant information package the city would write would contain. But there it is. So why am I here? Why am I concerned? Certainly, I think there are issues here in that the more paper, well, what I know people, landlords will dislike is the requirement to get the building permit in advance. And I heard Ms. Cansey talk about it adding a month to the process. I would say we'll add 2 months to the process. And I actually had a case like that in October. The landlord wanted to proceed. And I said, well, have you got your building permit? And they said, no. Well, I said, you better apply for it right away because you can give your N13. We can apply to the board, but you've got to have it before you can have your hearing and get your termination order. And they ran around and the boards, it took them 2 months or more to get their permit. And the board called the hearing on us. And I was getting nervous. We were going to have to go to the board and ask for an adjournment. Like, board, you've been too fast. We're not ready yet. So, and the board is getting faster. So what the point for you is that requirement in this bylaw will turn a 4-month process into a 6-month process. And the other issue is the additional paperwork. It just puts people off. And to me, that will be a deterioration in the rental market position. The city has its housing accelerator plan, 52 ways to make it more inviting to invest in rental housing. a third of them are underway, but 2/3 aren't underway. So while we're still trying to get rid of some, let's add another thing that makes it more difficult to be a landlord. So I have more, but I'm out of time. So thank you for hearing me, and I don't want to impose on the time limit because that would be rude.
I was listening closely and lost track. Thank you for doing my job for me. John, I've got a question for you from Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thanks, John. And thank you for all you've done over your entire career in helping tenants and landlords. It's admirable and much appreciated. So I definitely wanted to ask you, because in this report, it indicates that many different representatives from the housing sector in general were consulted and will be continually consulted as they move along and when we do the review. So first of all, I want to ask you, were you involved in those consultations? Question number one.
EOLO was involved in that, and I was part of that consultation, yes. And we certainly talked to the staff about the numbers issue, which is one of the most problematic things in the report, because the numbers are just not clear, not good. I heard OREB talk about an N13 is less than 1% per year. Well, it's incredibly less than 1% per year. It's less than 1/64th of 1% per year when you actually do the math. I'm a math guy, and it's not less than 1%. Well, it is less than 1%, but it's insanely less than 1%. And that's when you take all the applications to the board, and many of the ones that go to the board may be perfectly legitimate. In other words, the landlord has the right to have his termination order. The landlord's going to go ahead with the work. The landlord meets all the tests, which was another point I wanted to make, but I'll stop there.
Okay, and thank you. And I honestly, John, I did think that myself. I think in the staff report, it sort of indicates that there are a bunch that they just can't track. And that's what they're sort of getting at. There's this unknown. I think staff made it clear that they aren't quite sure about whether the numbers are accurate because there's so many situations that aren't actually officially tracked, and they're happening behind the scenes with conversations between landlords and tenants. But anyway, one of the things I wanted to ask you about was when you're saying the delay could turn a 4-month process into a 6-month. I think that's what you said.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess when I first read it, I thought, okay, if I wanted to do a renovation as a landlord and I wanted to, and I had a plan, would I not be able to put a whole bunch of things in place ahead of time to speed the process up? I mean, it's not just that you decide to do something and then the clock ticks. Like, you think about it ahead of time before you actually get all your ducks in a row. So I'm wondering how we would measure that delay or the additional months when we go to review this in January.
Well, I'm not sure how you're going to be able to measure the impact. I just know in my bones that there will be an impact. And if I could add, the client I'm thinking of from October, November wasn't some green person off the street, the little old lady who's never done a renovation before. The people sitting in my office actually did renovation work on buildings. But they'd never given an N13, and they didn't realize that to get their order through a hearing, they needed to have a building permit. And again, I mean, EOLO does this, and other landlord organizations educate people as to their rights. But there's 10,000 landlords in the city here, and I regret to say that they don't all read my material. I mean, appalling though it is, they don't all read it. Or if they read it, they forget about it after they've read it. It's really, really sad. And, perhaps Mayor Watson helped at one point because he told council that when he read my material, he understood stuff. Whereas when he got the ministry's briefing notes, he didn't. And I always remember that comment. And here I am trying to keep it going.
Oh, John, as a former high school English teacher, I feel your pain, okay? People not reading stuff, coming not prepared. I know all about it.
It's very
frustrating. But so, John, the last thing I wanted to say was the information guide, right? So one of your comments was that it really will be replicated because it's already there. I'm wondering if you would specifically be able to help with that if this passes and we go forward. Or is it my understanding and your understanding it's already been written and you've seen it and you're telling me it's replicated?
Oh, no, I haven't seen it. I don't think it's been written. I'd be happy to help with it. I'm sure Acorn will want to provide their input. And if they do, I will want to provide EOLO's input, well, assuming I'm still there. And if not, then Mr. Newman will want to provide EOLO's input. Because we want the guide to be as accurate and useful as possible. It needs to be balanced. It needs to be accurate. And when the staff listen to the public, both those two things are usually enhanced. And most of the time, the staff does that. I have no reason to doubt that the staff involved in this file will do that if that is your direction. I mean, your alternate direction could be to tell them not to listen to Acorn and not to listen to any landlord either. But that's your choice. And certainly if it's to listen to everybody with every stakeholder, including OREB, if they want to pitch in, then sure, I'm sure YOLO will help. And I can help. I've actually, as John Dickey, helped the city write stuff.
Wonderful. Okay. Thanks so much, John. And, staff, we'll have questions for staff after this, but I'm sure that they would look forward to some of your help. Thanks so much.
John, there are questions for you from Councillor Hill as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, John, for your delegation. The amending motion and direction that were read in this morning did speak to tenant compensation, and we also heard advocacy for that from several of the previous delegates. Could you give a comment from a rental price point perspective and also from a rental market growth perspective on what the consequences of having a formal tenant compensation component to a bylaw like this and what that would be?
Well, certainly I will say that I wasn't terribly concerned about the bylaw as drafted. I want to be careful what I say here. I mean, I don't like the added the building permit issue. But I thought that Councillor Trosser might today bring forward some changes, and I came here in part to oppose those, just on speculation, whatever they might be. And when I read the list of things that staff are to review, I mean, I can give you advance notice that I'm sure YOLO and others will be fighting against them tooth and nail, every single one of them that has been put forward. But, and we will be doing that on the basis that they will make the climate for rental investment less attractive or worse, depending on where you think we are on the spectrum. The notion, you see, understand how the rental market works. And think, to understand this, because many of you don't own rental property, but all of you, I'm sure almost all of you own a car. And when you have a car, it gets old. And when it's only 8 years old or 6 years old, if the transmission goes, you can spend $2,000 or $3,000 to keep your car running. If it's whatever, 8 years old, you could spend $3,000 on air conditioning. But if it's 10 or 12 years old, you don't spend that kind of money on it because you're going to junk it after 10 or 12 years. Well, for houses, the process takes longer. For buildings, it takes longer. And that is what happens to buildings. Now, for buildings, it may take 50 or 55 or 60 years. But there comes a time when it makes no sense to put money, any significant amount of money, into buildings. And those buildings, they're run down. I'll tell you, they're clapped out buildings. But the benefit of those buildings is they're what's called naturally occurring affordable housing. They're run down, poor housing, but they're cheap. And the low income people in the city who can't afford nicer housing rent that housing, and it's a whole lot better than sleeping in a shelter or in an encampment or anywhere. That's the really naturally occurring affordable housing. And the problem is that if you make that more problematic, then you're making the whole sort of investment cycle of developing housing and taking it through, you're altering the path. and you're making it so that there's less investment in rental housing and there's less supply of rental housing, and that makes the overall price through the whole market higher. So you're really negatively affecting people. And as usually happens in our society, the people who have the most negative effect are the people with the lower incomes who are buying at the lower end of the spectrum. So, I mean, I have a first-class honors degree in economics. I'm not just spouting this off. And I've written hundreds of thousands of words making economic submissions to the federal and provincial governments, as well as to the city. And that is the impact that these changes are likely to make. And there's no room at that end of life cycle in the housing. I mean, the rents that landlords are getting are usually barely paying the taxes and the utilities. Sometimes they're not even paying the taxes and utilities, but at least they're avoiding the vacant unit tax, which is another problem, but I'll leave that aside. But anyway, the point of the matter is that when governments put their fingers all over how the market works, you tend to do well-intended things that raise costs, and that tends to reduce supply, and that tends to increase prices or rents. And that tends to hurt poor people.
Thank you very much for that, John. And my last question for you, the purpose that has been stated for this bylaw is to deter bad faith landlord actors and the actions that they would take. Is it your perspective that this bylaw will in fact deter a bad faith landlord from unethical practices with their tenants? Or is this something that would in fact be worked around through other means if there was a nefarious actor that wished to do so?
Well, I think there'll be a good chunk of those workarounds. I think there might be a small negative effect on the actions of bad faith actors, but I think we're already talking about a tiny amount of behavior in the first place, because as was rightly pointed out, the Osgoods of this world and you know the large landlords don't do these bad faith evictions, but the concern is that this is the thin edge of the wedge. And certainly I got very anxious when I heard about, oh, we'll have to apply this to so-called dem evictions later. Well, you've got to have dem evictions if you're going to tear down low-rise existing housing and build much more housing. And that would be a disaster. And this is the first step in that direction. And then there are those other steps that basically increase the cost of providing housing. And you increase the cost of providing housing, you ultimately increase rents. And you do it either because of the direct pass-through of the cost or because of the reduction in supply, which drives up the market price.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. John, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Jeremy Newman, who will be followed by Christian Spidvogel, who will be followed by Mario Ferguson. Good morning, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jeremy Newman, and I am the incoming Executive Director of the Eastern Ontario Landlord Organization, also known as EOLO. EOLO represents responsible and engaged rental housing providers who own and operate Ottawa's purpose-built sector. Our members strive for positive and stable relationships with residents in our buildings. In total, we represent more than 40,000 residential rental suites in Ottawa, which is about half of Ottawa's purpose-built market, or about a quarter of the rental units overall. As we've heard this morning and in the reports, we recognize that tenants may experience serious hardship through the use of bad faith evictions in the N13 process. EOLO is here today in good faith to engage in constructive dialogue. Our members seldom ever seek to terminate tenancies for repair or renovations. Instead, we prefer to plan work in such a way that it minimizes or eliminates tenant disruptions. Most frequently, we seek to either allow the household to stay in place, arrange agreeable alternative accommodations for the duration of the work, or perform anticipated work between naturally occurring vacancies. At the same time, we believe it's important to challenge the suggestion that housing providers' need for vacant possession is inherently nefarious. In a good faith N13, we agree that the work must be genuine, the vacancy must actually be necessary, that the tenants must receive proper notice, information, and compensation, as well as the right to return must be respected where it applies. Some examples of repair renovation work that requires a vacant possession are serious fire or flood restoration, hazardous material remediation, structural rehabilitation, replacement of end-of-life plumbing or electrical systems, and major safety and building code compliance work, among others. We are frustrated by those who misuse the process because bad faith N13 use harms tenants and damages trust in responsible housing providers. We support stopping bad faith conduct. We believe that the recent provincial measures will address this issue and that it would be prudent to see what effect those measures have. That said, we support clear, neutral education as a measure to combat bad faith use of N13 notices. Tenants and landlords alike should be able to understand and exercise their rights, as well as understand and discharge their responsibilities ethically. We agree with the staff recommendations to limit the scope of the bylaw to not require a qualified person's report, as it is costly and is required anyway if the N13 is contested, and to not impose additional compensation requirements. These measures would impose heavy financial burden on good faith actors performing already expensive yet necessary work. Among smaller operators, the additional expenses could serve as a barrier in completing essential work and may result in postponement of necessary work, leading to further deterioration of building systems, potentially leading to or exacerbating safety issues. We are concerned, as Mr. Dickey indicated, that requiring the building permit in advance of issuing the N13 will create delays to essential repairs. In summation, the Eastern Ontario Landlord Organization believes that incoming provincial measures will already act to curb bad faith N13 use. And if this new bylaw is to go forward, we urge a balanced and measured approach that focuses on education and minimizes unnecessary burden on good faith actors using the N13 process appropriately.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm sorry, I just lost my screen for a moment. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you very much. We'll move on.
Thank you.
To Christian Maria, who will be followed by Allison Pilo. Good morning. Welcome to Planning and Housing. If you just hit, whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you. And thank you for attempting to say my last name. I know it's a challenge, so it's like. So Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me here. My name is Christian Spilfogel. I'm a developer and rental housing provider with the Oliferis Group. We own and manage multifamily properties in Ottawa and in other Ontario municipalities. I want to be very clear at the outset. I oppose bad faith renovictions. They harm tenants and they harm the reputation of responsible housing providers. My concern today is that this bylaw, as designed, will harm tenants and the broader rental system, even while trying to help tenants. First, the province has already created strong tools to deal with bad faith N13s. We should use those fully before building a second municipal regime. Bill 97 was brought as a direct response to the very concerns you're hearing about today, the bad faith use of N13s. Bill 97 cannot retroactively change the past, but it does significantly change the risk for landlords. Through Bill 97 and early amendments, the Residential Tenancy Act now makes N13 abuse much riskier for landlords. When landlords use N13 for renovations, we must give a good faith estimate of how long the work will take, update that estimate as needed, and once the unit is ready, offer the tenant 60 days to move back. If we fail in any of that, our actions are deemed bad faith. Tenants can recover the difference in rent and up to 1 year's rent in additional compensation. On top of that, the Act allows for a very significant fines in bad faith cases for both individual landlords and corporate landlords. These penalties, as pointed out by a bylaw, are large enough that it is very difficult for a rational operator to treat them as a routine cost of doing business. Taken together, the existing provincial regime is already serious and targeted. If there are still bad actors, the answer is to enforce that regime consistently and predictably, not to build a second overlapping city licensing process that mostly adds friction for those who are already following the rules. Second, well-intentioned rules have unintended consequences that actually make tenants worse off. Let me give you an example from my own portfolio. I have long-term tenants, stable tenants who want upgrades. One tenant, she's a professional in a very well-located building. She has an outdated 1970s kitchen. She has asked me to modernize it and is willing to pay more for a better home. Because of how rent control and capital expenditure allowances work, I cannot fairly recover that investment while she remains. So I cannot do the work for her. This just adds more. She stays in a unit below the standard she wants, and I'm constrained from improving her home. That is a direct result of how our current rules operate. My concern is that this renovation bylaw will repeat that pattern. Additional requirements around permits and licensing timelines may sound modest, but on the ground, they push owners towards fewer proactive midlife upgrades and more rigid minimum standard processes instead of cooperative, tailored arrangements. The result for tenants is older units for longer, tighter timelines, and less flexibility, not more. Third, there's a system-wide impact on where housing gets built and on the choices available to Ottawa renters. There are roughly 140,000 renter households in Ottawa who depend on a healthy rental market. When you layer a new municipal regime on top of already strong provincial rules, you change where new housing gets built. In my own case, as a developer, I already shift new projects just outside Ottawa's boundaries into neighboring municipalities. Those municipalities collect the property tax revenue, but many of the tenants still commute into Ottawa and use Ottawa's infrastructure and services. Ottawa bears more of the cost while missing out on the assessment growth. At the same time, the city talks about wanting to be a welcoming, predictable place to build housing. In practice, adding a second layer of rules on top of the provincial framework makes Ottawa less attractive for new rental projects, not more. Over time, that also means less new rental supply in the city, more competition for the units that exist, and fewer choices and higher pressure on the very tenants this bylaw is intended to protect. Bad faith renovictions should be stopped, but the way to protect tenants is to enforce the robust provincial tools that will be enforced on September 21st, and to avoid adding layers that discourage reinvestment and push new housing and tax base to other municipalities. For these reasons, I would respectfully ask you to reconsider this bylaw. At the very least, if you proceed, please keep it as simple and narrow as possible, with strong focus on education
so if you can just wrap up your
and
sentence.
coordination with provincial enforcement, rather than additional process that will ultimately reduce flexibility, upgrades, and supply for Ottawa renters. Thank you for your time. Sorry, I went over a little bit.
Okay, thanks for your delegation. I'm not seeing any questions from committee. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Marja Ferguson. Hi, welcome. Just press the button in front of you and it'll turn red. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, councillors. My name is Maria Ferguson, and I'm a member of ACORN's Vanier chapter. Hi, Tim. I'm speaking to you today in support of ACORN's campaign for strong renoviction bylaw. I've lived in Ottawa East for most of the last 25 years. I arrived here as a young immigrant mother sponsored by my then husband. After a couple of years, I was a single mother with no support or Canadian work experience. With few options, I had to get by on low-paying work and find the most affordable housing possible. The minimum wage at the time was $8. I was able to rent a 3-bedroom townhouse, hydro included, for $950. It was difficult then. Today, it would be mathematically impossible. While minimum wage has doubled over the last 2 decades, average rents have tripled. Out-of-control inflation continues to outstrip both wages and average incomes. For Ottawa's most vulnerable residents, seniors on fixed incomes, people with disabilities, single income families, and those battling mental health challenges. This isn't just an economic squeeze, it's a crisis of survival. It is difficult to imagine where I'd be without help. I am fortunate. I am the fortunate one from the Acorn community. I have a secure home and my rent is reasonable. I don't have to fear losing my home to rent eviction like so many others, but that is only due to a privilege of circumstance. My landlord is family, and even then, half of my income goes to rent. While I acknowledge the council's step towards housing reform, we are still losing existing affordable units far faster than we can build new ones. Constructing new affordable housing means little if we allow landlords to systematically evict tenants from the units we already have. The crisis is actively stealing the future from the next generation. The United Nations Annual World Happiness Report shows a stark decline between 2018 and 2026 in the well-being of young Canadians under 30, driven directly by the crushing weight of cost of housing. The inconvenience of added paperwork for landlords cannot override the need for housing reform, starting with the rent eviction bylaw. For the sake of our youth and the stability of our neighborhoods, I ask this council to show leadership, follow the framework already proven in Hamilton and Toronto, and implement a strong rent eviction bylaw for the city of Ottawa. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions from committee members. Thanks for your delegation today. Our next delegation is Allison Pilon, who is online. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, Allison.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Allison Pilon, and I'm speaking to you all today in support of a strong rent eviction bylaw that also includes evictions, which are devastating for tenants, residents, and communities. I live at 441 Echo Drive in Old Ottawa East, and our landlord, JB Holdings, which is owned by JBPA Developments, has proposed that the city rezone 441 and 443 Echo Drive to allow them to demolish our building and to build a 7-story tower with 3-story 50-car underground parking garage. Myself and other residents of the building have been shocked by this application and we're devastated to lose our homes. Our landlord has barely communicated with us, and most of the communication has been indirectly through our counselor. When they have communicated, they've ignored the impacts on the people that live here and they've dismissed our concerns. When we first heard that this was coming in March, we asked the landlord what was happening and they denied it and lied to us and told us that there was nothing happening. And then 2 months later, without any notice from our landlord, there was simply notice on the city website that's, on the development applications website that said what was happening to our building. So without even telling us, the landlord did this. And as a matter of fact, they told us that they didn't have plans. So this landlord is acting in bad faith. There are 16 units in our building, and we have tenants that have lived here for 40 years, some for 20 or 30 years. We have seniors in our building. We have young people, lower income folks, and folks with disabilities. I myself have disabilities, and I live alone with my son who has autism, ADHD, and dyslexia. I have a good paying job, but I have to pay for autism services. I have had to pay for tutoring and services to help him learn to read. So that doesn't leave a lot left for rent. And my son and I deserve a place to live with some stability. Picking up and moving is very devastating for folks who are on the autism spectrum, who need stability and predictability. The demoviction will, this demoviction and others like it will result in the loss of affordable homes for me and my fellow tenants. Ottawa East has been growing significantly, and because of the loss of rent control for buildings built since 2018, the rents in this neighborhood are starting to become unaffordable. So our building is one of the very few in this community that has affordable rents and rent control. So because of this dem eviction, the tenants in my building will not only lose their homes, but they may also then lose the ability to live in this community at all. They're losing their home and they're losing their community. They're senior citizens. We don't know where they don't know where they'll go. We have folks who don't know where they'll live after this. The current building is in good condition. It doesn't need to be torn down. We don't need high rent luxury apartments or condos. This developer has already built several buildings in Ottawa and in this area that we've seen what they charge for rents, and they are very, very high. We need more affordable housing. There's space for development where people don't have to be displaced. And we need sustainable and appropriate development that people can afford and that's responsible and respectful to the surrounding communities. We need the bylaw to prevent landlords from tearing down affordable housing and displacing residents to build expensive buildings that just drive up rents. It would secure housing stability and maintain the diversity and vibrancy of communities like ours. We started a petition and we already have almost 500 signatures. And the petition calls for the city to have a dem eviction bylaw as well as a renoviction bylaw. So many residents in Ottawa are in support of council doing something about this. People are losing their homes, and we're asking the city to take the power that they have to do something about it and save people from ending up on the streets. So thank you very much for your time.
Allison, thank you very much. I see a question for you from Councilor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Allison, for being here and for delegating and telling your story. Councillor Trosser did read in a direction from our team about the need for staff to work on provisions for stricter guidelines when it comes to dem evictions and the loss of affordable homes, which can include many provisions, but certainly agree with you on that. I have some questions for you. Some residents, I understand, have lived in the building when we met on the street for 30 to 40 years. What does affordable rent look like here? Like what is the rent in this building?
The rents in the building vary a lot because there are people who have lived here for many years and have had rent control. I don't know what the exact rents are, but they do range from under $1,000 a month to then in the $2,000 to $2,500 range. These are 2 and 3 bedroom units. There are a couple that are studios, I believe, but if, for example, my rent is it's around $2,100 for a 3 bedroom. If, for example, I wanted to move into the MIA, which JBP just developed on Hawthorne, theirs is $3,400 for a 2 bedroom. And I work from home, so I need an office. I work from home permanently. That's just a comparison. That would be a huge increase in rent. I wouldn't be able to afford to live in a place like that, but for less space.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think unfortunately, the discussion around supply these days takes over everything, and it just assumes that any supply is good supply, but we know that that's not true when it comes to things like urban boundary expansion. That's bad supply. We know that when it comes to things like the displacement of affordable housing, to build luxury units, which are highly, very costly, that's not good supply. It's bad supply. It hurts us in the long run in terms of housing affordability, which should be the metric, not just supply. I guess the question to you is, in terms of process here, understanding owners of these buildings have rights to put in applications and they have a process to follow. I know there's been a lot asked in this in terms of official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, special district, if this is a canal special district area amendments, as well as the heritage conservation area next to the canal. Though they're asking for all those amounts, what is something that would be acceptable to you, understanding that sometimes they're going to come forward with applications? Would it mean things like the option to rehouse at the same rent in a new building if it came to that? Would it mean compensation? What, in looking through kind of the different options, that because it's going to happen again and again in our city until we have something with more strict, with more teeth, what would be appropriate in these situations where some building owners feel that they want to take down that building, build something else there, what in your view for tenants, it makes sense and is fair in those situations?
I mean, I think that tenants need a lot of notice and compensation. Another affordable unit would make sense, but the difficulty is that, for example, if JB Holdings offered us another one of their buildings, I'm worried that they're going to tear down their other buildings. So how long would I be able to stay in one of their other buildings that's older? Because the 2018, post 2018 lack of rent control means they have an incentive to just tear down everything that's older than that and rebuild. So I'm not sure I don't know the details of this proposed bylaw. Tenants need to be involved in the process and we need to be considered. We need to be given notice. We need to be given other available affordable housing, preferably in our community where we've lived for many years, not to have to move across town, where we're near schools, we're near our family and friends. But that we have some guarantee that the housing that we are offered, if we're offered another apartment, that it be somewhat stable and that we have some rent control on it. And so we're not going to just be, dem evicted again in 3 years when we move to another building, or that we're not going to get some huge rent increase in a few years.
Yeah. Allison, thanks so much for your comments and advice. I appreciate hearing from you today. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Menard. And Alison, I don't see any further questions for you. So thank you very much for your delegation today. We're going to move on to David Longchamp, then followed by Debbie Staples, and then Rosalind Klempen. Sorry. So David. Mr. Longchamp, are you online? Okay, we'll move on to Debbie Staples. Okay, I was given a different list earlier this morning. So Christian, Allison, David, Sharon. Hi, Sharon. It's good to see you. Sorry about the mix-up. And whenever you're ready, I'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Hi, and I'm partly giving the presentation that Eddie Rule was supposed to give, but he had to leave. So if I'm a little bit disorganized, I'm sorry. My name is Sharon Katz, and I'm here today on behalf of Ottawa Acorn to address the urgent need for the city to pass a strong renovation bylaw. We are urging committee members to strengthen this watered-down proposal and pass a bylaw with real teeth, just like Hamilton, Toronto, Waterloo, and Mississauga have already done. Since 2015, Ottawa Acorn has been fighting for strong municipal policies to protect tenants from mass displacement and to save our vanishing affordable housing stock. We know that a strong municipal law stops corporate landlords from abusing the system. The example is Hamilton, where after they brought in their bylaw, N13 eviction filings dropped from 119 down to just 23. That's a massive reduction of over 80% because their bylaw made bad faith renovictions a bad business move. The evidence shows that bylaws that put landlords financially on the hook for temporary displacement requiring temporary accommodations, rent gap payments, and moving costs act as the ultimate deterrent. This model works because it takes the profit out of bad faith renovictions. The current proposal claims that an education guide and a permit requirements are enough. This is fundamentally wrong. Educating tenants on their weak rights does absolutely nothing to deter a profit-driven landlord. Under this weak proposal, tenants are still on the hook for finding temporary housing at much higher market rents during renovations, paying thousands of dollars out of pocket for moving costs twice, paying a private investigator to track the landlord's progress and search online ads to make sure their home isn't being illegally re-rented to someone else. Ottawa Acorn is demanding that the Planning and Housing Committee strengthen the current proposal with the following changes. First, a qualified person's report, something every other city has in their bylaws. The license application must include a report from a qualified engineer or architect stating that vacancy is absolutely required to do the work. Otherwise, the renovations can happen while the tenant stays in the unit and a license won't be required. Second, relocation support. The landlord must provide comparable temporary housing at the same size and rent, or pay a rent gap payment for the entire duration of the renovations until the tenant returns. Third, a moving allowance. The landlord must cover the tenant's moving costs to move out and to move back into their home. Fourth, real enforcement. The city must issue escalating daily fines for any landlord who fails to comply. Everyday people in Ottawa overwhelmingly support these protections. In the city's own survey, over 72% of all respondents, which included tenants, homeowners, and landlords, strongly agreed that landlords should be required to get a license, provide engineer reports, cover moving costs, and provide comparable housing plans. Inaction is causing our city irreplaceable affordable housing and driving families into shelters and onto the streets. Tenants across Ottawa are urging you today to pass a strong bylaw that protects their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate that. Sorry. Become very disorganized in the past few minutes. Sharon, I don't see any further questions for you. So thank you for the presentation. And I'm sorry, can I just confirm that was the presentation that had been intended to be delivered by Eddie Wu?
Eddie Rue, number 24.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Roxanne Donovan, who will be followed by Nelda Giroux, and then Debbie Staples. Good morning, Roxanne. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you. I want to say good morning, councillors. My name is Roxanne. I'm a member of the Vanier Acorn chapter. Acorn is a community tenant union of low and moderate income people fighting for social justice. I am speaking to you all today in support of Acorn's campaign for a strong renoviction bylaw with temporary accommodation, engineers report, and moving costs because many landlords don't tend to comply. All that I was kept is good for the landlord and not the tenant. Housing regulation is important to protect tenants so landlords can't do whatever they want. There are conditions to providing safe, long-term housing. I worked hard to pay my rent, and since I got reno evicted, I have like $200 for a month in food. They upped my rent. I was paying $1,400 a month for a 3-bedroom townhome. Now I'm paying $21, which takes most of my salary. I don't feel protected under the current and and propose regulations around renovictions. I was evicted. I had to move from my previous house due to a renovation into a newly renovated unit, which they only did the floors, I don't know, cirer les planchers. I don't know how to say it in English. Wax the floor, the hardwood floor. They put tiles in the kitchen and redone the bathroom. They call that fully renovated. I rent under Concord Limited, and they are not of good faith. The people who were living there before me got evicted for those renovations. So I don't see where the good faith is in that. They didn't need to be evicted. It's not been enough for landlord to tell timelines. I know someone left for 6 months, had to pay double the rent. When they came, during the 6 months they had left, their house was kept as, what do you say? To keep their stuff in a storage. When they came back 6 months later, nothing was done in their home, and they had an autistic child. Now they are fighting. This is the bad face of Concord. Fines aren't enough because the tenants have to do the hard work to catch the landlord after the fact. It's all reactive, especially if your landlord rents it out to someone else. When you have gone for 6 months and we're told you could come back and there's somebody already living in your house, there's nothing you can do. You are not protected. We don't just need after the fact enforcement, we need proactive bylaws to ensure tenants vacate only when absolutely required. Temporary accommodation to ensure tenants can return to their units and not end up on the street because after the fact, fines won't help the tenants if they become unhoused. They have a lot of money, mostly corporations, so they don't really care about the fines. That's why Ottawa needs a strong renoviction bylaw. This city has the power to create one. We are the capital city. We shouldn't follow behind the others. We should be leading by example. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Debbie, that is,
Roxanne.
oh, sorry, Roxanne. I've got a couple of different lists in front of me. I apologize. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you again so much.
You're welcome. So we'll move on to Nelda Giroux, then Debbie Staples, then Rosalind Klempan.
Good afternoon. I might have to repeat myself because like she said a few things that I have on this. My name is Nelda Giroux and I'm a member of Acorn Ottawa West chapter. I want to let you know that today I'm not writing professionally. I'm retired and we had enough professional writers, people talking. I'll be speaking from my heart. I am talking to you today in support of Acorn's campaign for an anti-renovation bylaw because of what I went through when I received the eviction letter. A tenant's notice telling me to end my tenancy by November 30th, 2024. Well, that week was very hard emotionally, psychologically, which affected my social well-being. Cried a lot, not eating, weight loss, not sleeping well, thinking of where I would live next. The stress had made my arthritis worse. After working for many years and paying taxes all through my life with due diligence, I didn't think at retirement I would have to fight. Unfortunately, my dreams were shattered. I did not think to have to go through this at age 74. Someone told me to wake up and fight. So I did talk to myself and said, you've been put in this world to do something. And thanks to Acorn, I'm using my voice. I hate leaving my apartment as I don't trust the landlord. While doing the renovations, my apartment was flooded twice. And the main so-called manager was laughing about it. So I'm not stupid. So here I am asking you to put yourselves in our shoes and try to understand what we're going through. I did not think it could happen to me. I always dream of having a retirement, and I would live the rest of my life peacefully. Well, no, hell's on earth. It could happen to some of you, all of you, as we do not decide our destiny. In some ways, going through this gave me a better sense of my life, as I met nice people along the way. It validated me as a person. I know you have the same values as me, and I want to stress that it can happen to anyone. Money is not an issue. Destiny is. This is why I will continue to support Acorn and hoping that you understand. We need a strong bylaw which includes the same as Toronto and Hamilton. Qualified people to verify landlords, claim as to vacate their housing, also temporary accommodation, especially as being the capital city of Ottawa. Thank you for your time.
Nelda, thank you very much for the presentation today. Powerful stuff. I don't see any questions for you from committee members, so thank you for coming out today. We'll move on to Debbie Staples, who will be followed by Rosalind Klempen, who will be followed by Eddie Roux, who I don't think is here.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I don't have a script or anything. Everything that's been said is pretty much what I want to say. I'm a member of Acorn. I've been there for about the Vanier chapter for about two plus years. The two buildings were twin buildings. We would have been thrown out, but I decided to take over for the buildings, because some of them work and some of them are just a little too old or have certain elements. And so I went on, I went on the news, I went through the press, but I was more of a reserved person, but I had to open up my life and spew it out in front of everybody, which was one of the hardest things I ever had to do. I mean, I'm not private anymore. It was hard. And I realized after the fact that what I did was waking up some of the people that needed help and getting them to do the same, because as hard as it was for me, it kind of opened some eyes and some minds and whatnot. for Canada Day, I wore this black dress because that's how I felt. And geez, I'm really not prepared. I'm sorry, but all I can say is we are Ottawa. We're the capital. We need this. This. Am I going to live long enough to see the renovation bylaw and demolition bylaw pass as the renovation? I don't know. I hope I will be. But I hope, once again, I say it from my heart. I hope you listen with yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie, just a quick question from me. You were heavily involved. I think those were the townhomes that were proposed to be part of or taken over by the LRT. I'm trying to remember which fight you were involved with.
I can.
Sorry. Where were you living when you first got involved?
I am and still living at 265 Des Perblancs in Vanier.
Oh, in Vanier, okay.
And I've been there for 20 years.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for that. And we do appreciate your coming out. All of the ACORN members' presentations make an impression with us.
I hope so.
They make an impression on the residents of Ottawa, and it is well worth continuing the fight. I appreciate your doing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move on to Rosalind Klempan, who will be followed by Eddie Roux. And then our final speaker will be Kate Musson. And if I've missed anyone, please just let the clerk or I know. Good morning, Rosalind. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of all the requirements proposed by ACORN for the rental renovation license bylaw. My name's Rosalinda, and I am an ACORN member. I have great fears for tenants about what I see as two serious deficiencies in the report recommendations that could render it ineffectual in accomplishing its stated goal. One is the compensation rejection. The reasons provided make no sense to me. The provision of a temporary alternate unit and rent gap payments, as well as moving costs, are essential to deter bad faith entertains and not allow rightful, timely unit return. One reason given to reject compensation is that it's already provided by the province. This is misleading since it's only 3 months' rent. It might only last 3 months at a potential double past rent rate. Another reason is recent existing amendments to provincial rules, but when examined, they prove utterly useless to provide landlord deterrence or ensure rightful return. Another reason cited is that the goal of the bylaw is to ensure that landlords and tenants are aware of this existing eviction process, which is confusingly different from the report's previously stated goal of preventing bad faith rent evictions. Furthermore, contrary to what's stated in the report, there's no evidence that requiring compensation would conflict with provincial legislation. The argument that it might incentivize landlords' own use evictions and TOELs does not justify weakening the rules. It may, of course, point to a need for reform of N12 rules. Also, the municipality's recourse for landlords not compensating the tenant is described as limited. However, it includes revoking the renovation license and fines under the Provincial Offences Act, both of which actually offer significant deterrence to bad faith N13s. The report seems to be grasping at straws to unjustly reduce landlord compensation costs while shifting obscenely unmanageable financial burdens onto tenants who may have very limited resources. No compensation is not just a gap, it's a giant chasm, the Grand Canyon of hazard to tenants with predictable disastrous consequences. How do they pay a full 1-year lease of unaffordable temporary net rent? Move twice at their own cost, once to move out, once to move back in, or another move if they have to leave the unaffordable unit if the landlord delays or denies reentry. Why should the tenants suffer all this so the landlord can invest in increasing the value of the profit-making property that they own. The burden is always left on the tenant to fight and survive profit-seeking threats and the common abuse of harassment being used as a cudgel to motivate them to vacate. The scope of N13s documented in the Acorn Hidden Renovictions report shows a probable underestimate of hundreds of these being brazenly served in Ottawa every year, with only about 5% of units rightfully returned. The required total RTA and LTB reform is unlikely to occur. The second serious deficiency is the failure to include the requirement of a qualified persons report, which the province does not require. Yes, it's easy to concoct a list of details of the work to be done on the N13, which the landlord has no intention of doing, but evidence of this as being used as proof of need of a vacant unit by a qualified person is important to have on file for potential legal recourse. It should be an offense under the bylaw to have not done the extent of work claimed that justified a vacant unit. Trying to minimize costs to the landlords in the city right now just unfairly shifts damaging costs and pain onto tenants, and the city will suffer more costs in the long term as a result of the loss of affordable housing. We have a template for success in Toronto and in Hamilton, where the Hidden Renovictions report shows an 80% reduction in N13s. Both these cities have properly required compensation and a qualified persons report, so these essential elements need inclusion. I also have concerns about the usefulness of the proposed eviction education guide, since it may mislead tenants into thinking they can uphold their rights. Will it address the realities of LTB functioning, such as not consistently requiring a building permit, not enforcing its own fines, having no mechanism to return a re-rented unit to the tenant, and that they impose no significant deterrent consequences or compensation for bad faith acts or harassment by the landlord? Will it outline that the burden will actually be on the tenant to prove their rights are being violated? Tenants are typically perceived at LTB as devalued nuisances in comparison to the self-evident credibility of the landlord, even when the landlord is lying. Thank you so much.
Rosalinda, thank you very much. I appreciate the comments. I don't see any questions from members. So with that, we'll move on to our next speaker. We had Edward Roux, but I believe Sharon delivered his remarks. Eddie, are you in and want to present? Nope. So I will move on to our final public delegation, Kate Musson.
Members of committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kate. I'm a law clerk with the Hamilton Tenant Support Program. And today I'll be speaking on behalf of the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic to urge you to pass the rental renovation license bylaw. This bylaw is effective because it does something the current system does not do. It prevents displacement before it happens. Under the current legislative framework, a tenant who receives an N13 is often left to figure out their rights alone. They must try to understand the notice, determine whether the work truly requires vacant possession, preserve their right of first refusal, find legal help, attend the landlord and tenant board, and try to enforce their rights after they have already been destabilized in a very unstable and volatile housing market. This is not meaningful protection for tenants. It is especially not meaningful protection for seniors, people with disabilities, fixed income tenants, newcomers, Indigenous members of our community, families with children, and members of our community who are only one rent increase away from homelessness. A municipal renoviction bylaw changes the starting point. It says before a tenant is displaced, the landlord must show basic accountability. They must have the required permits, they must apply for a license, they must provide minimum information to the city that justifies displacing that tenant. And where the tenant has a right to return, that right must be treated as real and not theoretical. Hamilton's experience shows that this works. Hamilton implemented its renovation license and relocation bylaw in 2025. In its first year, Hamilton saw only 7 applications, and only 1 was approved. More importantly, Tribunal's Ontario data shows that Hamilton's N13s dropped from 119 in 2024 to only 23 in 2025, an 80% decrease. This is not a small administrative improvement, it's a real major reduction in displacement pressures. The proof is in the numbers, and when landlords are required to document that vacant possession is actually necessary, the number of renovation-based eviction notices drops dramatically. That tells us something very important. Many N13s are not simply about repairs. They are about the economic incentive to remove long-term tenants, drive up the rent, and erase affordable housing one unit at a time. This bylaw does not stop legitimate renovations. It does not prevent landlords from maintaining their buildings. It does not override the Residential Tenancies Act, and it does not replace the Landlord and Tenant Board. What it does is create a municipal accountability checkpoint before the tenants are displaced. Good landlords who are doing necessary work should be able to show permits, scope of work, and why the vacancy is required. Landlords who are using renovations as a path to vacate restrictions are not only
Kate, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're starting to
dispute their
stutter.
municipal housing
Video.
issues.
You may wish to try turning your camera off.
Every affordable Oh. Oh, okay.
Kate, we lost you about
Is that better?
a minute ago.
Okay.
That is
Every
better, and,
affordable
lost about a minute.
unit lost through displacement is a unit Ottawa cannot easily. Sorry, can you hear me?
Sorry, we lost you again. I am just wondering whether you want to try reconnecting somehow.
Okay.
So we will bring you back to conclude with the last 2 minutes of your presentation.
Okay.
Just let the,
Sure.
oh, you know what? You sound good right now. Do you want to try your last 2 minutes?
Sure. Okay. Renovictions are not only individual housing disputes, they are part of the municipal housing crisis. Every affordable unit lost through displacement is a unit Ottawa cannot easily replace. Building new affordable housing is essential, but it is not enough if we are losing existing affordable homes faster than we can build them. Preservation has to be part of the housing strategy. Hamilton understood this, Hamilton acted, and Hamilton saw 80% decrease in N13s. Ottawa has an opportunity to do the same. The question before you is not whether tenants have those rights. The real question is whether these rights will be enforceable at a municipal level before people lose their homes. A right of first refusal does not mean much if the tenant is never properly informed, never updated, cannot afford temporary housing, or is displaced into a rental market where the next unit costs hundreds or thousands more per month. A renoviction bylaw makes those rights visible and tangible. It makes the process transparent, it gives the city notice, it gives tenants information, and it provides enforcement staff a role. It tells the market that Ottawa will not allow rental housing to erode through avoidable displacement. This is a practical, proven preventative tool. Homelessness prevention and affordable housing preservation keeps Canadians housed and reduces the financial and humanitarian pressures on rapid rehousing and shelter requirements that are already at capacity in cities across our province. Hamilton's numbers show that renoviction bylaws work. Ottawa should not wait until more tenants are displaced, more affordable units are lost, and more households are pushed into crisis. I urge you to pass this bylaw and put tenant protection and housing stability and affordable housing preservation first. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. We heard all of that. There is a question for you from Councillor Troster.
Hi, Kate. Thanks for being here, and thanks for turning off the camera so we can hear you. I think it's really important to hear from other jurisdictions that have implemented bylaws of this nature. We did hear some alarmism from landlord associations that if we implemented a requirement to show your permit before you evict, that'll have a negative impact on the rental market, or that people will just sell their housing stock. Did anything like that happen in Hamilton, to your knowledge?
We have not seen that.
Okay. And the other thing is your bylaw has a couple of elements that our bylaw does not have, but that I've seen added to a motion for us to have staff look into when they do a review of the bylaw. One is compensation for tenants for relocation, and the other is a qualified person's report. Can you speak to those items and how they've been working in your city?
Yes, so the compensation is essential to assist the tenant with relocation. So if we are, it also prevents sort of overwhelming the shelter system. So one thing that it does not account for when the tenants are displaced, when they're unhoused, you can't, they're provided 1 month of compensation at the LTB level, but that does not assist them with rehousing and relocation, moving and storage expenses. You know, these costs are real, they're very tangible, and the compensation allows them to relocate. And also sometimes remain within their jurisdiction. So, or their zip code. So where they have children that go to school there, it's very important that they stay in that same postal code. And where we're seeing rents increase, that relocation compensation is very important. Also, the engineering reports that we require in Hamilton are essential. It just sort of reinforces that the scope of the work is necessary and that it requires vacant possession and that the work is actually being done.
Great, thank you. And one more question, because I know that as a legal representative at the legal clinic, you deal with a lot of tenants, and so do your colleagues. Is your impression that landlords aren't renovating,
Yes.
or is your impression just that they're not evicting before doing minor renovations?
No, they're still absolutely carrying out renovations. They're just not they're not displacing the tenants and then driving up the rent. That's what we've prevented now. It's just before, I think that they were using these N13s as a way to circumvent and remain within the gray area, the confines of the law, and sort of using the landlord and tenant board as a revolving door to evict people for profit. And this is just sort of, you know, a municipal checkpoint to make sure that that's not happening anymore.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here, and it's really great to hear from Hamilton's example about how it's going. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Troster. Thank you, Kate. I don't see any further questions for you, so we're going to move on to the next part of our discussion. So, members, it's your opportunity to ask questions of the assembled brass in front of us. Thank you very much to staff for coming out with all the necessary resources to help us understand this. Remember that we do have a motion that is in front of us, has been brought by Councillor Troster, that would ask staff to take a look as they review the bylaw at the potential for adding a qualified person's report and compensation. And we also have a direction that we'll be asking staff to take that would add a preliminary look at demoviction to that same work plan. So moving first, we have Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much. And thank you to staff for working so diligently to come up with what I believe is a fairly focused, narrow, reasonable approach to what is a very desperately felt vulnerability in our rental market, well, forget the market, the people are hurting. And I do think it is responsible of a municipality to offer what they can. I was encouraged by the city solicitor's memo yesterday to speak to that, you know, whether or not it is appropriate. And I feel confident after reading that it is absolutely appropriate. I asked some questions to those that were landlords coming forward to really try and understand what pressure remains from the approach that was taken by staff, given that there will be no cost. And as I've said many times, I do think this is just an order of operations, a reasonable order of operations when it comes to maintaining your capital asset. So I would like a comment on the permitting process and, you know, the idea that the permits taking too long would be enough of a reason to not advance with a renovation license regime. So could I have a comment from staff on that, please?
Perhaps I can start, Mr. Chair, and then invite the chief building official to add any comments. From a policy perspective, the building permit is not a new requirement. It is something that's required under the provincial process. What this bylaw does is front end that requirement before the eviction notice is given to the tenant, and there's a few reasons for that. It does help tenants understand that the scope of work does require a building permit because the landlord will have already obtained one. But we also view it as a low barrier way for staff to, or for the weeding out of bad actors who never had the intention of doing work that required a building permit or never had the intention of doing renovations at all. And then from a timeline perspective, perhaps I would invite the chief building official to comment.
Mr. Chair, through you, my name I know you know, but for the benefit of the room, my name's John Buck, and I'm the City of Ottawa's chief building official. My group actually regulates the building permits, sort of cradle to grave, from application right on through final sign off. Just to provide a little bit of context on the timing of building permits, the province actually sets targets through the Ontario Building Code with respect to review timelines for building permits. Starting at starting at 10 days on the low end for housing, business days that is, and working up to 30 days for a complex building. Complex building could be a high rise, could be a hospital, a post-disaster structure. I believe the majority of the buildings in question would be sort of what's defined as a small building, somewhere between a house and a large building or a complex building. And those timelines for review are between 15 business days and 30 business days. Hearing some of the discussion earlier on, I did run some numbers. I had my team run some numbers quickly. And for renovations in large and complex buildings, for 2026, we're currently turning around permits in 3 weeks, so about 15 business days. Now, I was somewhat misleading with that statement. I apologize. That's the timeline from application through to either the issuance of the permit itself or the first deficiency letter. So sometimes there is a little bit of a back and forth there. If we issue a deficiency letter, those deficiencies are sometimes fully cleared up in one iteration, sometimes partially. So there's a back and forth that also involves the client and the involved professionals. But just to give you some context, for renovation specifically in larger to complex buildings, high rises and such, we're currently turning around permits in roughly 3 weeks. I'd say a month right now. That can ebb and flow with operational volumes and with the complexity of applications.
So when this comes back for review as part of the process, are we able to have additional numbers from the permitting side to support or refute some of the claims that permits are in fact why we are being motivated to do an N13 before the permit happens?
We could provide some metrics around that, yes.
Okay, very good. So you'll take that as direction then?
Yes.
All right, fabulous. So, you know, I certainly was interested to listen to the conversation, and I was quite compelled by one delegation's comparison to a car. You know, I do drive a car. I also live in a home, and you know, with these homes, we do have to have business, you know, building condition assessments done. You know, we have to do that as part of our own asset classes now for the City of Ottawa. It's a reasonable course of business when you're providing a facility. You know, I guess my frisson about that was that, you know, we will have residents who may have to live in a car if we don't do something. And the idea that that we don't know how to maintain our assets in the same way that we know how to maintain our cars, I struggled a little bit with that. So I do think that this is well within reason, and I do believe that staff have done a very good job of doing this with a scalpel. I'm looking forward to being able to tell my residents who are, you know, anxious about housing that we're doing everything we can. And this is an opportunity to show up. I appreciate the time, and I may get back on. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you. And thanks, John, for coming out today. That was a lot of my questions, actually. So I think we're really talking about small and mid-size. I mean, big apartments, they got big developers and they can do whatever they want with themselves. It's the small ones that I have a concern about. So you're saying 15 to 30 days for the issuance of a permit or an efficiency letter. And that seems to be where I'm having a problem, is because does that require an inspection? And you know how that is. Booking an inspection is like, good luck to you. So that could add a lot of time on. That's no fault of yours. It's just we're under high demand right now. So what would that look like? Maybe it doesn't require an inspection. Maybe it is after, like, just give us the vibe here. That'd be great.
Yes, sure, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so the timelines that I had indicated previous, so say 15 to 30 days, or that we're running, roughly 3 weeks to the issuance of either the building permit or a deficiency letter. At that point, to hone in on the deficiency letter process, the building permit has not yet been issued. There's still a back and forth between our permit approval staff and, say, the architect who has submitted the building permit application to clear up any, deficiencies that are raised by our staff, any clarifications that we require, in order to determine that the building permit application itself has met the Ontario Building Code and any other applicable law. Once that process has resolved itself, in other words, our staff have determined that the building permit application is indeed code compliant, then the building permit is issued by our staff. And then that would permit the construction to begin, notwithstanding the process we're talking about now. But under normal circumstances, once you have your building permit, then your construction is then permitted to begin. At that point, that's when the inspection team is engaged, and that's when the conversation to booking the inspectors and whatnot, that's when that conversation happens. Sorry, Councillor, if I didn't clarify your ask, please do follow up.
No, it's great, actually. I like this. And, if we look over the last year, for example, we have between now, this goes to council, correct? So, we have, would it be possible to get some of that data to see what the mean and what the average is on building permit issuance? I think that would be handy and would put myself at ease. And then the second part of the question would, I'll let you answer that first, John, if that's okay.
No, absolutely possible, Councillor.
And the second part, I guess, is related to what is the cost of a building permit? I think people are all asking that because we're waiving fees for those all over the place. And I know it's not a big chunk of change, but it's all the stuff behind it that costs all the money. The fee is almost irrelevant.
Yeah, so for renovations, situations where you're not adding new gross floor area, it's $12 and not for the permit, and $12.75 per $1,000 of estimated construction value. Wow. So say you're doing $1 million worth of permit related construction, then by my math, that would be, $12,750. It's about 1%, just over 1% of the estimated cost of construction. Now, quite correctly, Councillor, that's the building permit fee itself. Many jobs are subject to other fees, development charges, cash in lieu of parkland and whatnot, but I think many of these, by the sounds of things, if not all, would be simple interior renovations that would simply come through the building permit process.
Excellent. And so for the issuance of the building permit, is there a requirement for the electrical plans to be submitted, different things like that to complete the application process?
Electrical is actually, there's a separate permitting process through the Electrical Safety Association. Our process takes care of any building, like any architectural elements that are done, say drywall, fire separations, that sort of thing, as well as mechanical, and the only electrical components would be like the fire alarm system. The Ontario Building Code plays a role in that, and along with its reference standards, and mechanical modifications being things like, say if there's sprinkler modifications, if you're creating a bedroom, you may have to rejig some sprinkler heads and whatnot in a renovation. So generally, City of Ottawa is and plumbing as well, sorry. So is building, mechanical and plumbing with a little bit of electrical on the life safety side. And then in terms of how the wiring is run and whatnot, the nuts and bolts of that's done through Electrical Safety Authority. So yes, we're not necessarily the only show in town when it comes to permitting construction.
Right, but for the purposes of this discussion, people would only require the building permit and all those others would follow after the fact, or is it in concurrence and they'll all have to be complete before the issuance of the building permit? I think that's the real question.
Yes, and my understanding is the conversation that we're having today is simply the municipal building permit.
Perfect. That's great. You guys are busy now, and I know there's a whole $13 and change being saved by all people that unfortunately have had devastation in their basements. And dealing with insurance companies, that's going to drag on forever. What's your shop like right now? Are you guys pressed right now? Is this pretty easy to deal with right now? I mean, the 1 in 100-year storm's happening every second year.
Can I just?
So I just want to.
I know I've got a bunch of hands up. We're not obviously.
Well, can I complete and go back in the board chair? I'm asking you to the chair.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this is relevant to the discussion on whether or not to pass the renovation.
Well, I want to make sure we have the capacity to be able to issue building permits in these scenarios.
Okay, obviously we've got a fairly temporary situation right now with respect to the emergency.
Well,
I'll let you finish your question, but there you do have colleagues who have their hands up.
Well, I guess, Chair, I'd like to challenge that because I've been sitting here through delegate. Are you using a 5-minute timer or? I think I just want to keep the. So back to the question, are you guys pressed right now with, somebody thinks it's just an anomaly, but I see this happening on a regular basis with climate change. Are you guys pressed right now? How's that going?
Yeah, Chair, through you, we certainly are. We do have our operational challenges. The one thing I will say within the context of this conversation is the staff that would be reviewing these applications are generally not the staff that will be dealing with our Part 9, like many of the mass basement flooding and whatnot. That's a different staff. House form buildings are regulated under Part 9 of the building code, whereas much of this is either larger Part 9 or into Part 3, the more large buildings. Mm-hmm. So it is a different complement of staff, and I don't believe that, one will adversely affect the other in this context.
Thanks, John. I'll go back in the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. And honestly, thank you, Councillor Tierney, for highlighting that, because I was going to ask the very same thing, given how much flooding there is. I wondered if when we collect the data to see if there are delays in the process, if this would impact it and make our data, not accurate. So good to know that's a separate department that deals with this, because I believe there will be a lot of work being done in this department given the flooding. Okay, so on my questions, just to the staff in the room, you heard my questions to John Dickey, an unbelievably helpful resident who has been working on behalf of tenants and landlords for his entire career, so knows this situation very well. So he commented about the delay, and I guess he also commented that it would be difficult to measure exactly how long there was a delay. So I'm wondering if staff can comment how they would go about measuring that for when we review this in 2027.
Chair, perhaps if I could just clarify the question, you're asking how we would measure the delay to obtain a building permit?
Yeah, compared to how long it would take otherwise if there weren't this.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Compared to if there wasn't what, Councillor? I'm sorry. I missed that.
Let me be clear. In this new policy bylaw, we would have a delay, we are hearing, to get this building permit ahead of time if we front end load the process. So we're going to review this in 2027. How are you going to measure whether there truly is a delay? If there weren't the building permit requirement, how long would it take? Now that there is, how long has it taken? How are you possibly going to collect that data?
Perhaps I can begin the answer, Mr. Chair. One of the recommendations that we're proposing is if this bylaw is adopted, to amend the building permit application process to include a question, whether or not this building permit is for a renovation or repair where eviction may be required. So if that question is, or if that box is ticked off as part of the application, then we'll know which one of these building permits are in relation to the to a potential eviction, and we can measure timelines in that way.
Okay, but do you understand what I'm saying and what John indicated, that this is going to be very difficult to do? You can't have two universes, one where this happens and one where this doesn't happen. So are you going to be surveying the developer to say, had this not been the case, what would your actions have been that would be different, that would have taken less time?
Chair, as part of our review, if there's a direction from council to monitor the implementation of this bylaw and to consult with interest holders about issues that may arise. And so certainly that would include following up with, for example, YOLO and other interest holders so that they could flag any such issues or articulate those delays. So that is something that we could monitor sort of through qualitative data through a review if that is approved by on the work plan for the next term of council.
Okay. I think that will be critical because I think, and especially John and the new head of YOLO, they will be able to get that feedback for you and help you with that, because I think that will be important. If it's an unnecessary delay and what the consequences of unnecessary delays are. Like I'm happy to support this now. I just want to make sure when we do that review, we get all the information and that it's actually coming straight from people who would have, otherwise who would be affected by all of this. Okay, second thing John talked about was the education guide or information guide and his concern that it would be duplicated or replicated what is already there, and that might lead to confusion if residents are going there but not going to what's provided by the landlord tenant board or is in the Residential Tenancies Act. How are you going to make sure that that is not the case? And would you be consulting with others to create that guide?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So first of all, on the N13 notice that is issued to tenants, there is a certain amount of information available. A city produced eviction guide would speak to that process, but would also, if the bylaw is adopted, provide information about the municipal process and how compliance various resources, I guess, associated with the municipal bylaw. And so that will actually be developed by our colleagues in CSSD. But my understanding is that they have already spoken to some interest holders, and that John Dickey in particular is very generous with his offers of assistance. And so he's already been in contact with them. And that's certainly something that we could do in the development of the guide.
Okay, I think that would be helpful given he's written textbooks that paralegals use for their courses. I think he has a wealth of knowledge that he could share and be able to compare different documents and see where there may be confusion or overlap. So I would highly recommend that. The other thing I would say is, we have another motion being proposed. I'm wondering if staff have any early comment on that the consideration of additional components to all of this, if staff have a comment yet on that motion. And I'm wondering if staff have had time to look at it.
Chair, thank you for the question. We have reviewed the motion, and it's certainly feasible if a bylaw review were approved as part of the work plan, the bylaw review work plan for the next term of council. We could consider those elements. It's not to say that we would necessarily recommend them, but we would look at the potential of implementing them.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, I just have one comment and then I'm done. I guess my overall thought on this is, I will be supporting this. My bigger concern is the unintended consequences. And I always feel that we all have the same intention to help tenants. that we all don't want to see people suffer. We don't want to hear delegations like we heard today, where this has affected people's lives so deeply. So none of us wants that. But then, we go ahead with these things and, and with all good intention, but then, what the saying is, the road to, how the saying goes. We don't want to have unintended consequences, right? So much of life is counterintuitive. And we think we're doing one thing, and in fact, we're doing the opposite. It happens all the time in life. And so that is my big concern with anything like this, that in the end, we actually hurt tenants. How crazy would that be? That's not something any of us want. So we want to be careful with this. And you heard my other comments about I don't want to get in the province's lane, but I'm willing to look at this, and I would look forward to what the report says coming back, as long as it actually has truly helpful information about the consequences. So that is my general overall thought. Thank you.
Councillor Curry, thank you very much. Moving on to Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to my colleagues for the questions on the building permits, because I was wondering the same thing. So, John, you're, I guess, committing to like a 15 to 30 day typical service standard.
Yeah, the province actually prescribes that. But again, I don't want to be misleading to say the permit will be issued, because there is that back and forth, right? But that is our service standard as mandated by the province, irrespective of this conversation, just with any day-to-day building permit, yes.
And I think the thread that some people have tried to be pulling on is, if your shop gets overwhelmed, if delays happen, I guess, what is the recourse for undue delay? Or who is bearing that risk?
Theoretically, we could be taken to the Building Code Commission, which is an extremely protracted process through the province. That does not happen. So, realistically, and I think probably many at the table could vouch for this, when things do get escalated or prioritized, when we recognize that, this one, if it's slipped through the cracks or there's something undue, then we will, it's just the nature of our staff is to make every effort to jump in on it, dive in on it, and get it out the door as quickly as possible. So the theoretical recourse is more of a quasi-legal or legal process, but that just does not happen because, the clients invariably say, well, no, I'm just going to escalate this and pressure things, through other avenues, not the theoretical legal avenue.
I do think that is something that we'll have to keep an eye on as the review takes place. Like, what were the actual sort of, timelines that were experienced from start to finish? And then on the license application side, what service standard is staff committing to in terms of turnaround time for that?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. Really, Councillor, if the applicant coming to our office and has all the proper documents in place, we can probably have that license issued within a day or two.
Okay.
If there's further review required by staff where there may be some questions about the application, it could take a little bit longer.
Okay. Okay, so again, something to keep an eye on in terms of turnaround times, but 1 to 2 days is very reasonable. So in this, this entire conversation, I think something that's been a challenge is the data, because it feels like on this issue, everyone has a different data set that they're working off of. And so for those 31 N13s, those were not 31 evictions. They were just 31 notices, correct? And then we have the 230 possible instances, which are obviously coming from lived experience that we have to count and weigh heavily. But from a data perspective, I guess, of the 230, was there, I guess, what scrutiny was put on how many of those ended up turning into actual evictions? Or was that even something that you could analyze?
Mr. Chair, it was difficult for us to be able to follow that trail just because there was no filing with the Landlord and Tenant Board, and so it was difficult to know what the outcome was. We certainly did hear in some situations that the tenants did end up leaving, and in others where they didn't. So it would not be possible for us to give a percentage of the 230, other than just to note that generally speaking, we did our best to try and quantify the extent of these unfiled applications, but by no means are we presenting this data as the absolute 100% certainty of, extent of the issue.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, again, like one bad faith eviction is one too many, but staff's report does conclude that like the magnitude of this problem is relatively small.
In the context of the number of rental households in the city, yeah, that's correct. It is a fraction of a percentage.
Okay. And I'm not saying that this is not needed to, ensure that that doesn't proliferate, but I just wanted to make sure we were working on the same sort of set of facts. So lastly, on the direction, I guess maybe this is a Stuart question, the direction from Councillor Menard, what is that direction asking for? Like, are we getting a memo back? Is like, what can we expect, I guess, for council?
Chair, I took my review of the direction to be something like a memo that I would respond to committee and council, similar to the memo I provided on this file.
Okay, so the direction's asking for a memo, basically.
That's how I would interpret it, I guess.
Okay, and sorry, I do have actually one other question. So looking ahead to the review, what metrics are staff using to, I guess, quantify whether the implementation of this bylaw will actually be reducing bad faith evictions?
Chair, again, it's likely that it will remain challenging. I think the N13 data that we will request from the province will be one of our main indicators. And in addition to the number of permits and applications that are received, the number of complaints that we receive, and other eviction types to monitor whether there are increases in other types of evictions as this bylaw is implemented.
Okay, thank you. I may come back on for some comments, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Chair. We've had some exceptionally good questions already. Many of mine have been answered, so I appreciate that from my colleagues. I had wanted some clarity in regards to the directions, so thank you very much, Stuart, for identifying that would come back in as a memo. I was wondering, in terms of both the motion and the direction, though, there are sections of the motion. I'm fine with a large part of the motion, but there are sections of that, as well as the direction, that are almost very specific, prescriptive for what we would see coming back with the review. I'm wondering, from staff's perspective, were you going to be painting a broad stroked picture with your review? Are you looking at all of these things? Are these directions necessary in terms of what you're doing? Do you find it too prescriptive?
Thank you, Chair. I think that the direction highlights items that we would include in a future review. I think my colleagues in legal use the expression "including but not limited to." So I think we could potentially look at more, but I think those are some of the key things that we would be monitoring, as well as the data on the implementation of the bylaw that we've sort of heard some questions about today.
Well, and I'm very much a fan of the data. I really do think, and I mean, Councillor Kitts said it, right? We've been working off of all sorts of data sets to date to see data that kind of, analyzes where we are going with this and how it's functioning will be beneficial. I also think it's going to be very important to see how the province implements its own bylaws, and if it does actually implement its own bylaw and how that plays out. Because I think part of the concern up to this point has been, are we overstepping our own authority? Are we duplicating what they were intending to do? And, you know, the city, our municipalities have often had to step in where the province has fallen short on many instances where it really should be taking the lead. So we wouldn't want to do that if they're already, you know, moving in that direction. So I am very, very comfortable with seeing that then. I do appreciate the clarity. And I wanted to thank staff. I think that this was not an easy report. This is not an easy bylaw to draft. You managed to thread the needle. I think there's room for growth. I think that there'll be an opportunity to review this and come back. So I wanted to share my appreciation for your sensitivity to the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Diaz. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. I'll start with the motion. The motion to sort of ask for this to be reviewed next term of council. Do we, would this push out, I know staff are probably in the process of developing the work plan for next term of council's review work plan. Would this, if we add this on through motion now, are there any vital, like more important reviews that we may be pushing out or delaying past what we should be, past what the cycle should be?
Thank you, Chair. We are just beginning the work plan, so this would be a review contemplated on the proposed work plan, but there's nothing for it to bump just yet.
Okay, no, good to know. Okay, so then on the substantive item, the initial recommendation from staff before we got to this committee meeting was that the province had done what they did and that it is the recommendation to not proceed. I know the report here says that the recommendation is to approve it, but that's because that's what the initial report said, and we sort of council brought it back. What is staff's actual recommendation, independent of what's in the report?
Chair, thank you for the question. What's in the report is what staff is recommending if council chooses to adopt a bylaw. So we are bringing forward a report, or sorry, a bylaw that, and we speak to this in the report. It seeks to address the issue of rent evictions by deterring bad faith rent evictions and driving landlords and tenants towards the provincial process in a way that minimizes costs and burdens to landlords. And so it's certainly, we are bringing something that we think can be implemented and that mitigates the risks that we highlighted in the initial feasibility assessment.
Thank you. I get that, but you know, this recommendation is before us because council asked you to come back with it a few weeks ago. And so, you know, when what led to that was that you had changed the recommendation to not proceed with the rent evictions bylaw because the province had passed what they passed. Is that ultimately still the recommendation, independent of what we asked you to bring back?
Thank you, Chair. And I think this is an opportunity to maybe clarify. So, you know, the path for this bylaw has been a bit unusual. So initially staff brought forward a feasibility assessment and it highlighted some risks. And the direction from council was to proceed with a review, to pause for 3 months to provide the province with an opportunity to enact these amendments and to advocate to the province. And if we didn't hear anything from the province, to then proceed with a review, which we did. And while we were conducting that review in the late stages of the review, the province proclaimed certain amendments into force. And so we paused the review and brought forward an information report to update council, which was also part of the direction, and to seek direction as to whether to bring forward the report or not. And council directed us to do so, and that's why we're here today. But the recommendation in the report has not changed. So this was what we were working on when the legislation was proclaimed.
Okay. I'll move on. So in the report acknowledges that it is quite difficult to quantify the rent evictions, and I know that at least one of my colleagues had touched upon this already. But I have some, I guess, concern when there's the not 100% certainty, and we are passing, and we are it's being recommended to pass a bylaw based on data that's not 100% certain. Is there, have we done that before? In terms of creating a piece of not legislation, creating creating bylaw where the data upon which it's based is not 100% certain?
Mr. Chair, perhaps I can start by just clarifying that I guess there's two sets of data. The 31 eviction notices filed with the board, that annually, that is a certainty. We do have that data from the province. And where we're less certain is in the quantifying those that aren't filed with the board. And I think it would be very, very difficult to be able to state confidently that we've uncovered every potential instance of this that's occurred in the last 6 years. And so, the recommendation that we brought forward was based off of the data that we have certainty about, and also a consideration of the data that we did our best to try and quantify.
So then, do you have any concerns when I'm sure there's going to be some form of check-in or KPI or something when this goes, if this goes live? Do you have any concerns, or what certainty do you have that the performance measures are also accurate?
Thank you, Chair. So I mean, if this bylaw is ultimately adopted and implemented, it will introduce new metrics into the into the equation by introducing municipal oversight. And so the city will have data with respect to the complaints that it receives, the number of applications that it receives. We will continue to have or file our request with the province for the N13 data and on other evictions. And what it does is, that's the fascinating and sometimes challenging part of our job, is to look at that as a whole, and to then communicate that information to you and your colleagues to allow them to make the decision. So we would continue to do that.
Okay. Last question. The report states that the enforcement will be primarily complaint driven. If there are, vulnerable tenants, notwithstanding the fact that there are advocacy organizations, and I do believe that I think you also said that there'd be a guide as part of this bylaw, as a part of this bylaw. If vulnerable tenants are reluctant to engage now with the landlord-tenant board, how likely is it that violations and how likely is it that violations will be reported and then therefore enforced?
Chair, thank you for the question. I mean, it's difficult to forecast how people will respond. Appreciating that there is the education guide, I think, the hope is that tenants and landlords will both have a better appreciation of their rights. And so more tenants may have a mechanism to another option to take action when they run into violations. I think in other cities, tenant advocacy groups have also served as maybe a liaison between tenants and the municipality, but ultimately that is something else that we would monitor during the review of implementation.
Okay, thanks. That's all for questions. I'll come back on later. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you again. And so look forward to that data, John, before the council meeting. I think we like data. Data is a key part of the puzzle here, I think. Obviously, we look at this is going to come back first quarter, I believe, is what I heard.
Fourth quarter, 2027.
Oh, it's the fourth quarter of 2027? Can I get confirmation?
So it's a full year.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If this bylaw is adopted, it doesn't come into force until the 1st of January 2027. So we would need some time after that to assess implementation.
So, okay, great. So, and of course, that would require another vote at that point as well. I assume. So there'll be time to evaluate and see what's in there. With the province changing things, like it feels like every day, again, whether it comes to the high efficiency homes and where we were looking at that one point. And then, of course, the province came in with their hammer and said, no, this is the new rules. You had the active transportation. We built out a great plan in TMP Part 1. And now we're going back to the books again because they've changed all the rules again. When it comes to planning applications, we really don't have a dog in the fight anymore because they pretty much stamped them all. And we don't even have staff that go out to meetings anymore because this is the new world that the province wants us to be in. So as municipalities lose their autonomy, it becomes more challenging. And I know I just want to be, you can't predict what's going to happen with the premier. But is there any likelihood he's going to come in with a hammer again after this and say, yeah, we're wiping all of them out? I'm going to support this, by the way. I'm just fearful of where this is going to go. Is there any chance the province, us being a corporation of them, could just wipe us out completely and say, yeah, there's not going to be any renoviction bylaws?
Chair, that's certainly an option that's always available to the province, and certainly we would continue to monitor any proposed changes to provincial legislation.
Great. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll certainly support this. I mean, I think we'll have to wait and see what happens with the province. I think that's the bigger issue, not the work we try to do here as a municipality. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Brockington, with my apologies.
Oh, it's okay, Chair. Thank you. And good to see everyone again. I just want to start off by thanking Acorn. Acorn, my whole time that I've served on council, has been very unwavering in their advocacy and persistence, if I can use that word, on matters like landlord licensing, bylaw enforcement of unit conditions, and with no exception, the renoviction bylaw. So I appreciate their good work and advocacy and educating us about what they believe are main issues on behalf of tenants. So I just wanted to provide that. And although I don't believe that we have a renoviction crisis in Ottawa, the data is quite clear in that, I do support, and I've always supported, additional safeguards for tenants, that added protections or even protecting the rights of tenants is certainly something that I support very strongly. And I think it's going to be hard to measure. I was trying to think, well, what KPIs would we actually look at, a number of years after the fact? And one I thought was, well, if we know building permit data for buildings, residential buildings, if we know the age of the building and we know the value of the renovation or construction work that is being undertaken, and then you look at that when the new bylaw is in place, and you look at the age of the building again, you average out over all the different permits and applications, and you back adjust for inflation the amount of work or the cost of, you can see whether or not there's any impact here. To Councillor Curry's point, is there a boomerang effect where you think you're doing the right thing when in fact some landlords might say, well, I'm just not going to renovate. I'm just going to do less than what I was planning to do because I don't want to go down this road. So we won't know until you have years of data to look at. And perhaps we make an adjustments, or perhaps it's successful. I think it's too early to say that there are trends in other municipalities that can provide us with concrete conclusions about what's happened there. Certainly the early data looks promising, but we're also not comparing apples with apples. So it's definitely good to learn what other municipalities have implemented, and to continue to monitor the data from those municipalities over time, just like they will be looking at our data once this has gone into effect. So the one question I have for staff is, what do you think the net benefit is to the people of Ottawa with this bylaw being passed? What's going to be different tomorrow than what we have today?
Chair, thank you for the question. I think there are two sort of key benefits that we are hoping will come from this bylaw. The first is that by requiring a building permit, the landlords that pursue evictions for renovation or repair are doing so in good faith, and that this will help to prevent unnecessary displacement of tenants. And another key benefit is that tenants and landlords will better understand their rights, their responsibilities, and the provincial processes in place, as well as how the municipal framework, if adopted, would fit into that.
Okay, thank you. And then can you describe for us, and I apologize if this was part of your presentation, which I was not here for earlier today, but how will you engage the industry going forward, not just landlords, but tenant groups and associations as well? How will you proactively reach out to them to discuss this bylaw as implemented after year 1, 2, 3, 4? What will you be specifically ask them?
So I mean, it's early days of the review. I don't know if I have a specific list of questions, but certainly we would want to know examples of where this bylaw is working and what is not working for them as the bylaws are implemented. If there are gaps that have appeared or continued under the bylaw, and that would be for landlords and tenants, right? So that would be our landlords encountering issues in proceeding with good faith renovations, as well as tenants that are encountering challenges in the process.
And so again, my last question, Chair, is assuming council approves this, you have embedded a few months before its actual implementation, and that is to ensure you educate and inform the industry as a whole. Is that why you need that time to make people aware of what council has passed, what the new requirements are, what the expectations are, et cetera?
Yes, Mr. Chair, in part to ensure that we communicate well with landlord and tenant groups. It also will provide us time to develop the guide with their input as well.
Thanks, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Johnson?
Hi, thank you. Just as I'm sort of further refining the language to submit to the clerk on our direction earlier, some other things are coming up for me. I was hoping I could offer Mr. Buck an opportunity to describe, how applicants can avoid a back and forth on a building permit so that they can show up to this with their best foot forward. Because although I can appreciate there's reasons on our side to go around, we might be able to mitigate some of that if we communicate that now.
Thank you, Councillor, and Chair, through you. One of the best mitigations is typically in avoiding delays is ensuring that applications for building permits are both complete and compliant. And one of the comforts I would take, with respect to the conversation before us today, is that for any small build, anything essentially beyond, say, a house form building. So for a small building, row of stacked townhomes, getting into large buildings, say up to 6 stories, and then into complex buildings, 6 stories and above, with the increase in building size comes an increase in risk and thus more professional involvement. So once you get into small buildings, at least a BCIN number would be required, and Ms. Cansey spoke to that earlier, holding one herself. Building code identification number, where there's some proven competency. You need to be qualified through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing to submit plans. So there's a level of professionalism there. Then once you get beyond small buildings into large and complex stock, then invariably, I would suggest either an architect or one or more professional engineers is actually required to be, behind those applications as design professionals, and they need to do field review as well. So for the conversation we're having today, largely, if not exclusively, there will be professional involvement required, and that gives a certain certainty that we're dealing with professionals here. One of the biggest problems, and no disrespect to homeowners, I mean, many of us are, but a homeowner can submit drawings, for their own house, right? But that's not in play here. So there's a required level of competency in order for building code services to even accept the application in the door. And that, if they're professionally designed, will inherently cut down the back and forth. You're kind of dabbling in the gray at that point. It's not real black and white code deficiencies.
Okay, very good. Because of course, building code is here to protect, future tenants as well as surrounding neighbors and obviously the asset itself. So that's not something we want to water down or interrupt, but I appreciate the meat on the bone. When it comes to the education guide, can we have some references to what it would take to have a building permit be compliant and complete? Or when you're doing your sort of aspects to dealing with landlords to try and have that be available at every turn when people are approaching this?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. So thank you very much for the opportunity to continue speaking on this. I do believe, again, that this is a very reasonable and incisive solution to what is a deeply felt consequence for individuals. And I'm encouraged by the fact that we will come back and discuss data further. But I do believe that when you own an asset that for someone else is their home, it is reasonable to take those people into consideration as well as the asset. And that's all we're doing here is we're just making sure that that order of operations when we're taking care of the asset doesn't come at the expense of the individuals living inside it. That's okay. So I appreciate the opportunity to comment on that today. And I appreciate all the folks that have come at least, 4 or 5 times now to be able to further press upon this issue. And I'll look forward to seeing the results next year.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think it's everybody who's listening and watching today knows that I've been supportive of Councillor Troster's initiative in the past, and I haven't heard anything today that changes my mind on that. So I remain supportive of this initiative, and I just have a question, 1 or 2 at least. Around the building permit and delays, there seems to be some concern around that and the effect that it could potentially have on landlords, particularly the smaller landlords. So I guess my first question is, would the landlord be required to notify the tenant that they have applied for a building permit?
No, Mr. Chair. Under the bylaw, the landlord would be required to obtain the permit before they issue the N13 notice. And so in issuing that N13 notice, that information would include the fact that the landlord has already obtained the permit and this is what's contained in it.
And then once the tenant receives the N13, how long would they have to vacate the unit?
So under the provincial process, there's a minimum of 120 days advance notice that's provided as part of that N13 form. But if the tenant is looking to contest that at the landlord and tenant board, the timelines could extend further depending on scheduling there.
So I'm guessing that's the delay that everyone is concerned about, that you go through the process of getting the building permit and then have to wait possibly a year to do the work, and that there is cost involved in that in the landlord. But is there any reason the landlord couldn't or wouldn't notify the tenant that they have applied for a building permit, and then the tenant knows that's underway, and the tenant and landlord could work together to or start the other procedure? I guess you couldn't start those proceedings until the N13 is delivered, but is there any reason that a landlord and a tenant couldn't have that conversation up front and then that might result in a drastic reduction in that long delay after the building permit is approved, because they've had the ability to have that conversation and find alternative places to stay in the meantime, and then the unit could be vacated a lot quicker. Is there any reason why that couldn't happen, or indications that there would be reluctance to having those conversations up front?
Mr. Chair, there's nothing in the bylaw that would require those conversations before the N13 is actually issued to the tenant. But at the same time, I would suggest that there is no reason for those conversations not to take place in advance. And I think it would be generally up to the landlord and the tenant in each situation.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time, and I still plan to support the motion and recommendations. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Curry?
Yes, just quickly on the data collection for when we do the review. I know that a number of people have made really good comments. Councillor Brockington and Councillor Lowe made some really good points in terms of not being able to get the right data. I'm wondering if a survey of all landlords would be helpful, because if we only survey the landlords and we only look at the data for people who have undertaken a renovation, then I don't think we're getting all the data. I mean, if you were to simply ask all landlords in the city to get on Engage Ottawa and say, has there been a time where you wanted to renovate a unit, but because the process we've implemented was put in, you've decided this is too much work? It might be interesting to have follow-up questions on that. Why have you not undertaken work? I think the analysis, or the analogy that John Dickey gave us of the car is a great one. I actually have a very old truck that I keep on the road. Just to keep it on the road, I put minimal into it just to keep it going. As long as police don't tell me it has to come off the road, I keep it going. It's not a great truck. It's not great to drive. It's not great for people to be in it, but it works. And I don't want to see tenants living in apartments that are like that. They just barely work. And so that is, to me, one of the possible negative consequences of this, that a landlord might say, oh, well, it's good enough. It's not against, I'm not breaking any laws. You know, it's kind of junky, but it's way too much hassle to do any renovations here. And you've added in another step, forget it. So I can relate, and I wonder if maybe a survey to all landlords to ask them questions about the impact of this on their decision-making to renovate units has been impacted.
Chair, that's certainly something that we could look at in the survey. I imagine there would also be a survey component for tenants as part of that review. I would perhaps flag that one of the ongoing challenges with our surveys and our work is communicating with groups that are not organized. So we, through the course of this review, we have been in contact with several landlord associations, but we would perhaps come up with a plan and do a call out to landlords. But because they aren't, for example, licensed businesses, we would perhaps circle back with counselors as well to help put us in contact with and encourage participation from both landlords and tenants.
Excellent. I think if you gave that some thought, there may be some really good questions that we could get some really important data from. And I would say, to Councillor Brockington's point, I think it is way too early to rely on what other cities are doing, given that it is apples and oranges, to his very point, and early days. Like, people take time to decide whether they're going to actually renovate a unit and how and what it looks like. So I would say that, and again, their data does not ask all landlords, did this actually impact you and prevent you from renovating units? So, people, there's other sayings I could say about statistics and how people use them, but most of my sayings seem to be inappropriate or use bad language, so I can't actually use them at this committee. But anyways, thanks for your thoughtfulness on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. We appreciate your use of parliamentary language. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any other questions. I just wanted to offer a couple comments. I think, this file is one that understandably generates a lot of emotion, because we're talking about people's homes and their sense of security, and those are real concerns. I don't think anyone around the table dismisses the stress and uncertainty that tenants can experience when put in these situations, particularly when they are already vulnerable. But for me, in the creation of this bylaw, the question has always been about finding the right balance. And I do think staff have achieved that. So I will be supporting this because I think it's measured. It's a lower touch approach. I think it acknowledges that there is a problem, but I don't think it is overreacting to it or creating an overly onerous regulatory framework. And I think that is important. The data does say that this is not a widespread issue across the city, which is a good thing. But that doesn't mean that it's not significant for those who are affected. It absolutely is. But I think our response has to be proportionate to the scale of the problem. And I think education is really fundamental here because there are existing protections in place for tenants, but those protections only work if people know about them and know how to access them. So I think helping tenants understand their rights, connecting them with the right resources may ultimately have a greater impact than adding another layer of regulation. And on that vein, if tenants don't know that landlords are supposed to come to the city first and follow a proper process, we're still going to have N13s slip through the cracks. So I do think we also need to be mindful of the message that we're sending to landlords. We want landlords to continue to invest in their properties and keep their buildings in good repair. Well-maintained housing is in everybody's best interest. So, as many people have said, we don't want to create unintended consequences that discourage that investment. So I do think that review is going to be really key to ensuring that we are actually reducing bad faith evictions and not creating those unintended consequences that we want to avoid. So I do think the recommendation reflects a balance. I have great respect for Councillor Troster's advocacy on this issue. I won't be supporting the motion, though. I think we need to see how this goes before we add to it. But I want to thank staff for the work that went into this file. I know that these conversations have not been easy because there are strong views on all sides, but I do think you landed in a reasonable place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, mostly comments this time. Actually, it's on the flip side. I'm not supportive of the overall report, but I am supportive of the motion if the report passes, because things like this are worth reviewing, whether or not we prescribe things or not. We have passed motions with some suggestions for future reviews in the past, such as the motion that spoke to incineration. It's the only one off the top of my head. But my main concern about this here is that when further on, one of my colleagues comments about the dilapidated truck. No, sorry, it's not dilapidated. The truck. Where conditions exist to continually defer, maybe continuously in some cases defer maintenance, you reach a point where you have to correct for that situation, and adding more administration to one. Adding more administration that pushes landlords towards that point of correction, and then two, makes it difficult at that point of correction, I think only hurts everyone that's involved. So I'm not supportive of the overall item. I am fine with the review if it were to pass, and I also I'm also curious to see how the provincial law will function on its own. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a follow-up question, I think, for the mover of the motion, so Councillor Troster, and this is based on the comments that I just heard from Councillor Kitts in regards to the motion tabled today. So the way I read it, requiring a qualified person's report confirming the vacant possession is required, and requiring landlords to provide temporary accommodations to tenants, as well as the data on the N5s and the N12s. That is being added only as a part of the review, or it's being added to today's, the recommendations that we're passing today?
No, Councillor Kelly, this is simply items to consider for review. They're items that staff actually indicated to me that they wanted to consider as part of review, and they're elements that are in every other renovation bylaw across the country. They are not unusual. So I understand that this bylaw is taking a more surgical or a more conservative approach. But what I'm saying is when you do that review, look at these other items and tell us if you think they're necessary or not. That seems abundantly reasonable to me because we're the only jurisdiction that's not implementing those items.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Kitts?
I want Councillor Trust to have the last word, but I have a point of clarification. Without the motion, a review is still happening? Or only with the motion does a review?
So
come back.
Staff can respond, but the motion that council passed in 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago said that there would be a review in 2027.
Okay. So that's happening
Yeah, so
regardless
this
of the
is-
motion?
Yes.
But then your motion adds
This is
certain criteria that they have
Correct.
to evaluate.
This is explicitly mentioning items that the community have come to us and said that they're upset are not in the bylaw. And so when there's a huge community demand, I believe that it merits discussion as part of that review. So they may come back and say, we don't need those things, but we're asking for their educated opinion a year from now on those items.
So perhaps just to clarify, the direction from council, and I believe this motion is to include a proposed review on the work plan, the bylaw review work plan for the next term of council. So it would still need to be approved by the next term of council in order to proceed. But if that is approved by council, then we would come back in Q4 of 2027.
In either scenario, it has to be.
In either scenario,
Yeah,
correct.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, everybody. I know it's been a really long day, and I want to thank every single person who came to speak out about this bylaw, no matter what your opinion was, because I've seen many of you many times over the last few years. This has been an extremely long and drawn out process. I just want to ask a few questions because I think we got stuck in the weeds here. Number one, there's no changes to the permits required to do construction as part of this bylaw, correct?
No change, correct, Councillor.
Correct. So if you're doing a major renovation, you need permits anyway, correct?
Correct.
So all this is doing is saying that before you issue an eviction notice, you have to show the permits that you need to get anyway, correct?
Correct.
And there's no cost to the landlord to do this.
Correct. There's no proposed licensing fee.
And you indicated this could literally be a tick box on the permit application process.
Chair, that is part of the process.
Yeah.
There's a separate application for the permit, but as part of the building code permit, it is a question that would be added to the application.
Okay. So for those of you who are suggesting this is a burden that's too much for a landlord, if you're doing a renovation that's significant enough that you need vacant possession of the unit, it's going to be something that requires a permit. Right now, I actually have a sign permit by Mr. Buck on my house right now to have a sump pump installed. I mean, you need a permit for all sorts of things. But am I correct that if you're just painting the walls or maybe changing out a toilet or something, you don't need a permit for that, correct?
Correct.
So therefore, this could be a disincentive to landlords who might issue an N13 notice and then simply paint the walls and once that tenant is gone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just to be abundantly clear to all of you, we're not changing the rules around renovation. We are calling landlords bluff here. We're saying you can't do the thing that you've been doing that is abundantly unfair that we see happen over and over and over again. And for those of you who are concerned about provincial versus municipal jurisdiction, I will point you to the memo produced by City Solicitor Stuart Huxley just yesterday or the day before saying that this renovation bylaw does not contradict provincial law. Just to clarify with staff, correct?
Mr. Chair, I think that's a fair summary. Obviously, this bylaw is not being subject to any challenge. No renovation bylaw has been challenged in Ontario. But when you look at the case law that is provided in that memo, the jurisprudence coming from Ontario, the jurisprudence coming from the province of British Columbia, the practical reality of the Landlord and Tenant Board in relation to the City of Toronto's renovictions bylaw and Hamilton's renovictions bylaw, my conclusion is there seems to be broad support for such a bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much. And so the last thing before I offer my closing comments is I just want to question this idea that we don't have good statistics. From 2020 to 2025, there was a 103% increase in in the issuance of N13s in Ottawa. And we also know from Acorn's report and from what we're hearing from all the landlord tenant laws who came and spoke to us that that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's an indication of a trend, but even that trend is 103%. We also know that in the city of Hamilton, there's been an 80% decrease since they implemented their own bylaw in the issuances of N13s. And so I've heard a lot of concern here about burdens to landlords when really the only burden this bylaw would ask them to engage in is to show their work, show their permit, prove that you need vacant possession before you evict someone and ruin their lives. There are people who have come here who have told absolutely gut-wrenching stories about how an eviction has impacted their mental health. It might be hard for some of my colleagues to understand how common this is in certain pockets of the city, but I represent one of the parts of the city with some of the highest rental rates in the city. And the number one profile of the person we see being rent evicted is a senior woman. It is usually somebody facing homelessness for the very first time after faithfully paying their rent for decades. And again, when there's a gap in provincial law, we act. Many of you around this table voted for the bylaw to protect vulnerable social infrastructure for that very same reason, because many of you argued that there were gaps in the law in that regard. And here we have a gap. Right now, there's an incentive for landlords to evict because there is no provincial tenancy control, which means landlords can raise the rent as much as they want between tenants. And so that is the financial incentive, and that is what we know is happening. And so I want to thank staff. I know that we've disagreed over the last 4 years. I think we've come to a place where you've taken a certain surgical precision with this bylaw. I would argue in some ways it doesn't go far enough, but I'm willing to start here because I think this is something that most of us can agree on. And I think it does the most essential piece, which is to say, if you're going to evict, show your permit, show that you're doing the work. And also, I think that education piece is really important. I hope all of you around the table will support my motion for further review, because again, everything that I'm being asked to be reviewed is an element of other bylaws that have been in existence in some cases for several years in other jurisdictions. We're the only major city right now in Ontario without a rent eviction bylaw. We're not going first, we're going 6th or 7th. So it's about time we did this. And, you know, we have passed millions of dollars this year in incentives for private development. We're forgiving development charges and cash in lieu of parkland. We're tightening our processes. We're removing certain permit fees. All of that is going to investors, it's going to builders, it's going to landlords. This is one small thing that we can do for tenants, and I really hope that you'll join me today in supporting this bylaw and supporting my motion. Thank you.
Chair, could we get the motion on the screen, and can we maybe split the two?
Yeah, let me just run in order. So first off, there was the direction that Councillor Troster on behalf of Councillor Menard has asked staff to take, and we haven't asked them yet whether they are willing to undertake what's on screen as direction. Are you willing to undertake that as direction?
Yes, we are.
Right. And has that been on screen? Everyone's good? So Councillor Johnson had asked staff to take direction as well. Staff have already accepted to take that direction, but for the purpose of transparency, here's what they've agreed to do.
As part of the review of the rent eviction. No, we don't have to read it.
Yeah, that's good. So they have already agreed to undertake that as direction. And then there is the motion that Councillor Troster has brought to ask that staff add compensation and qualified persons reports to the upcoming review of the bylaw if we do pass it. So that's on screen. Everyone's comfortable with that. Is that amendment carried?
Can we split the two therefore?
Oh, you want to split that up? Okay.
And Chair, just real quick.
Yeah.
I asked direction without any kind of piece of paper here to John Buck, and he committed to showing us how many day 1 to day X for the last year permits being issued. Does that require it in writing? Yeah, but specifically, you know, how many are issued within the actual 30 days versus day 1 versus, well, it could take 50 because there's a letter of exception.
So staff have agreed to undertake that as direction. Could you work with the clerk to establish the language just so it's specific? It can be added to the minutes. Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
So then there are, therefore be it further resolved. So there are 3 subclauses in there, Councillor Kitts.
Sorry, there's a previous therefore be it resolved about the review.
Okay,
I'm good with that.
so there's the first, therefore be it resolved, and then there is the second, therefore be it resolved. And you'd like to vote on those separately?
Yes, please.
Okay, and I think, so we've just accepted Councillor Troster's motion previously. So on the main item, there is the first, therefore be it resolved. Yeas and nays, please. Is it just carried? Carried. All right. And then on the second, therefore be it resolved. Yeas and nays, please.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh, Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gower,
Yes.
Chair Leeper.
Yes. And I'm sorry, this was the Troster motion. Right. So on the main item, is that item carried?
Dissent.
No dissents? One dissent from Councillor Lowe. Perfect. Okay, so that is the rent eviction item. That's the first item on our agenda that we're going to deal with today. We're going to take 20 minutes. And then we'll be back here at 2:20. Troster. So we are now 7. We have quorum. So we'll get back underway with the agenda.
We're still,
Oh.
we're not like.
Oh, and we're just waiting to go back live on the okay. Apparently the technology is now working, but sorry, I think, oh, sorry, Wilson. No, that's okay. We have quorum and the technology is working. So the next item on our agenda is, sorry. Sorry, 5.1. 5.1 is the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 287-299 Loretta and 153-157 Hickory Street. Gordon, are you still here? Yep, there's Gordon. Well done. And I see the applicants are here as well. So what I will do on this one is, Shoma, can I ask you just to do a very abbreviated version of your presentation if you can, and then we'll get right to Gordon as a public delegation.
Good afternoon. This is an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment proposal before Planning Committee, and it's for 287-299 Laurier Avenue South, as well as 153 and 157 Hickory Street. Next slide, please. The subject site is on the northeast corner of Laurier Avenue and Hickory Street. The property is within the neighborhood known popularly as Corso Italia. Also, it is considered to be part of the Ottawa Civic Hospital neighborhood. The subject land, which is comprised of 4 parcels of land, makes a total of 2,015 square meters. There is 56 meters of frontage approximately along Laurier Avenue South and 36 meters along Hickory Street. Within our City of Ottawa documents, this subject area is known as within Dow's Lake Station District of the West Downtown Core Secondary Plan. Next slide, please. It is planning's opinion that Planning and Housing Committee recommend to Council, 1, to approve the amendment to the West Downtown Core Secondary Plan of the official plan. 2, to approve the amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 to rezone to residential 5th density, subzone B, height 40 meters, exception X. And 3, finally, to approve the amendment to zoning bylaw 2026-50 to rezone to hub zone 2, height 40 meters, exception Y. Thank you. Next slide. The proposal that you see before you, it does align with the intent of the policies of the official plan, as well as the West Downtown Core Secondary Plan. The proposal represents an increase in residential density on lands within 200 meters radius from Dow's Lake O train station. This proposal facilitates the development of a residential building on an underutilized site that is well served by a mix of uses and neighborhood amenities today, and that continues to grow as the months pass into the years. And it is also within proximity to transit and transportation, frequent transit and transportation. The applicable policy and regulatory framework promote denser development and concentration of taller buildings in areas adjacent to rapid transit stations and within hubs to meet the intensification objectives of the official plan. The subject land is of sufficient size to achieve the appropriate transition and appropriate separation distances. Next slide, please. And that would be the end of the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. So we have both a public delegation, Gordon Lloyd, who will make his way to the microphone, and then he will be followed by the applicants team with CCOC, Codco, and Voten. And Gordon, I imagine after roughly 6 hours of watching the previous item, you've got a good idea that you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee, and you can start whenever you're ready.
Yes, I know how the procedure works now. Thanks. My name's Gordon Lloyd. I live at 100 Champlain Avenue, and that's just in the back of the proposed development. And I completely support the development. I think the staff did a good job in their report on recommending its approval based on Ottawa policies about intensification and affordable housing. And after listening this morning, I understand even more about the need for more affordable housing. But Ottawa also has other policies. And one of them is tree preservation, where that's feasible. In the official plan, tree preservation is favored. It's dealt with in Section 4. And in the Urban Forest Management Plan in Chapter 4, it's also dealt with. And there's a number of other policies that Ottawa has that support tree preservation. The Urban Design Review Panel of architects that was reviewed this proposal made some recommendations about encouraging tree conservation. They made 3 specific recommendations. And Councillor Lipper, your office organized a Zoom meeting that a number of neighbors participated in. And the question of tree preservation was a very major item that was discussed there and broadly supported. And in fact, one of the people running that call, I think it was the architect that was made the statement, said, yeah, okay, we've heard a lot about that and we should take another look at it. And my submission, which you've all seen, and it has some pictures of the trees I'm talking about that I look out from my back balcony, it was also reflected by a number of other submissions that were sent by people that I'm aware of in 100 Champlain that also were promoting tree preservation. So what I think is unfortunate, though, is that the staff report that's before you doesn't give adequate justice to the level of concern that has been expressed about preserving the trees. And it doesn't address what I think is a fundamental issue, and that's whether the project could be redesigned slightly. And that would make it much easier for tree preservation. So what I'm specifically asking for is that before the report be approved, that staff be asked to go and relook at this again and look at whether a fairly small design change could promote tree preservation much more effectively. The current design calls for a back laneway to be part of it at the end of the property, and that would actually go over the area where the trees are. There's an alternative to that, where at 100 Champlain Avenue, where we live, we do our access for parking, for garbage collection, for deliveries from the front off Champagne Street. I think that could be, or it should be looked at, whether that could be done off Loretta Street instead of having the back alley. And aside, if the back alley was eliminated, aside from helping preserve these 3 trees at the back of the lot, I think it would achieve some other objectives that I set out in my submission. And those included, there would be a less need for deviations from the official plan. It would also provide for more park space. It would also minimize concerns that at least my submission pointed out, but weren't reflected in the staff report, that there could be noise issues and smell issues from the garbage related to the back lane. So what I would ask this committee to do is to have staff relook at that see whether the back lane approach could be replaced by using access from Loretta, and if that would improve the situation for preserving those trees. Now, when I did my submission, I was not aware that all of the trees on Loretta and Hickory were also going to be cut down. I am now aware of that. And if they are going to do a relook at the tree issue, surely the person building this doesn't have to cut down all of those trees. I realize it's easier to construct the site by knocking down the trees, but couldn't some of them be preserved? So I'd like you folks to go definitely ahead and support Ottawa's policy about affordable housing, but can't we do both? Can't we both promote affordable housing and do a better job in preserving the trees? So that's what I hope is the result. Thank you.
Gordon, thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you, but the proponent is coming up next, and then we'll have the opportunity to pose questions to staff. So I'm certainly happy to explore that question of the tree preservation and what that might do to the viability of the project or how the project can move ahead. So thank you for your patience today. That's a long time to wait. I appreciate it. So to the applicants, CCOC and their team. Sarah, Adrian, Bria, welcome. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Through you, Chair, we're happy to make a presentation if it's requested. I think there is a lot of material that repeats Shoma's presentation, so I think we're happy to waive that time unless you and members of the committee would like to hear it.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, the staff usually do a great job of presenting the material that the applicant would anyways. So I'm just taking a look to see if there are any questions of you. I don't see any others from members. So this question of the trees in the rear, what is the potential to preserve those trees by, for example, putting the service access on Hickory or on Loretta rather than having it in behind?
I think it's something that CADCO and CCOC and the architectural team are definitely willing to look into. Obviously, there's a number of constraints, as you know, that feed into the design, the location of the parking garage access and elevator course and all that. But I know that this team shares the objective of seeking to preserve trees where it's not going to impact sort of project viability or result in a reduction in the number of affordable units that can be created. You know, we have not started preparing the site plan control application where we work through some of these specific issues, but I think we can commit to looking very seriously at the potential to retain more trees on the site.
Okay, I want to make sure that that is not just sort of an empty promise. Is the zoning that we're passing today so shrink wrapped as to preclude that possibility?
It is not, and the zoning relief that we are seeking sort of doesn't relate specifically to that rear laneway and the ability to shift it and preserve trees. So we have flexibility to work with staff.
So this committee's option to ensure that that happened would be to modify the proposed zoning in such a way as to preclude building into that lane, which is not obviously direction I want to go. I want to make sure you have the flexibility to do what works best for making sure this project moves ahead. But I appreciate your open-mindedness to that. And as we go into the site plan process, that sounds like the flexibility is there. I'll just confirm that with staff before leaving off that. Do any other members of the committee have any questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much to the delegation. Questions to staff? So I don't see any from other members. I'll just jump in. Is the zoning so shrink wrapped as to preclude the potential to rework access and the laneway in the interest of preserving trees?
It is not. There is no schedule proposed for the zoning, and there are no it is not being shrink wrapped, and the ability to still play within the existing setbacks as well as the proposed setbacks will allow that flexibility.
Okay, so that is the potential for further discussion moving forward as we move into the site plan process. I don't see any other questions for you. I will just say to CCOC, you know, we are looking forward to having more of your units in our ward. This is a Build Canada Homes project. I hope that things go smoothly for you as we move ahead. Members, is that item carried? Carried. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Gordon. We will move on. 267 O'Connor, the public notification. I hadn't anticipated a presentation on this one. There are a number of delegations. The note that I would make for the residents who will be hearing from us, the committee is not being asked to reapprove the building today. We're being asked to receive a report that says that the city, I'll be careful with my language. The city did not pursue the appropriate notification process for reasons outlined in the report. But with that, I will open it up to the public delegations. Andrew, it looks like you were fixing to say something. Is there something you wanted to say at the outset?
Chair, if I may, just off the outset, I do want to acknowledge the issue that we had, the technical issue that resulted in certain members of the public not getting adequate notice for the initial meeting, which is what prompted the discussion here today. It isn't very unfortunate. We are continuing to look into the issue, but we feel for this application, we have identified those that were supposed to be notified. They have been notified of today's meeting. And again, apologies to committee and the members of the public for the inconvenience.
Just in terms of mechanisms moving forward, we're receiving a report that describes those circumstances today. If the committee were to hear something from delegations that convinced it that it wanted to revisit the zoning approval that it had previously given, would that be a matter of a new motion that would be reconsideration?
Mr. Chair, I hesitate to use the word reconsideration because that has, in the city's procedure bylaw, has a very precise meaning. It's something only council can do, and there are 2 or 3 procedural steps associated with it. The term I would use, Mr. Chair, is revisiting. And generally speaking, one cannot revisit an issue that's been decided by council within a session. But one of the exceptions to that is new information. And the fact that people entitled to notice did not get it would be, the decision is ultimately yours, Mr. Chair, but in the opinion of staff, it was new information. And that's why the item is properly before you today.
Okay. So with some of that procedural stuff made clearer, we'll move into delegations. Is Barbara Kagaden here? Kajden? Thank you for that. No problem at all. Barbara, you do have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee whenever you're ready.
I go over. What do I do? It's all set? Okay. My name is Barbara Kashton, and I live across the street from this development. We are here today not because of an administrative snafu, but because there was a fundamental failure of the public consultation process. I and many residents found that our comments were lost. We never received notice of April's hearing. Now this hearing is taking place on short notice and a week after Canada Day, when many people are simply unavailable. I hope that this consultation is real and not simply a check mark on a list. The city's summary of public input does not reflect our comments, and there are a number of incorrect or misleading statements there. It is important that you make your decision based on the facts and not be given facts selected for the outcome that some may prefer. Yes, we are facing a housing crisis. I very much look forward to the site being developed for housing that will help address this crisis. We know from the city's own reports that what is needed is affordable family housing. The city can't say whether these units will be affordable, so presumably they won't be. Will this then cause rents to rise for others, making the neighborhood actually less affordable? And it is clear from the proposal that this development will not meet the need for family housing. The developers have said that that 70% of the units will be studios or 1-bedrooms. Only 30% will be 2 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms plus a den. So only 30% will even possibly be suitable for families. A study out of Toronto documented why high-rise buildings are the wrong solution to a shortage of family housing. The report, Density Done Right, said building tall leads to a lack of units suitable for larger households and overburdened infrastructure systems, including both hard and soft infrastructure systems. They strongly recommended moving away from building tall and instead opting for mid-sized buildings between 5 and 11 stories. The proposed 2 massive towers of 25 and 27 stories would radically change our neighborhood. The city's summary told you that the proposed development, and I quote, is compatible with the neighboring buildings. This is false. There is not a single building in that area that comes anywhere close to 25 or 27 stories. The buildings are all either low or medium rise, or old heritage houses or individual houses. The large PSAC building on Gilmore is only 12 stories. Each of these towers would more than double that. The city's own appointed special design review panel, established specifically to advise on this proposal, was adamant that it should be rejected. To quote from their report, panel members, and I quote, felt strongly that a 2-tower massing is not an appropriate built form for this site. They also, quote, questioned whether a high-rise built form was appropriate for this context. This information was not in the summary that was provided to you last April. Indeed, the summary referred to the proponents having decreased the building height in response to the expert panel. That decrease was from 30 stories down to 27, barely noticeable and certainly not an adequate response to the expert panel. A critical condition to your approval was that the development provide a significant privately owned public space, and the pictures show sunshine, trees, and plants. That won't happen. This would be a narrow space surrounded by 25 and 27-story towers. The sun will rarely penetrate, something confirmed by the proponent's own sun shadow study. This will be open to the public, but who will want to enter? Another issue you are to consider is the shadow impact of the proposed development. You were told in the summary that there would be, and I quote, no new net shadow impact on existing public open space. But when you read the fine print, the public open space they are referring to is Jack Purcell Park. That is half a kilometer away. But 2 towers of 25 and 27 stories will obviously have a very significant shadow impact on the entire neighborhood. They are not zombie buildings, they cast shadows. We just experienced a major heat dome that brought terrible flooding. We have to change our planning decisions to minimize the effects of climate change. High-rise buildings, especially closely packed towers like these with a lot of glass, trap heat by creating urban canyons, actually raising the temperature of the neighborhood. It's called the urban heat island effect. A recent paper said from Health Policy Watch that the glass high-rise is emblematic of a larger disconnect, a modernization strategy that prioritizes aesthetics over global warming reality. They say policy choices made today must be built for the 1.5 degrees Celsius reality of 2030, not the cooler world of the past. I know the city needs money and no doubt wants the tax revenue from 513 new units, but this income will not offset the costs of not adapting to climate change. The last issue is an extremely important one of safety. The proposed development of 513 units will house 319 cars and trucks. All will enter and exit from one garage on McLaren just east of O'Connor. And of course, there will be traffic from Amazon deliveries, Uber drivers, Door Dashers, etc. for 513 new units. All cars and trucks along McLaren, which is a one-way street, must turn left onto O'Connor, also a one-way street. But here's the thing. That is where the city's 2-way bikeway is, along that east side of O'Connor. So all those cars and trucks will have to cross that bikeway in order to enter the heavy stream of traffic coming from downtown.
And I'm sorry, Barbara, I'm going to need to ask you to wrap up. You're well over time now.
Really quickly. The city spent millions of dollars building that bikeway just 10 years ago. It was a controversial decision to put the whole thing on that east side, but now it's much used by cyclists, by people with scooters, and people using electric wheelchairs. What sense does it make, having invested in and promoted that bikeway as a safe route for cyclists, to now change the zoning and build 2 towers there with hundreds more cars plus the deliveries, Ubers, etc., now having to cross that bikeway?
Barbara, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off there. well over time now at this point. There is a question for you from Councillor LaPlante.
Thank you.
So, and I apologize. It looked like I'm in a missing persons report with this lighting. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on here, but sorry. Did you say your name was Barbara? Is that it? I just want to make sure I get that correct. Okay. Hi, Barbara. My name is Stephanie. I am the councillor for the best ward in the city, which is Ward 12. Sorry, Councillor Troster. And I was just wondering, have you articulated some of these concerns? Because, you know, you seem pretty passionate about them, and I do share some of them. But we do have a lot of towers in Ward 12. So I was just wondering, have you articulated these to the province? Because we are subject to a lot of the rules and regulations that they put upon us. And I felt really helpless, you know, listening to a lot of what you were saying, because it's not within our jurisdiction to adjudicate all that.
The issue here is that our area is zoned only for 9-story buildings. And so this was a special exemption that was being asked for, or an amendment, a zoning amendment, to allow them, instead of being restricted to the 9 stories, which is what applies all over. There are a few buildings, 11, 12, whatever, but still mid-sized buildings, to build suddenly these new towers, unprecedented in our neighborhood, 2 towers of 25 and 27 stories. So it's an actual change. And it's, as I say, it's unprecedented in our neighborhood.
Okay. So I do want to encourage you to, and I'm not quite sure if your MP is Catherine McKinney or someone else, but I would encourage you to articulate your concerns with them. Because we are zoning amendment.
So this was actually something that was decided. And the problem is, I don't know if you joined late, but I and my neighbors, we submitted comments as part of the public consultation process. We received confirmation of their receipt. And then apparently they were lost. Right. We were told it was a computer glitch.
Oh dear. So okay.
That's why we're here today.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate it. And, you know, I do encourage you to do some advocacy to the province. I do share some of your concerns as someone who has a lot of towers in her area. And I'm, you know, anytime you want to come walk around downtown and you can kind of see the towers for yourself, I'm happy to give you a walking tour, because then you'll realize it's the best ward in the city. I said what I said. And thank you, by the way, to my colleague who said I look like I'm in the witness protection program. The lighting is better now. Thank you so much.
Hi, Barbara. I apologize for my voice. As you know,
Councillor, you have been using it a lot.
Thank you.
For a good cause.
I just want to sincerely apologize to you, because I did not know that this mistake had been made. Staff only told me after the fact. So I'm really sorry that your comments were not included. That's why we're here today, to hear them.
Thank you. And by the way, it's not just mine. We discovered it just by chance, because my particular building is very small and very close. And in speaking to people, I found this out. Then when I saw the report, there were 39 people.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I apologize, because I honestly didn't know. And I'm actually really glad you flagged that. It is a pretty egregious error. And I have let staff know that. I just want to say the concerns that you flag are in transportation infrastructure, actually something that Councillor Kitts flags all the time in her ward, because we get into a chicken and egg conversation about, do we build the density before we have the transportation infrastructure, or do we build the transportation infrastructure before we have the density? And so all I will say to you is, I understand that it's a lot of change, and I understand that's very frustrating, but my office is very committed to work with you now that these buildings are coming. And I will point to your neighbors who live near the corner of Albert and Lyon, who are of course thrilled that now they have a food basics, because the density population has tipped such that there are some new services there that they desperately want. So I hope that's a net positive for the community. But in terms of the safety of the bike lane and the in and the out and all the things you're talking about, I don't imagine we will need to deal with those for many years, because the building will, you know, these developments take a very, very long time, but I'm very committed to make sure that we keep the neighborhood safe. And I understand your concerns, and I'm really sorry that I didn't hear your concerns in April. And I'm being totally honest with you when I say, I didn't know.
Councillor, I have to tell you, your office has been extremely helpful all the way through this. We met with Charlotte last year, and then Isabel again was very helpful. As I say, I thought mine was just a one-off, and I wasn't exercised about it, thinking, okay, it's just my husband's and mine.
Yeah.
But yes.
No,
the bike
you're
lane,
owed an apology.
I really, I am very scared for people using that bike lane. And it's as you know, it's people on bikes, it's people using electric wheelchairs, which was my husband's situation. And it seems to me it's a recipe for disaster, because just to say cars right now, because of the nature of it, because O'Connor is so heavily used and it's one way. You just instinctively, I see people all the time, they're looking right, they're looking to see when can I enter traffic, and they don't notice that there's a wheelchair or there's a bicycle or there's a person on a scooter who's coming straight down at them. And this will just be so much larger with 513 units there. And I apologize for taking
Okay,
so much.
yeah, no problem. And I take that bike lane every day. So let's work on that together. We've made some improvements on other turning areas that create like a wider bay and increase the visibility. So I think there's an opportunity to mitigate that together. So thank you for flagging that. Yeah, have a great day. Thank you. And I'm sorry.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Barbara. We appreciate your coming out. Kyle LeMay.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Kyle. We can hear you whenever you're ready. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Okay, thank you all for having me. I just wanted to say that, yes, so the neighborhood association, that's the Centertown Citizens Association, we've all met and discussed this plan, and we wrote a letter to City Council urging them to vote no on this. And then City Council voted yes. That's specifically Taggart, the developer, applied for a zoning approval to go past, I think it's 9 or 10 stories it's zoned for. They wanted to blow past that and do 27 and 25 story towers. I'm a big proponent in urban densification, and I'm a big fan of architecture. I'm also a horticulturist and a lifelong Ottawa resident. So I have common sense, and I know that parking lots in Centertown in the neighborhood should be developed, but they should be developed within reason. And I think that we have zoning laws for a reason. I think that I live in a 10-story apartment building across from this development, and I think it's not unreasonable to ask for the developer to build something similar to that. It's not in the neighborhood's best interest or the city of Ottawa's best interest to build these. It's in Taggart, the developer's best interest, to build these as tall as possible, because then that makes the property value skyrocket, and then they make money hand over fist. Part of the reason that they can even apply for this zoning change is by applying for landmark status. And this building is extremely typical of any condo. It's a brick podium. It's connecting 2 towers by a brick podium that changes material from aluminum to glass and brick to reduce the massing. But there's no detail in the brickwork. There's no symmetry. There's no timeless design. It looks like basically if I asked ChatGPT to render an ugly condo, this is the design that the city has approved. So I just find that frustrating that we as a neighborhood association have been discussing these changes, and we wrote a letter to City Council. And it's also frustrating combined with the fact that you apparently lost some of our feedback. So somebody said this earlier, it's not any supply is good supply. Like these towers being built actually hurts affordability. These units will not be affordable. And it does not solve the housing crisis. If anything, it makes it worse. I know Taggart has empty units and empty towers all over the city. So this is not actually helping. This is not helping anybody but them. So I think the bare minimum that the City Council should do is to rescind the approval on this. And that's all I have for today. Thanks.
Kyle, thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so we're going to move on to the next public delegate, who is Johanna Pay. Hi, Joanna. You've seen how it works. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
My name is Joanna Pay, and I'm a resident of 287 McLaren in Somerset Ward. I'm opposed to the proposed planning amendments for 3 reasons: a deeply broken consultation process, affordability concerns, and safety concerns. We are having this discussion today because 39 instances of submitted public feedback were left out of the public consultation report and the decision-making process for this proposed development. At a time when people are increasingly cynical, especially about their ability at an individual level to make a difference in the world, when their trust in governments as a whole is at an all-time low, a failure to rescind the previously approved amendments on this development proposal would send a very disturbing message to the citizens of Ottawa that the city conducts purely performative public consultations and will proceed with their intended agendas regardless of what taxpayers and residents say. How can we know that the 39 missed comments are the only ones that were affected by the technical glitch? How can residents have confidence in any of the city's public consultations when there is clearly an issue in the collection, tabulation, reporting, and notification of public submissions? How can we trust that the issue is limited to the ones we have identified, even though the city staff themselves were not aware of the problem before we forcibly brought it to their attention through our own community connections? It has been quite difficult for me to be able to speak here today, even though by many standards, I'm in a privileged position. You may think that 39 individual submissions are not very many, but how many people have strong feelings about this and other proposals, but simply lack the time, knowledge, and wherewithal to participate in public consultations? If we then suppress the feedback of those that did participate and prevent others from having the opportunity to take part in a full, fair public consultation, why even bother with consultations at all? Secondly, I'd like to address the need for livable spaces. At the time the proposal was completed, 267 O'Connor was zoned for a maximum of 9 stories. The proposal of the 2 towers of up to 27 stories does not include any green park space. It will not meet the needs of families looking for affordable housing. It will be difficult to create an experience of community in such densely packed small units, especially when there's already extremely limited to green parks and play spaces anywhere between Metcalfe, Kent, the 417, and Wellington streets. Furthermore, scientific studies on climate change from around the world have clearly shown that 2 such large massings of concrete and glass in such proximity to each other will significantly impact the heat concentration of the immediate surroundings, with health impacts affecting most affecting the already vulnerable communities. It is known that heat concentration and concrete jungles contribute to increased climate change. This increases both the risks and costs for the city. It will reduce the affordability of housing overall across the city. Even if it results in more available housing in Ottawa, what research and planning has been done to measure and evaluate the proposal's long-term impact? The existing building on the site is still in good condition and can be adapted for housing. The most sustainable and affordable building is an existing one. At a time when we should be future-proofing infrastructure and planning, does this proposal even meet the currently existing sustainability and affordability standards? My final point is about safety. Living in the area, I have personally witnessed cars in near collisions with pedestrians and cyclists at the intersections of O'Connor and McLaren and O'Connor and Gilmore. I have even witnessed several instances of cars turning onto the wrong way of O'Connor into the bike lanes, thinking that they're in a lane for traffic going the other direction on the street. The over 500 units in this very dense construction proposal will massively increase traffic at both those dangerous intersections because it is surrounded by 4 one-way streets, meaning that depending on what direction the cars are coming from to get to the proposed buildings and going to after, they may have to take those corners twice each at least. What does the proposal or the city planners intend to do to protect the health and safety of its residents? In conclusion, I hope that you will restart the public consultation process on the proposed development and demand more from the proposal, whether it's livability, sustainability, or health and safety. This is my first time speaking at a city meeting. I myself have often been too busy too cynical, too small to think my participation could make any difference. I hope that you will prove to me and to others that I was wrong. Thank you for your time.
Joanna, thank you very much. Councillor Chaucer has a question for you.
Hi there. I want to thank you so much for coming here and just reiterate that I am very committed to safety in the neighborhood. I cycle on the O'Connor bike lane all the time. We also have new bike lanes that will be going in on Gilmore Street. We hope to significantly improve the transportation infrastructure. So I just want to let you know, feel free to reach out to my office anytime. I'm very, very happy to work with you on that. And I am really sorry. Again, as I mentioned, I didn't know that this piece had been missed and that your voice had been excluded. So I really am glad that you're here today.
Well, in fact, if further bike lanes are planned for Gilmore, that would only increase the risk of safety issues.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Before you leave, Madam, I just want to thank you for coming out. I can see your passion in your voice today, and I can assure you your councillor was very concerned. She contacted many of us about the technical glitch. Unfortunately, we're getting peppered with so much spam and everything else these days. I know staff are actively working on new ways to collect that information and make sure it's receipted. To your point about being performative, I'm not sure if you were here for the first part of a lot of this conversation. A lot of this, we really are trapped by provincial regulation. That won't give you any solace. But certainly, I think the transportation network is one thing that you've highlighted that has to be considered very heavily. And as Public Works Chair, I'll look at that. But I want to thank you for coming out and speaking today. I think it's very important that you do that and continue to do it. Don't feel that it's falling on deaf ears. We actually do listen.
And in fact, I've had to take a day off work in order to be here today. So I was here for the morning submissions. And the experience really highlighted to me the inaccessibility of this public consultation experience. Many people are just not able to show up for a variety of reasons, whether it's cost, security. So if we then ignore the people who do show up, who do submit things, I think it's a very, very significant issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanna, thank you very much for the presentation. We have Lee Furchoff. Good afternoon, Lee. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My first time. I support building housing on that property at O'Connor, but I don't support this particular project at that property. I live at 280 O'Connor across the street. That was built a few years ago. I was the first tenant to sign a lease, and I've been living there since January 2023. And that is the type of project that I think has been excellent for the neighborhood. It is 6 stories tall. These proposed buildings, being 25 and 27 stories, would just tower over everything in the area. There's nothing like this anywhere close. I do support 25 and 27 story towers. Near my gym at Albert and Lyon, as mentioned, there's a lot of buildings going up like that and places elsewhere as well. This neighborhood is very suited to a building like mine. We also talked about it being a historic district. My building was built with a brick front that is suitable and matches the other historic houses in the area. And it incorporated the facades of 2 existing historic houses. If you look at the plans of these towers, they're generic condos, large glass towers with modern materials. So yes, there are provincial regulations involved here, but the fact is that at the city level, this is a historic district, and also that 9-story zoning is something at the city level that has been cited as something that we needed to get by in order to approve this. So there is power here for the city to do something. In addition, I live in a 2-bedroom apartment in this building, and this building the proposal has is heavily weighted towards 1-bedroom and studios. So I would say a project like mine, I would love to see that there. I know other existing residents to the community I joined have said how great the type of building is that I live in, and it's just not suitable, the project that's being proposed here. And what I would ask of everyone is, yes, I still think this can be revisited, and I would only ask, go and stand at that property, because I live there, and just take a look, because you will see how big an impact those towers are going to have on everything. And yes, the issues with traffic safety and so on that will happen, they will happen years down the road. But when you look at the size of McLaren, that small side street that more than 300 car parking garage is going to be basing on there, I don't know what you can do. Like realistically, just go down there and use some common sense. I don't know what you can actually do to accommodate the amount of maybe 750 people that will be living on that property, not to mention all of the Amazon drop-offs, Uber drop-offs, and the fact that O'Connor Street is a major artery out of downtown at rush hour. No matter what you do, if this project goes ahead with that kind of massing, it's going to be an absolute nightmare. And the bike lanes, again, yes, are down the road, but it will have to be dealt with at some point. And already it's a dangerous area. Just a few weeks ago, I saw a cyclist almost hit by a car at high speed turning left over that bike lane. And that small corner there, no matter what you do, there's going to be cars turning left out of McLaren onto O'Connor a lot, right into that major thoroughway. That won't really be an issue with buildings like mine that are 6 stories tall. But with something like this, with the amount of units, it's more suitable to a place like Albert and Lyon. The other issue that I'm very concerned about, and I haven't seen raised anywhere, is I've read that a demolition permit's already been issued for the doctor's building. And I'm a little bit confused about that because that building is from the 1960s. And I would like to know, is that a final demolition permit? Are they able to go ahead now? And if so, has a survey been done for asbestos and hazardous materials, given the age of the building? What's the plan for notifying residents for this building to be demolished in a safe way? I'm very concerned about asbestos, dust, and other hazardous materials being lifted into the air. And you mentioned new items that might come up. This is new information that I think I'm raising. I haven't seen this anywhere in the dev apps. And I'm very concerned about that. If there isn't a final demolition permit yet, and I misunderstand, would you commit, this is my question, would you commit to having, before that's issued, a plan for how the building is going to be demolished safely, how asbestos and dust and all of those things are going to be handled, how the residents are going to be notified? Because there are a lot of people living right across the street, like myself, where those concerns could become a safety issue. So I really appreciate you taking the time to make up for the lost comments. And I would just like to urge you, go down there and take a look. And that's what I see when I live there every day. So thank you, everyone.
Hi, I just want to thank you for your delegation, and I'll ask your question about the demolition to staff when it's time to ask staff questions.
Thank you.
But my knowledge is also there's a requirement to create a pop-up park space there for the period of time until such time as they might build, which could be years away. So that was a condition of the demolition permit. But I'll ask questions about safety, and we'll make sure that we talk to you about that.
And then I get in contact with your office to make sure that there will be a safe plan in place?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's city regulations that are guidelines for demolitions, but I'll ask staff so that you can get your answer here at committee.
Okay.
When we're done. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions for you. The demolition it's largely subject to provincial regulation. I live in Hintonburg, and seems like my entire neighborhood has been demolished, so I'm well familiar with them. But I know Councillor Troster will work through that. But there are requirements that they have to adhere to. But it's not the city that will necessarily be the ones who do that, but the MOE. So it gets complicated. It's very frustrating, as are a lot of these questions around land use planning and what the considerations are and what goes into a decision to give a rezoning or an official plan amendment. They're not always the reasons that you think, but I do appreciate the question.
So at this point, are they able to demolish, or do they not have everything they need yet?
Councillor Troster is best placed to get you that info.
All right.
That's well outside the purview of this committee, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amy Monder? Amy, my understanding is that they are trying to get you to accept a prompt to speak. We know you're online, but we just need you to accept that prompt. Okay, we're going to move on to Martin Berkeley, who is in the room with us, and we'll try to get Amy on.
Hi, so I'm Martin Barclay and I'm the chairman, president, however you'd like to say it, of the Centertown Community Association. I have spoken to you before on this development, but unlike the last time I spoke to you, I'm not here to talk about the developer, I'm here to talk about the city. And as someone who spends a lot of his time trying to coordinate community facilitation with both the city, developers, but even third parties, I'm deeply disappointed in what happened. Almost 40% of the submissions were lost. And they can't, it's not a matter of whether they all said the same thing, whether they all said something different, how significant their contribution to councillors' deliberations, it's lost. And I think revisiting this is essential. I think there needs to be an opportunity for a community voice, people who followed the rules, people who counted on the city to hear their concerns when they had an opportunity. As a previous speaker had said, who took a great deal of courage to speak to you today for the first time. And I very much support her in that. It takes a lot to come down and say what you have to say about your neighborhood because you care, because this is where we live. And to have that opportunity lost for whatever reasons happen, there has to be a redress. I'm asking that the city consider revisiting this and offering a time frame for resubmissions so that these concerns of people in the area can be coordinated and added to the summary. It may not change your overall view. There may be some people that say this is not necessary delay, and I say, what price democracy? This is our opportunity to speak to you, to speak to the city, to speak to the developer. Our only other opportunity will be when the site-specific plan comes forward and concerns such as traffic and whatever may be raised at that time when we have an actual, some of the technical clarification about building times and sewer separation and what have you. I've worked on the planning committee. I've been in Ottawa for only 3 years and I've worked on it for all 3. I've watched the city approve plans for massive housing developments. One I like to refer to as Lake Catherine, because on the corner of Kent Street and Catherine, 3 large story towers have been approved. Right now, there is a hoarding, a hole, and a lot of water. There are no shovels in the ground. There is no approval going forward. There is absolutely nothing happening. Those are 3 30-story towers. I agree that we have a need for more housing. That's obvious. Truncating the approvals process, the province has dictated the approvals process. I understand that we don't have any say in that. That's not up to the city. What the city has a responsibility to do is make sure that the consultation process is run fairly and openly, and they have in the past. I understand that this is a notable exception, but it hurts, and it hurts everyone, and it hurts the credibility of this exercise. I have made myself available at every point. I'm on 2 committees and the president. There are other people that have done the same thing, who have spent a great deal of time working with heritage districts, talking about words like iconic and all of this that allowed the city to propose the exemption to the height standard, and to hear that other people were left out of this process makes me sad. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Martin. Yeah, points well taken. I don't see any questions for you. I will just, I guess, try to pose my own here. I'm just looking at the report that was before committee and council. So it would obviously be a fairly major step for this council to take, for someone and I'm not going to do it, to put forward a motion to say, no, let's redo the approval process. I'm looking at the reasons for opposition that were given in the first round. And I haven't heard anything new today. So the question of how tall the buildings are, whether or not they're consistent with the secondary plan requirement for iconic architecture, the traffic considerations, the safety considerations were all raised. Is there something new that you can bring to the table that might convince somebody here to take the extraordinary step of revisiting this issue?
Well, I guess the first thing I'd say is that the report that was submitted was already detailed by Barbara, that the summary itself didn't reflect the residents' views.
I certainly understand that, but that's a process.
It's kind of hard to say like what those views would have been and how that would have impacted the conversation that was had at council. I haven't seen the submissions.
Right.
So I can't, it's a little bit, what would I say? I would say that all of the concerns that were raised today, which were raised in these things, the initial proposal was for a single building. The Urban Design Institute.
And sorry, Martin, if I may.
These things have, like, this has been.
So sorry, if I may,
How do we get back the respect that we lost in this process?
And I understand, and I don't know that we're going to be able to restore that respect, right? That was a major problem. We're here today because of a major screw up on the part of the city, right? But I'm trying to figure out, so if we were going to refuse the application for the official plan amendment and rezoning, it would have to be based on planning grounds. And I've heard one thing today that relates to a grounds upon which the city might, or this council might refuse a theoretical revisited application. And that would be inconsistency with the iconic architecture. And that was dealt with. It's all over the previous report that was in front of us. We knew that was an issue, and we went with staff's recommendation on that. I'm not seeing that reopening, and I'm sorry, it's not a back and forth, I apologize. I've just not seen it. So my question to you is, are there new planning grounds that were not in front of us when this committee and then council approved the OPA and rezoning that you can suggest we need to be aware of today before we leave this item on the agenda?
Well, it's been suggested to me that what should have happened was there should have been a design competition rather than having it as an individual. I'm new to this, but what I'm going to say is that I don't know what other people submitted. I have heard, and again, through people who heard me speak at this and said, "Hey, what are you doing talking about this? We haven't heard anything about it." So, if there should have been a competition, if we've asked that there be, in the case of historic buildings that are iconic, they should have an architectural competition. There should be an open conversation about what is being built. If you're going to give this level of exemption, that didn't happen.
But Martin,
I don't know whether it
should
have, but the suggestion is that maybe it should have.
Okay, so we could refuse it on the basis that there was no design competition, but that would not be legitimate planning grounds. You've heard Councillor Tierney talking a lot today and other councillors about the latitude that this committee has to try to refuse things. The fact that there wasn't a design competition is not grounds to refuse something.
So is the lack of a flawed consultation process grounds for appeal to the OMB?
No, so there is one requirement in the Provincial Planning Act with respect to consultation, and that is that we hold a public meeting. This meeting counts as that public meeting to consider a rezoning or an official plan amendment. The fact that, well, this meeting is not because it's a little bit weird, but the first meeting that we had a couple of months ago, that's the required consultation. We are considering an official plan amendment and rezoning. Come talk to us about it. That's what the province requires. And the fact that there theoretically might not be more than that, or it doesn't meet residents' expectations, is not grounds for us to refuse a rezoning. I would love to sit down with you and talk to you about what this committee's latitude is, but planning is a wildly frustrating field, particularly for the members of this committee who are dealing with it every 2 weeks. I will leave it there. Have we been able to get Amy back?
She's calling in now.
Okay, so we are apparently going to be able to get Amy back. Thank you very much, Martin.
I don't know how long to talk this on the call.
And I'm sorry, Amy, we can only give you a couple of minutes here. We have, I think, 5 other items on today's agenda that we have to deal with. Any sign? Okay. We're going to move on. There's an opportunity for questions of staff with respect to this item. Ariel? Oh, Councillor Tierney?
Yeah, I'll just be brief. You've heard me all day. I think we've been stripped of our autonomy a lot. The province has changed a lot of rules over the 16 years I've been on council. We seem to have very little ability aside from transportation, the things that surround the buildings, but when it actually comes to the building of the building, probably looking legal, and maybe Tim Mark on this one. Is there, if we went against recommendation, we said we're not supporting it, we're brave like the chair says, what's the likelihood of success?
Mr. Chair, I was a solicitor on this file when the Centertown OPA came to the tribunal, and the OMB as it then was. And we were unsuccessful in refuting this, but we thought at the time that it was worthy of challenge. So we actually went to divisional court to seek leave to appeal on the tribunal's decision. And we were regretfully unsuccessful. So the principles of allowing a landmark building on this site were challenged by the city in, I don't remember the exact year, but early on in the last decade. We pursued the extraordinary step of seeking leave to appeal at divisional court. And as I said, we're not successful. I would not think that a refusal is likely to be upheld by the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Yeah, and fair enough. And again, I think some of the comments that were expressed by some concerned citizens about whether it's a bike lane or traffic impacts, that's things that certainly we could take back and we can look at addressing that in the future over the development of this project. But that's pretty much all we can do when it comes to the application, the height. It's not a historic building, correct? It's not deemed heritage? Yeah, so we're really trapped on this one. So thank you for that.
Okay. Zoom back up. Councillor Troster.
Thank you. So you've heard from the community. They're understandably very upset, and I don't blame them. I didn't know that this piece of the consultation process was missed or that these folks were left out. Can you just explain what happened?
Chair, I'll do my best and invite Andrew to step in if there's additional information. The members of the public have a variety of ways that they can provide comments through our consultation process. They can call the planner, they can email the planner directly, or they can submit comments through the development applications portal on the city's webpage. All of the applicants that submitted comments that did not get captured previously were through the development application portal. In the background of that portal, it captures those comments, it does save them in a database, and it sends an email to the file planner on record. The glitch occurred in sending it to the comments to the file planner. It's hard for me to understand, but in our background of our email system, there's a variety of things to protect emails from getting missed. For instance, the planner at the time when this application was going through the early stages of consultation had an apostrophe in their name. And this, in the background of our emails, and if you look through Outlook, you can double click or right click and see what the address is, it will capture. So it would capture the name with the apostrophe, without the apostrophe, you know, the sort of common deviations of a name are intended to be captured so that it still makes its way to the planner or to any one of us through our emails. Even if there's a small sort of like they missed the typo, they didn't put the capital. In the background of that, when they were setting that up, those emails, like it didn't make it to the right place. So if somebody, the DevApps page didn't send the email to the planner, which is why they were missed. And when it came to our attention, it was, you know, of significant concern for us as well. We do take pride in our process and the integrity of it. And so we have been looking into like, why did that happen? What can we do to prevent it? You know, how can we make sure this doesn't happen again? But also wanted to bring this report forward to ensure that it was clear that members of the public that did want to delegate had that opportunity and weren't robbed of it. We do have the comments. We were able to find them in the database, and they were captured and characterized for you in the consultation of today's report.
Okay, I think for me, you know, the main concern is that folks weren't notified that the meeting was happening, because those 5 minutes are really valuable and they're the pinnacle of democracy. So I just want some assurance that you're working hard to make sure this never happens again. And I'm wondering if councillors' offices can be of assistance, because I'll be really honest with you and with the residents who are here today. There wasn't a ton of opposition at the actual meeting that we had in April. And, you know, Martin and I went back and forth. And in the end, I ended up voting in favor of the file because I wasn't, to be honest, totally swayed by some of the environmental arguments. A lot of these transportation concerns were not brought to that meeting, right? So I think the upset is incredibly valid and my disappointment is profound. And I'm just wondering what guarantees you can offer that this won't happen again.
We are looking at our process. I mean, we are continuing to investigate this issue as far as like, are there other emails that aren't getting forwarded for other planners? To date, we have found none. We are looking at our process and looking to amend things. We've had, you know, on a much smaller scale, occasional notice issues where we've had to, you know, refer something back to planning committee. In those cases, it was caught before it was approved by council. And part of the rationale for that is that in our current system, it can go to multiple places, which creates multiple opportunities for, you know, for failure. So we are looking at consolidating that and how can we make sure that all of the comments go to a single place so that there's less likelihood of failure, and that if, you know, if it's all in one place, then you know that you have to go look there.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I'm just wondering if staff could quickly address the issue of the demolition of the doctor's building and like what notification residents might receive and what safety mitigations are required either by the city or by the province.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the demolition of the existing office building at 267 O'Connor, it would be subject to a demolition permit. John Buck is here if you need to speak further on that. I did check our system and I do not see any permits filed or issued for that demolition that I can see to date. I do recall that through this committee and Build Heritage Subcommittee, there was an associated heritage application with the removal of that building because it is within a district. It's not specifically designated. And I believe a condition of that heritage approval would be one that is demolished, subject to a demo permit, it would be replaced with a temporary public plaza. But from what I can see on my end, they have not applied for a demo permit to
Okay,
date.
so demolition is not imminent, just to reassure the community. And just so you know, when they applied for their heritage permit to be able to eventually demolish, the deal was they do have to create a public space, a temporary public space, which frankly could be there for years because we don't know how long this building will take to develop. Okay. And so I just want to let the folks who are here today know that I take their concerns really seriously. I was very taken aback when I heard that this had happened. And I think in some ways, Chair Leeper really helped express the very tough position that we're often in at Planning Committee. But I'm more likely to have dissented on the file had all of you been there that day. So for that, I apologize. That was a mistake on the city's part. And it's one that we can't undo, but we can apologize today. And I am very sorry. It's enormously frustrating for established communities to see their secondary plans overturned by zoning bylaw changes and overturned by the province. And the only thing I'll tell you is that there was a case where Planning and Housing Committee last term, before I was elected, rejected a housing development or rejected the zoning for housing development somewhere in an industrial park in Canada that was deemed as just not a great place to live. And it was a rare refusal. And by the time I was elected, the city couldn't find a lawyer to defend the case at the tribunal. So the city had to retroactively approve that application. That is the planning environment that we are in as a city, and it's deeply frustrating. So the only thing that I'll say is that I believe that citizen involvement still had a huge impact on this development. I think what eventually went forward was much better than the many iterations that came before it. Is it perfect? No. But do we have the jurisdiction as a committee to decide on the aesthetics of a building? No, we don't, unfortunately. Again, it's the kind of thing that would be bounced right out of court. So, I would have individually dissented had you all been there in April. And for that, I do apologize. And I just want to thank you for being here. And I'm very committed to working with all of you on all of the pieces, the temporary park, what that might look at in the interim, the demolition permit and any safety concerns, and certainly cycling and pedestrian safety, because it's very important to me and to the community. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. I'm thinking the issue of secondary plans, we just voted, the resident didn't raise it on Loretta Hickory, but one of the primary arguments that was raised by the community against that one was that it wasn't in compliance with the secondary plan. We have an item coming up and a couple of items on secondary plans, and I'd like to, I think at that time, offer a note of caution about secondary plans as something that we need to be careful about what we promise to residents when we do secondary plans, because they don't often wind up giving people the quote unquote protection they're seeking. Marcia?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to draw attention so that those in the room that are interested in this file in particular, that there is a site plan decision yet to be made, which is delegated to staff, which is the process by which Councillor Troster is talking about to resolve or address some of the concerns related to how this site would function. There's also a heritage permit that has to go back to the Built Heritage Committee, which the materiality question and how the design of this will be an issue for that committee to address. And there also is a return to the Urban Design Review Panel, because this project is a landmark project. It therefore went through that process. So there are a few other stops along the way that could be used to adjust and refine this proposal. It doesn't affect the large massing and height, but there are some other pieces yet to be finalized.
Sorry, just to be clear, and can I get a commitment from staff that you'll work with my office so that we can work with the community on those pieces? I know that right now councillors no longer have the legal ability to pull site plan, but I would just really encourage a collaborative approach as much as possible. I'm seeing nods. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So the recommendation on this item is that we receive this report. Is that report received? Thank you. Okay, our next item up is the official plan amendment for the Stittsville West urban boundary expansion for 6437 Llewellyn and 6435 Fernbank. I know that there is a presentation that's available. This committee is starting to get maybe a little bit cranky. Can I ask staff, first of all, just to give us a very brief verbal description of the issue that is in front of us? We obviously have all read the report, and then we can move straight into public delegations.
Yeah, that's not a problem, Mr. Chair. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm Sean Moore, and I'm with Colette Gorney, and we'll walk through that verbal of the Stittsville West urban expansion lands. We'll keep it very brief. I think in short, we brought forward a refusal for other lands over the past couple of months. In this particular application, we're dealing with an expansion application by a private initiated development. And what we would be looking at is the council already approved a 5-step process for how staff would move forward with taking in the ministry's new projections, our growth management strategy into the new OP, and how we'd report back in early 2027 on a holistic approach to how we bring forward the growth management strategy. So in this particular case, we're dealing with a piece of property that didn't enter into the urban boundary. It was not recommended. It's a Category 2 lands back in 2022 or 3. And so that did not come forward in the new official plan and was not approved by the ministry either. So we're dealing with a specific proposal that staff recommend a refusal on. And I'll hand it over to Colette maybe to speak briefly about the application itself.
Thank you, Chair. So this particular expansion area is composed of 2 parcels, being 6437 Fluellen Road and 6435 Fernbank Road. The lands have a combined area of approximately 112 hectares and are located immediately abutting Stittsville to the west. And this expansion has been requested to enable the development of approximately 2,391 dwelling units based on an average density of 35 dwelling units per hectare. The particular amendment we're dealing with is that the applicant has requested to redesignate these lands from rural countryside and green space to be within the urban boundary designated neighborhood under the Suburban Transect. Some additional context is that there's natural heritage features on the site, being a provincially significant wetland is located in the northern portion of 6435 Fernbank Road. And this is identified as being part of the natural heritage system core area in the official plan. There's also identified natural features on 6437 Fluellen Road, including woodlands and an evaluated wetland in the northern portion. And so just a quick overview on the process that Sean mentioned. So it did go through the council approved process. It was determined that there is the ability to service the area, but servicing upgrades would be required that are not currently included in the infrastructure master plan. And then for the land use assessment, the provincial planning statement, of course, requires that the city has a minimum 15-year land supply of designated available land at all times. And based on the city's analysis and from the mid-2024 Greenfield Residential Land Survey, the city's supply currently sits at approximately 25 years. Therefore, the need for additional land has not been demonstrated. As Sean said, it was evaluated as part of the 2021 growth management process and was identified as Category 2 lands and excluded from the urban boundary that was included in the council approved official plan. Staff maintained the position that parcel analysis, which would have been step 4 in that council approved process, would only occur once the growth management strategy concludes in Q1 2027. And at that time, staff will provide council with a recommendation for growth scenarios, projected land needs to 2051, and if required, specific parcel recommendations for inclusion within the urban boundary. So in summary, staff recommend that council refuse the official plan amendment application to bring the subject lands into the urban boundary, and in the event of appeal, defend the city's decision before Ontario Land Tribunal. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. There are 4 public delegations on this one, and then Councillor Lowe will have the opportunity to ask questions to staff. Anthony Harubin. And we're just bringing Anthony in right now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Anthony. We can hear you. Please proceed whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you very much. So thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. I live at 6461 Fluellen, which is located next door to 6437 Fluellen. I wanted to add a few things to the official plan amendment that I received, and that is on page 6, paragraph 2. It notes that the southern parcel is largely occupied, significant wetlands, with a portion of the Fernbank wetland located in the northeast portion of the parcel. Yeah, that's not a problem. We can see it on the map up in the northeast. There's a big body of water. What I wanted to mention is that further down in the south, next to my driveway on Fluellen, right next to 6437, there is a wetland. I don't know why it's not showing up on the map. Stittsville Wetland recognizes it. And it's significant. It's about 2,700 square meters. And it's deep. When I go out there, it's, up to my thighs. So it's home to Blanding's turtles, which is a species that's deemed threatened. There's downy woodpeckers, which are safeguarded under the in Canada. And there's tons of other animals that go there and to drink the water and eat the insects or whatever. There's deer, there's turkeys, porcupines, so on. So I just wanted to add that for some reason that body of water is just not showing up, and it is significant. I wanted to move on to page 27, comment number 2. So it talks about concerns about tree removal on these lands. So I'm reading what's written. Request for additional information on the extent of tree removal required to plan development on the site in the future. So the response is the staff agree that a more detailed assessment of the natural heritage system present on the subject lands is required to adequately assess the proposed urban boundary expansion. Fine. Here's the problem that I have. The natural heritage screening report provided in support of the effort concludes, and here it is, there are no significant woodlands on the subject's lands. I'm not going to go into the details of what it says in the report, but there are significant woodlands. So I took a look at what is a significant woodland anyways. And so now I'm going to refer to the City of Ottawa document titled Significant Woodlands Guidelines for the Identification, Evaluation, and Impact Assessment, version December 2022. Page 5, section 3, notes. Any tree area meeting the definition of woodlands in the Forestry Act 1990 or fourth in the Ecological Land Classification for Southern Ontario. Number 2, this is where I fit in the rural area, meeting any one of the criteria in the Natural Heritage Reference Manual as assessed in a sub-watershed planning context and applied in accordance with council-approved guidelines where such guidelines exist. The third bullet point doesn't pertain to me because it refers to urban area, although I'm not sure if I quite make that cutoff. Any area 0.8 hectares in size or larger supporting woodland 60 years of age and older at the time of evaluation. Well, I do know that the trees here are older than 60 years old. That's easy to figure out. So yeah, 6437 is a significant woodland. I'm not sure how that was assessed, if it was just somebody didn't come and check it out, or it was just done by Google Earth, Google Maps. So yeah, finally, the land between Fernbank and Llewellyn, we're talking about 10,000 mature trees here. We're not talking about in the northern part going north of Fernbank, where it's farmland, it's already clear cut. This is a forest. So you're thinking, well, how did I come to the 10,000 calculation? I went out into the forest, which is my backyard, and I figured out a tenth of an acre is 66 by 66 feet. I went to 3 areas of average density of trees, and I counted the trees. As simple as that. I didn't count trees 2-3 feet tall because I figured they would be choked out at some point by the larger trees. So yeah, 100 trees in a tenth of an acre, therefore 1,000 trees per acre. We're talking between Fernbank and Llewellyn, over 100 acres. So 100 acres times 100 trees, I come to 10,000 trees.
Anthony, I can give you about another 10 seconds, but you now are over time.
No, I am done. That was it.
Amazing. Thank you. Councillor Vice Chair Gower has some questions for you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions, but Anthony, I wanted to thank you for your patience, for taking the time to delegate with us today and waiting till very late in the afternoon to do so, and raising some very important points. This land was considered by council 6 years ago now as part of our urban boundary expansion, and we decided it, and staff decided it didn't qualify, and a large reason for that was the important natural features on the site. So thank you for highlighting that for committee today. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for letting me speak, and I really much appreciate what you've been doing. So thank you, Councillor Gower.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Bruce Dudley. And before Bruce, I just need one member who is virtual to turn on their camera, please. Thank you, Wilson. Oh, you're right here. I don't believe we have quorum at the moment. Councillors Brockington, Kitts, Dudas. Oh, sorry. Councillor Dudas is in the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I know I just need one more. There are councillors not around the table. Councillor Brockington. I know Councillor Tierney will be back in just a few minutes. And Councillor Curry is online. Councillor Curry, are you able to turn your camera on? Okay.
Long day.
I apologize. We need to have quorum, and this item before us, I think, is probably certainly an OLT matter.
I've been here since 9:30. I have newfound respect for work of the committee.
Thank you, and I'm sorry you waited that long. It was a long one.
And Councillor Curry has said she is online. So Councillor Curry has lost access to her camera, but is online. Can you just say hello to us, Kathy?
Can you hear me now? Sorry, I had to stop. I can't be doing dangerous maneuvers. I am online and I am listening carefully.
Thank you. I apologize for that, Bruce. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, committee members, I hope you're all doing well, albeit probably a little tired at this point. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Bruce Dudley. I'm the Vice President of the Friends of Stittsville Wetlands. The Friends of Stittsville Wetlands are a volunteer, community-based, not-for-profit corporation committed to protecting, restoring, regenerating, and rewilding our wetlands for future generations. I'm here today to support staff's recommendation to refuse the proposed Stittsville West urban boundary expansion and recommend taking additional steps to protect the wetlands at 6427 Llewellyn Road. First, I'd like to thank the city's planning department, particularly Colette Gorney and Derek Moody, for their work on this report. We agree that since the city has already designated enough land for residential development to accommodate over 15 years of projected growth, the proposed urban boundary expansion should not be approved. In the written comments, we submitted jointly with Ontario Nature in March, and you'll hear from Sarah, I think, after I go. We also noted the sensitive environmental features that contribute to making these properties unsuitable for urban development, including provincially significant and other wetlands. This is reflected in the city's 2021 growth management strategy, which recommended against adding this area to the urban boundary due to the low amount of developable area, after excluding natural features and because water servicing would need to cross parts of the Goulburn wetland complex, risking degradation of this provincially significant ecosystem. The natural areas that contributed to the city's decision at that time still exist, so the decision to exclude the site from the urban boundary should remain the same. Accepting staff's recommendation to refuse the proposed expansion is important for protecting these wetlands today. But with my remaining time, I'll encourage you to pursue acquisition of the portions of Fernbank wetland at 6427 Fluellen Road to ensure that they're protected for the long term. The proposal being discussed today is not the first time this area has been considered for a potential urban boundary expansion, and it doesn't seem like it will be the last. In fact, the staff report confirms that it will be considered in the city's next growth management strategy, which is already in progress. The staff report also suggests that non-provincially significant wetlands receive a lower level of protection than provincially significant wetlands in the face of urban boundary expansions. Staff only explicitly state that they disagree with including provincially significant wetlands in future urban boundary expansions when responding to concerns about the potential loss of wetlands at this site. This leaves a lot of uncertainty for the future of the wetlands that provide a range of community benefits despite not qualifying as provincially significant, like the Fernbank wetland. Acquiring the Fernbank wetland areas at 6427 Fluellen Road would be a fantastic opportunity for the City of Ottawa to reliably protect this ecosystem, benefiting local people, plants, and animals for generations to come. While the application didn't provide a detailed natural heritage study, the initial screening found that the wetlands and surrounding natural areas may provide potential breeding habitat for turtles and amphibians, as well as potential habitat for numerous species at risk and other species of conservation concern. Wetlands like this also support human well-being by mitigating the impacts of floods, a very relevant point in recent rainfall experience we've had. In the case of the Fernbank wetland, that would likely include surrounding neighborhoods in the southwest corner of Stittsville and further downstream along Pool Creek as it flows through the community. It's important to recognize that the wetland, there's two things here that compound a problem when you remove wetland. One is the wetland's ability to retain the water. The other is, as you develop it, you try to accelerate the removal of water. So that double whammy can be very impactful. Furthermore, the city already owns parts of the Fernbank wetland northeast of this property. The city-owned portions don't exist in a bubble and would be negatively impacted if the privately held parts of the ecosystem were lost or degraded. By acquiring the rest of the wetland, the city can expand and better support the continued health of the natural areas you've already invested in protecting. For these reasons, I encourage the committee to accept staff's recommendation to refuse the proposed expansion and to begin the process of seeking to acquire the remaining parts of the Fernbank wetland not yet owned by the city. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Bruce. I want to thank you as well for your patience today and for taking the time to delegate and for all the advocacy that the Friends of Stittsville Wetlands have done on this file and other files. You've briefly touched on the importance of wetlands to stormwater management, to climate and ecosystems. And I think it's kind of all along the Trans-Canada Trail, west of Stittsville, mostly in Councillor Brown's ward, there are wetlands, and the community has a sense of ownership of them because of the collective benefit that they bring our community. But they are by and large privately owned. And I know it's part of the mission of the Friends of Stittsville Wetlands to ensure that more of those are protected through public ownership or other legal agreements that give them a higher level of protection, as high a level of protection as possible. So thank you for raising that. I know you've raised that idea of the acquisition with Councillor Brown and with myself, and it is something that we're interested in pursuing. And the last thing is, you mentioned the staff recommendation for refusal is important. But I just want to emphasize it will be extremely important next year as we get our updated growth management and official plan directions that the communities stay involved, because most certainly land like this on the outskirts of Stittsville, Canada, Orleans, Barrhaven will continue to be in play, and developers will continue trying to add it to the urban boundaries. So thank you for your advocacy, and hope we can keep working with you in the future on this. My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next speaker, who is Sarah Hasnack.
Thank you very much. And can I just confirm that you can hear me?
We can hear you, and whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So good afternoon now, Chair and committee, and thanks very much for the opportunity to speak with you all today, especially on such a long meeting. My name, as was said, is Sarah Hasnack, and I'm here as the Conservation Campaigns Coordinator with Ontario Nature. For those who might not be familiar with us, Ontario Nature is a registered charity that protects wild species and spaces across the province through conservation, education, and public engagement. And we also represent an Ontario-wide network of over 150 member groups, including the Friends of Stittsville Wetlands. I'm here first and foremost to join Bruce Dudley and the Friends of Stittsville Wetlands in supporting staff's recommendation to refuse the proposed Stittsville West urban boundary expansion. We really applaud the City of Ottawa's commitment to identifying future development areas based on comprehensive studies of the city's actual growth needs, and hope that you will vote in line with that commitment again today. I'm also here to support the Friends of Stittsville Wetlands recommendation for the city to pursue acquisition of the portions of Fernbank wetland at 37 Llewellyn Road to ensure the long-term health and protection of the entire ecosystem. And really appreciate Councillor Gower's comment and Vice Chair Gower's comments on that. These are two incredibly important actions that the city can take to protect these specific wetlands today. However, the proposal also shines a light on a challenge that extends well beyond these properties, as Vice Chair Gower alluded to as well. Ottawa's wetlands continue to be at risk from increasing pressure to expand the urban boundary and fast-track development. While provincial policies do require protection for provincially significant wetlands, this designation only applies to a little over 2% of wetlands in Ontario. And for all other wetlands, it is ultimately up to local planning authorities to determine if and how they'll be protected. And as Bruce mentioned, the staff report suggests that Ottawa's current policies do provide a lower level of protection for those non-provincially significant wetlands, and that those areas could be considered for future urban boundary expansions. There are many reasons why building on wetlands of any kind is detrimental to the community, not the least of which, of course, is their pivotal role in reducing flood risk. Wetlands form often where water naturally collects on the landscape, soaking up that excess water like a sponge and slowly releasing it over time. So while protecting wetlands won't directly reduce the frequency or intensity of heavy rainfall events, it does give all of that water somewhere to go other than storm sewers, the city streets, and then eventually people's basements. And as a brief aside, I recognize that the personal and financial stress, of course, caused by flooding is hitting a lot of people, particularly close to home right now following last week's storm. And I sincerely hope that the recovery efforts are going smoothly across the city. Of course, wetlands also benefit communities by buffering the impacts of droughts to the other extreme, while purifying water and keeping greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere. But beyond the practical reasons for protecting these incredible ecosystems, it's important to remember that wetlands are not vacant landscapes waiting to be drained so that they can realize their full potential. From iconic Canadian wildlife like beavers, turtles, and great blue herons to lesser known beauties like our showy native orchids or secretive salamanders, Ottawa's wetlands are teeming with life. Each wetland that is lost to development leaves these uniquely beautiful plants and animals with less of the habitats that they depend on, contributing to population declines and eventually localized extinctions in the worst case scenarios. Development applications and proposed urban boundary expansions premised on removing wetlands from the landscape will likely continue to come forward unless there's a strong local policy framework protecting a broad range of wetlands. So with that in mind, I encourage you to consider initiating a review of the city's policies with the goal of ensuring that Ottawa's wetlands are holistically and consistently protected, including those that are not formally identified as provincially significant. This would be a meaningful and proactive step for the city to reinforce its commitment to protecting these vitally important ecosystems without needing to spend as much time and money on individual acquisitions. If the city chooses to pursue such an initiative, Ontario Nature is absolutely here to help. We can provide policy guidance and examples from other Ontario communities, as well as community engagement support through our ongoing collaboration with local groups like the Friends of Stittsville Wetlands. So to wrap up, I know today's discussion and vote will of course be focused more specifically on the proposed urban boundary expansion, but I really hope that you'll consider how you might act on some of my broader comments in the days and weeks ahead, and would be more than happy to answer any questions either today or anytime in the future. So thank you very much for your time.
Again, Sarah, thank you for delegating today. Thank you for your advocacy. We've spoken a number of times on this issue and on conservation authorities and on quarry development and on climate change issues. And all of these are linked together. It goes more broadly than just a housing file. So thank you for your advocacy and for being here today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you very much, Sarah, the great presentation. Brent Martin is our final speaker on this item. And I believe he is online. So Brent, my understanding is that you can start speaking. See a panelist. Brent, if you're still there, I'll give you about 30 seconds or so to start speaking, turn on your camera.
Are you able to hear me now?
There you go. We can hear you.
Perfect.
We do start your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. So thanks for the opportunity to provide our comments. Our comments are specifically focused on 6437 Llewellyn. My name is Brent Martin, and I live on one of the properties on Riding View Crescent that butts right up to the Llewellyn Forest that's right behind us. So that the land in question, so we've had quite a bit of conversation on this. It backs onto 1 and 2 acre rural properties that were built and purchased based on the fact that they were designated rural, offered us privacy and open space. This proposal essentially involves squeezing in high density housing in what we consider a relatively small isolated parcel of land that's going to include stacked townhomes right in the middle of rural properties, bordered on all sides of the land in question. So it appears inconsistent with the existing rural nature of the area. Quite frankly, seems unreasonable for a range of reasons, many of which are outlined in the Planning Services report that you have in front of you. So approval of this request to develop a significant number of housing units will impact residents on our street on Riding View Crescent and other properties around the area, including, the impact on property values, the massive disruptions for years during construction. And one of the main concerns we have, of course, is risk of damages to rural properties. So on that, we had submitted some comments and concerns and objections to Colette Gorney, which are reflected in the report at a fairly high level. One of the things was inconsistency with the city's planning proposal, so that's certainly addressed in the report. In terms of the environmental risks and damages, so we've talked about wetlands. I won't repeat it. We've talked about the forests in here, and Anthony really drove home the extent of the number of trees behind us and the support for local wildlife that is provided there. Again, I just want to stress, when you look at what's going on with climate change, removing these thousands of trees behind us doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Particularly given, as the report has said, there's all kinds of urban land throughout the city throughout the urban boundary that developers can use. One concern we do have is impact on groundwater and private wells. So heavy construction excavation and blasting, which will undoubtedly happen behind us, including bringing in significant stormwater management right up to our properties. Risks certainly the disrupting the existing underground aquifers. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. As I mentioned, the proposed development borders very closely on our rural properties, and homes such as ourselves that are adjacent to this land rely heavily on private wells. And we've observed over the last couple of years, local wells and water tables have shown concerning declines during recent years. You know, unusually dry conditions that we've all seen consistent with climate change. The large scale clearing, blasting, grading, and the additional extensive paved surfaces. So, you know, the hard surfaces that would accrue from this would likely significantly alter groundwater recharge patterns and water movement underground. This poses a significant risk of permanent disruption to our local groundwater and could create significant water availability challenges for all the rural property owners in the area. So we've had many discussions here with a number of people that live here, and the risk really is not hypothetical from our perspective, and it should be treated as serious and foreseeable, not speculative. In terms of impact on our properties, so there's a rock quarry as well on Fluellen, on 6437 Fluellen. So significant blasting will undoubtedly be needed, which risks damaging not only the water tables, as I mentioned, but also our septic systems, house foundations, in-ground swimming pools for those who have them, et cetera, right? So there's a lot of risk from our perspective. In addition, likely there'll be modifications to ground elevations across the site, which risks redirecting runoff towards the rural properties and other existing homes in the area, increasing the risk of localized flooding. Again, you know, this has been talked about, the concern about flooding. So removing that forested land, which absorbs rainfall and slows runoff and so on and so forth. That's been talked about. Particularly during the more intensive weather events that we're seeing. Look at the rainfall we had last week. It certainly increases from our perspective as rural homeowners.
Martin, I
an
can
increased risk of
sorry to cut
flooding.
in, Martin. Hi, Martin. I'm sorry to cut in. I can give you about 10 more seconds.
Okay. Traffic congestion is a big one. Adding, you know, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 cars around Stittsville Main Street, the cut through traffic, including onto Stittsville as well as Westridge. I mean, the area just can't absorb that right now. The bottom line here is, you know, this proposal, I'll just end it with this proposal. The nature of our community will be replaced with high density housing, including multi-story units, stacked townhouses, I think they're called, with the attendant streetlights, backyard noise, jammed into a relatively small parcel of land.
And I'm sorry,
It's
Martin,
going.
I'm going to have to cut you off there. But I know your Councillor Vice Chair Gower has some questions.
Sure.
Yeah, you Chair. Thank you, Brent. Again, I don't have any questions for you. I do appreciate that you took the time to join us and delegate a committee and raise some of the issues. Both yourself and Anthony, who spoke first, are both in Councillor Brown's ward, and he's been really engaged on this as well. And as I mentioned to Bruce Dudley earlier, keep an eye on this file, on this property going into 2027, because this will come up again. I'm glad staff have recommended refusal of the application now.
We are too. Yeah.
And it undoubtedly will come up again in the future. So please stay engaged with Councillor Brown, and thank you again for coming here today.
Okay. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you very much, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Any questions to staff on this proposed refusal? The recommendation. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Lowe.
It's okay. Thanks, Chair. More of a curiosity, slightly related to this, is how are the other refusals? You know, we've agreed to some refusals already in this term of council. Have they moved at all?
Mr. Chair, we concluded a 1-month hearing on the first one, the Mattamy one on O'Keefe, and are in the course of, we received their written submissions today. We submit ours on July 17th. Mattamy submits its reply on July 24. Leitrim and South March go to the Ontario Land Tribunal for a 5-week hearing beginning the 3rd week of September.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowe. So are the staff recommendations carried? Thank you. There is the item on secondary plan update. You've read the report recommendations. I'm not going to ask for a presentation on that one, but Councillor Kitts has a motion.
Sorry, I should have it in front of me, but perfect. Thank you. Whereas the E1 South Orleans Wall Road lands comprise approximately 288 hectares of greenfield and are anticipated to accommodate a significant new community with thousands of future residents. And whereas the planning of a new community of this scale requires careful, coordinated consideration of transportation servicing parks, schools, stormwater management, active transportation, and other supporting infrastructure to ensure complete and sustainable community design. And whereas the secondary plan provides the appropriate comprehensive planning framework and opportunities for meaningful public consultation to guide the long-term development of a community of this size and complexity, therefore be it resolved that recommendation 2 be amended by deleting the words "and E1 South Orleans Wall Road lands." I can offer a comment if you want. Okay, so the OP says a concept plan may be acceptable for small-scale sites under one ownership. And as I said in the whereases, E1 is approximately 288 hectares with about 5,000 units and 12,000 people and multiple owners, and notes servicing challenges including pumping stations, stormwater outlet issues, sensitive marine clay soils, grade raise constraints, municipal drain process, and possible appeals. So it is not a small-scale site, and I do believe it merits more scrutiny. I appreciate that there are issues with the secondary plan process and that the province may take away our ability to pursue them, which, of course, if that happens, then we have no choice but to react. But I'm not overly comfortable with proceeding in advance of that direction by the province, especially because in this case, the secondary plan process has already started. We've hosted open houses already as part of the secondary plan process. The community is very engaged. We have committed to them that we would go to them with the results of existing conditions, with draft concepts to comment on, and with the final plan. So I don't think that they will look fondly on a change to those commitments. So because of that, I can't support removing E1 from the secondary plan process. And I really appreciate the committee hearing me out on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions to staff, so I'll just pose the question to staff. Oh, sorry, go ahead, please, Vice Chair.
Yeah, could staff just explain a concept plan that's being proposed as an alternative to a secondary plan? What is the difference in terms of the leverage it gives planners to implement a well-planned and well-designed neighborhood, whether that's legal leverage or, I don't know, informal leverage, because they're not the same thing, but I don't really understand how they are different or the same.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So basically, the difference between a concept plan process and a secondary plan process is a streamlining. So a secondary plan is a lengthy document which includes detailed policies for future development of a neighborhood, whereas the concept plan process will use area-specific policies, which are still policies under the official plan, to implement that same direction for development. The secondary plan process and concept plan process remain the same, and that council would be asked to approve supporting studies. So the master servicing study, community transportation plan, environmental management plan. They'd also be asked to approve a land use plan and direct the landowners to closely follow that land use plan. And that land use plan would lay out generally residential. It would identify areas for commercial, our collector streets, future parks, stormwater management ponds, et cetera. So our perspective is that the only difference is a shorter I guess, policy document more streamlined that we still implement through the official plan as a policy.
Does it change any kind of delegated authority or council approvals that are needed for changes? If a secondary plan changes, I think it has to come through committee and council, but a concept plan, would the same thing have to occur? Or is the authority different on that?
And it is the same authority as the policies, area-specific policies are policies of the official plan. So any significant changes to area-specific policies would still have to come back. With both a secondary plan and a concept plan process with area-specific policies, there is latitude in that land use planning because we want the detailed on-the-ground work to happen at subdivision. So we're setting the building blocks at either secondary plan or area-specific policies concept plan.
And just to confirm, an official plan amendment would be needed to implement those area-specific policies, to add them to the official plan.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. In the executive summary of the report, it notes that, well, actually, the first recommendation recommends, not initiating the 1, 2, 3 secondary planning projects. But later in the report, it just says, furthermore, we should shift over to the concept plans instead. So I'm just curious, I don't have strong feelings one way or another, but I'm curious why we just sort of not initiate those 3 and then propose that there be 2 others that go into the concept plan process instead of all 5 of them, or because, yeah, all 5 of them.
So, Mr. Chair, the recommendations are split in that we're asking for 2. The first recommendation is with respect to existing neighborhoods. So in our work plan, we were proposing to update 2 secondary plans and create a new secondary plan. So those existing neighborhoods are existing. We don't want to start a process that we can't commit to, we don't want to set expectations. And they're already developed. So we have other tools. Developers can come in and have proposed zoning bylaw amendments. They can have site plan control. So developers and individual landowners can go through that process. For the new neighborhoods, for the future neighborhoods, those landowners, we must go through this process. So that's why we're maintaining a concept plan process and just looking to streamline it so that we can be adaptable once we know what the province is doing.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowe. I don't see any further questions. I will just note I'm going to support Councillor Kitz's motion with respect to removal of that particular, or sorry, not removal, but modification of the process for that geography. But I will just ask staff, do you have any particularly strong objection to doing so?
Staff recommend that all of the projects go through the same process, the concept plan, and we do feel that they adequately cover all those very important nuts and bolts components that, in terms of the plans and studies that Kirsten mentioned, that they cover those bases and will result in good planning in those neighborhoods. We are trying to have an efficient process that really optimizes and gets to the core of what we need for these areas and do it in an efficient way.
Okay. Thank you for that. I didn't hear a wildly strong objection to passing Councillor Kitz's motion. You have good reasons for proposing what you've proposed, but I do think after having chatted with Catherine last night that the community's been made certain commitments and is expecting certain outcomes. I am not, however, going to move to exclude Richmond Westboro from not moving ahead. Richmond Westboro secondary plan was my introduction to the efficacy of secondary plans in 2016 when we did the trailhead building. Councillor Tierney would remember the trailhead. Man, I fought that one hard. The secondary plans have to adhere to official plans. Official plans have to adhere to provincial policy statement. Provincial policy statements and official plans change frequently. We don't change the secondary plans to update. And with every iteration of the PPS, with every iteration of the official plan, we double down on density near transit, as we have been told to do by the province, and the existence of secondary plans that keep the trailhead building at 6 stories across from the Westboro LRT station on Scott creates some expectations on the part of the community that can be extremely difficult to satisfy. So if the lens through which we're going to be looking at most of these developments moving forward is the official plan, and that's, you know, the key one, then let's just let residents know that, right? So for West, and I'm certain that that's where the province wants to go with this. So I will not be moving to exclude Richmond Road Westboro from the motion. So the first motion we have on this one is the Kits motion to make that modification to the type of process that's being pursued in that geography. Is that carried? Thank you. And then the recommendations as amended, are those carried? Amazing. Thank you very much, colleagues. Bear with me just a few more minutes here. We're almost done. On the omnibus zoning bylaw amendments and updates on motions and directions concerning the new zoning bylaw, there was one delegation seeking to speak. Paul Goodkey, I think he was not going to be available. And we don't have any indication that he's currently either in the room or online, which means we will just do the motion that Vice Chair Gower is going to introduce that staff have suggested.
Okay. I think I'll read the whole thing because there is some context in the whereas, and this is coming out of the blue, right? So whereas on November 9th, 2022, City Council passed Bylaw 2022-377, which rezoned a strip 20 meters in width or less of part of the lands addressed as 1 and 7 Sherrill Road and part of 5 Majestic Drive from R3 WW to R3 WW exception 2842, prohibiting development on the said strip of land to protect lands potentially required for Barrhaven light rail transit infrastructure, pending design work to be completed as part of an environmental assessment. And whereas the Omnibus Zoning Bylaw Amendment Report proposes to reintroduce the Bylaw 2022-377 amendment on those lands, which has not yet been carried forward into the new 2026 zoning bylaw. And whereas at the time Bylaw 2022-377 was passed, the available design work had not confirmed the extent of the property requirement to accommodate the Barrhaven LRT facility. And whereas the EA study was approved by Council on May 10th, 2023, and is now referenced in Schedule C16 of the City of Ottawa official plan, and whereas the completed EA study identifies that only a small amount of the lands affected by zoning bylaw amendment 2022-377 will be required for the Barrhaven LRT project, and whereas the bylaw was appealed by the landowners and remains under appeal, and no notice of a bylaw to repeal a zoning bylaw, which is under appeal, is required pursuant to the Planning Act. Therefore, be it resolved that the following changes be made to the staff report, that line 41 on page 25 of the report regarding reintroduction of urban exemption 2842 be deleted and replaced with intentionally omitted, that the final row on page 145 concerning reintroduction of urban exception 2842 be deleted and replaced with intentionally omitted, and that document 1N to the report be deleted and replaced with intentionally omitted. Therefore, be it resolved that Planning and Housing Committee recommend that Council repeal bylaw 2022-377.
Thank you for taking the time to read that in, Vice Chair. I don't have any questions on the omnibus. Does anyone else? I will just say thank you very much to staff. The omnibus is always fun. I do recommend that councillors read the omnibus line by line. There are often Easter eggs in there, but what I will say is that staff are always extremely well prepared to explain each one of those tiny changes that are being made and give us a good indication of why they've proposed those. So is the Gower amendment carried?
Dissent.
Thank you. And are the report recommendations adopted as amended? Carried. Thank you.
I dissented on Gower's motion, by the way.
You dissented on Gower? Okay. Thank you. Are you still okay with the larger report as amended? You're still good with the larger report? Yeah, even though you lost that vote, it's no worries. Millennium Park. Millennium Park Area Specific Development Charges Amendment. I'm going to go straight to Councillor Dudas.
I'm going to apologize to my colleagues. I do have some questions. Yeah. Well, I think Tim Mark is my guy. It's okay. As long as he doesn't mind my back to him, it's all right. So I was reading through this with a fine-tooth comb, and anyone who has been in the East or, you know, represented the East as a politician or lived in the East has known that this deal was touted as something that was forward thinking and the best thing that ever happened to the city. And, you know, just all of these wonderful things that happened. So I'm trying to understand, how was it that we are now in a current 3.2 million negative reserve fund balance? If staff can answer, was it related to construction cost increase, lower than anticipated development charge collections, or deficiencies in the original financing model?
Mr. Chair, there was unfortunately a mismatch at the start between the debenture funding for the program and the period over which development would take place. The debentures that were let out for funding the program were let out for 10 years. The development period is beyond that. It could be as much as 20 years before it was built out. And so to pay back the debentures, a negative balance was created in the reserve fund because less money was coming in than what was required to pay back the debentures. But over the course of time, there will be sufficient funding, will be sufficient development charges collected to make the program whole. So that in essence is my understanding of what happened.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate that staff are looking for a way to fund this park going forward. Do staff believe that the original funding structure was sufficient to recover the anticipated liability? And I mean that in that council was told at the time that this would be done within 10 years and it would be paid for. And now we're looking at proceeding with the continued levy.
So I can answer part of that. It should have been aligned with the payback on the debt, which would have been 20 years. So we weren't collecting enough in the original agreement.
Okay. And was the repayment schedule expected to align with the pace of development at the time?
Kim, can you answer?
So, Mr. Chair, I was involved at the time. I will not say that I got into the details of the growth expectation, but clearly we did not get it correct at the time, and that is why this amendment is being brought forward now.
Okay. Well, and I appreciate that. You know, I'm going to be supporting this recommendation. It's an obvious. There's little practical choice or alternative. I mean, the obligations exist. The park was built. It's a lovely park. It's in Councillor Kitz's ward. We all love going there, and the costs need to be recovered. But that said, I'm deeply unimpressed by what appears to have happened here. And from what I can see from the report, this is not a case where a project ballooned beyond its approved budget. The project costs were approximately $8 million, yet we now are being asked to address a negative reserve balance of roughly 3.2 million. And the question naturally arises, how did we get here? Was the project underfunded from the outset? Were the development assumptions wrong? Was the financing structure fundamentally misaligned with the timing of repayment obligations? If the answer is that the debenture, the repayment structure, and the development charge revenues were never properly aligned, that strikes me as a significant issue in the original design of the program. It's concerning to me that a deal was struck with numbers that clearly never worked as intended, and that a funding gap was effectively built into the model from day one. I would never suggest that anyone deliberately created a problem for a future council to solve. However, I think residents and ratepayers deserve a clear explanation of how an arrangement intended to recover costs has ended up requiring a 19% increase in the area-specific charge more than a decade later. And if I was a skeptical person, I would think that the original arrangement was meant to look great politically, but was never sustainable. That it was about political announcements and optics, all the while kicking the financial can down the road for a future council to clean up. Thank you for your indulgence, Chair, and for you members as well.
No, thank you for holding that. I think we all learned something. We don't applaud or boo in committee? I'm sorry, it's been a long day. Sorry, Councillor Diaz, did you have any inquiries or directions or anything that you wanted to bring related to that? Or is that something just put offline for the time being? And
that's good. Thank you very much.
Very interesting. Thank you for raising all of that. So is the item carried? Thank you. We're almost there, folks. We have no in-camera items. Thank God. Notices of motion, Councillor Gower, on behalf of Councillor DeRoche.
Yes, on behalf of Councillor DeRoche, I'm just going to read the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that Mosquito Drive in Ward 22 be renamed McEvoy or McAvoy Drive.
Thank you very much. We'll deal with that in our next meeting. And then Councillor Tierney, I understand you have inquiry.
Yeah, short and sweet, obviously with everything going on right now. How many trees have we lost as a result? And this could have went to multiple committees, so I'm under no illusion this will go somewhere and split in 10 different ways. So how many trees did the city lose as a result of the recent storm? Of those, how many of those trees came down as the city attempted to save, and what has been the associated costs? Additionally, do we have and are we reviewing the species of trees being planted to ensure that they're better suited for climate change and increased wind speeds? As we have added more storage tanks for processing of waste and wastewater, knowing that the water flow restrictors kept the water on the ground and the surface was a requirement of the day, and the tanks did go in. Clearly, there's still a requirement for this. When was the last time we've adjusted the flow restrictors based on the areas of flooding? Just a couple of quick things there, but it'd be great to get some information back on that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Interesting. Thank you very much. And thanks for understanding. It's probably going to come back to probably your committee.
Hey, who knows?
Yeah. Okay. We are adjourned. Oh, sorry. Are there any additional inquiries?
Mr. Chair, it was just the one thing. Mr. Buck provided the direction to staff in writing.
Okay. Yeah, do you want to read that?
Yeah, I'll just read it. It's one line or two. For renovations to buildings defined as small, large, and complex under the Ontario Building Code, provide the average review timelines both for the issuance of the first deficiency letter and the issuance of the building permit letter itself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Much. We are adjourned. Thank you, Quorum Crew. We'll meet again on August 19th, 2026. Enjoy a few weeks of break.